He calls themselves knocking off heads of government as Americans' heart. Ones who seem to are harming his buddies. All dictators. That's what he himself to be. I think this bombing will benefit because which is what they're wanting. I question whether this is, quite honestly, we have enough here. We don't have any. And I'll let that. Yeah, we didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry. You in the matrix guy. I was arguing that with the you.
Brother, you're not arguing anything right now. We're going to move the mic around. We cannot hear you. You have a bad signal. So just come back when you or turn your Wi-Fi off, go on data. Every other word is coming out. So.
Sure, I thought that was me.
Should work if he goes out and comes back in. So, our propaganda machine again is governing the mind-the-service of the people in government. Propaganda that the axis of evil is over there. We don't get the axis of evil immediately. We're going to be through as a government. They're going to destroy our world. There's a boogeyman coming to your window any minute. So, to vilify and say things to cause people to be in favor of bombing and wars it's not the way. Maybe a way. Those that have done it in the past, at some point live to regret those decisions to bomb others. And they're using, I'll take personal, our uranium on my land. My land is here. 10,000 year history, the Commonwealth of Virginia, another history connected to Cuba land, to Africa, and especially Burkina Faso, of the area we're trying to bring enough red berets, enough black berets to curtail or to stop this unrelenting energy to war or to bomb somebody. You don't know the feeling until your people bombed in Philadelphia, the whole goddamn block. No one has sensitivity for that. It's a terrible report to tell the captain, but I have to tell you the truth. They bombed out Tulsa, Oklahoma, streets, Greenwood, Archie, and Pine, and burned it to the ground, leveled it so we know you should value left. One for 3,000, maybe over 4,000, had 3,000, some odd numbers of people bombed in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Another few thousand bombed and burned in Azania, South Africa to match it. And it's not a comfortable feeling when you feel your blood bleeding, your blood people are being bombed. It's a terribly uncomfortable feeling. You don't walk around thinking about anything else. Except go to that stop bomb.
We got some breaking news.
Just stop bombing.
And Metro, we have breaking news.
Crazy face.
Shout out to our brother Neil Liberal. Thank you for the update. Satellite imagery shows an Iranian ship ablaze in Qatar. Hold on, it just jumped. Ooh, the chat is busy. Iranian ship ablaze in Qatar, a port city southeastern Iran on the Gulf of Oman. Source, Vat Torchak. So it's going down, guys. keep the breaking news coming. We appreciate you, citizen reporters, because social media is definitely letting us know what's going on.
And I've been trying to get us fresh clips. However, I just don't want us to keep repeating information, even in these clips. So sometimes I'm not able to listen to the conversation in the room because I'm just trying to grab some fresh clips. But let's just please keep it to current events, as long as they're germane to what
was.
You know what, Haitian? Oh my God. So, yeah, I don't want us to jump on over because then people get confused because when I came back to listen, I was confused. So, Iran, Israel, that's it, that's all.
So I sent the link of how we are going to do the transition, and this is what he's going to videos. And you can have all the information you have, you want to know there, and we would be happy if you have anything like doesn't make sense. We would be happy if you inform. In the website there is a place you can just give your comment about this, but this is the official document.
So I think I might have found a new clip. Let me just start streaming.
The Middle East. It is not an artificial creation like many of the countries in this region carved up after World War I. It is an ancient bedrock of the region, and now it is up in the air. It is profoundly destabilized, and that has potential consequences for the entire globe. The Parthians and the Sassanians and the Afsharid Empire. I mean, Iran and the Persians have this extraordinary history and culture that you so importantly bring up. But also, I think, Richard, the impact of the 1979 revolution in Iran that was brought to it from Paris or an Air France plane. With the coordination and help of the West, mostly the United States. That regime has had so much impact, as you were saying, but not only with Richard, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. Let's go to the Israeli Congress.
This fateful campaign will continue as long as it is needed. But you need to really be resilient and strong. I would like to thank President Trump for his historical leadership. I spoke with him again this morning, and I would like to thank him and commend him for their close collaboration. It has truly reached a record of all time, an alliance in peace and in war. And this war will bring about true peace. For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime had been calling out for death to Israel, death for the Americans, and had brought about the deaths of many Americans and Israelis. Everyone knows that a murderous regime should have nuclear weapons and can continue threatening the entire humankind. And of course, our demand as well. We started in order to end this threat completely. On the second day of that war for our proposal, we said we would change the Middle East. We did it. Then the rising lions, and now we will longer exist. This tyrant no longer exists. We targeted the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood of the Revolutionary Guard and all the general guard and others. We would like to thank the brave Iranian people that they are being freed of those horrific ties with that regime. This is an opportunity. Do something. Do not sit with your arms crossed, because this moment will come and you will be demanded to go out to the streets in the masses, because you have to complete that work and you have to bring down and eradicate this regime. Your suffering and your sacrifice will not be in vain. We promised you the help, and the help has arrived. And now the time has come to reunite all of you. All the Persians, all the watching the Iranians. The time has come to unify yourselves and to truly topple this regime and ensure your future. Dear Israeli citizens, during the entire war, I watched your resilience. You did not fall into those traps of depression. On the contrary, you stood tall and you gave backing to the government, to the heroes fighting, and to me in order to lead that struggle for our existence. That is exactly how the people of Zion fight. Over the next few days, we will still need to stand steadfast and adhere to all the demands and all the instructions of the Home Front Command.
So let me pause this. So then I turned it to
What it is. No, I'm saying like, what is it? Like, no, I know what it is.
okay, so people okay, I'm sorry.
Children, set up the symbolism that today is Purim, and every day of the Yosef Trumpeldor fell at the Sensei battle. His heritage, his heroism is burning within us. And a monument in the panhandle of the Galilee. You can see the roaring lions monument. Many times I always visited there and looked at that monument. And I always thought you, our people, us, the entire nation of Israel, and with the help of God, that roar of the lion of our soldiers and our pilots will be heard throughout the world. And today, more than ever, the entire world knows Israel Chai, the people of Israel live.
The Prime Israel speaking and speaking directly at the end of his comments directly to the Iranian people. I want to bring back Richard Engel. He is in Tel Aviv. Richard, the Prime Minister of Israel speaking directly to the Iranian people, calling them the lion, and President Trump also, at the end of his overnight comments, directly speaking to the Iranian people, telling them that their future is now theirs to take. This message that we just heard, I was listening to his his comments as well. This mission that Israel has launched is called the Lion's Roar. That is the name that is given. And he was saying to the Iranians, now it's up to them, that they should go out onto the streets and take down their government. It's the exact same message that we heard from President Trump earlier in the day, saying that help has arrived, that there will be these military strikes, and that eventually, when the government is weak enough, that the people should take power and overthrow their government. It's unclear which people. It's unclear how that's supposed to work. Presumably, there will be some CIA help. There will be communication. There will be covert actions to try and direct this. But it is an incredibly risky and difficult thing to accomplish. I can't think of a time when this has ever been successful. Generally, regime changes can happen in one of three ways. You can either send in American troops or foreign troops in general, like the U.S. did in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they bring in opposition leaders like Karzai or Chalabi with them, and then install them as puppet leaders. The U.S. did that in both Iraq and Afghanistan and ended up staying there for many years, and the country still collapsed in both cases into infighting and intimacy war and civil war. Or you can hope that there'll be some sort of popular uprising, which is what Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump are encouraging. Or they can try and engineer some sort of coup, which I think there are many in the U.S. Military who would prefer that third option, that if there was enough military power that there are those in the Iranian government or those in the Iranian military who realize that they have entered into a fight that they cannot lose, and they overthrow the top leadership. But this middle path, the path of hoping that there'll be a popular street revolution and that it will turn out well in a country of 90 million people with deep historical risk, is far from certain. But that is the message that we have been hearing almost word for word from President Trump, and now just moments ago from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Indeed, Richard. I mean, President Trump also, part of his comments, he spoke directly to the armed forces and police of Iran, saying that if you depose your arms, you will have total immunity, or if you don't, you will face certain death. It's really all about the reaction now to, first of all, Richard, how effective the decapitation of the top echelon of the Iranian regime has been, and then what remains of that regime does going forward.
Well, in every war, you would want to know how it ends. What is the day after? What is the exit strategy? And I have not heard really from anyone involved in this military campaign how it is supposed to end, other than this hope that the government will sort of crumble and that an opposition will return. There has been talk in the past about reinstating the Shah. I'm not sure that it's a total accident that Israel chose to name this operation a lion's roar. The lion is a symbol of Israel. It is also the old symbol of the Shahs of Iran. If you look at some of the posters and placards that the protesters were holding up, calling for the return of the Shah, many of them had the sun and the lion on them. And going back to the days of the Shah, before the 1979 revolution, the Shah was a close ally of the United States. The Shah was a close ally of Israel. When the Shah was overthrown, he escaped and ultimately ended up in the United States. That is why, according to the Iranians, they took over the U.S. embassy and held the diplomats hostage because they wanted the Shah to be returned from the United States, sent back to Iran, so he could be tried for war crimes and crimes against his people. I was just in the former U.S. embassy a couple of weeks ago. It has now been turned into a museum celebrating that takeover, celebrating the kidnapping of those American hostages, which Iran thought was a historic triumph, because inside the embassy compound they found espionage equipment. Like in many embassies, there are also intelligence stations. So there is this desire that isn't being openly talked about to potentially change the regime and bring back what was there before, which was the royal family.
So much has changed in just the last couple of months. I'm thinking even the operation that was carrying out on the 3rd of January, how that was carried out, and the repercussions of something like that. But Richard, much more to discuss. We're going to continue with our breaking news. I appreciate your contributions, but it is the top of the hour right now, 2 p.m. on the East Coast, 11 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 p.m. in Tehran, as Iran carries out retaliatory strikes after both the U.S. and Israel staged a major joint attack on the regime. Video shows what appears to be a plane or most probably a drone, which you were telling us, slamming into a residential building in Bahrain. We're also seeing this strike near a U.S. naval base, also in Bahrain. Take a look at that. Officials say Iran's retaliation has targeted U.S. military assets there. Also in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, Saudi Arabia has seen its territory attacked. At this hour, there are no reported American casualties. Now, within the last hour, U.S. Central Command posting this video of the early morning coordinated strikes. Officials telling NBC News that these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. The Prime Minister of Israel saying that there would be definitely some activity the next couple of days. NBC's chief correspondent, Kitover is with us from Dubai once again. Here, the fact that Morocco would step up and say that they show their complete solidarity and support of, among other places, Saudi Arabia. We have to remember that Morocco has been plagued with the Polisario Front, supported by Iran for decades now, but also other countries in the Middle East also supporting what is going on and opposing Iran, including a conversation that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia just had with Egypt.
This is a disaster for Iran, what's happening in this specific region in the Gulf area. The Arab countries here in the Gulf and more widely Jordan, Turkey, the Middle Eastern countries, as you mentioned, North Africa, they weren't united in their view of the potential for a strike by the Trump administration on Iran. They are now united in their reaction almost entirely. There are some differences. The Omani foreign minister, who was mediating the talks between Iran and the US, put out a scathing statement earlier today questioning why the Trump administration would launch these strikes when negotiations were continuing. But as you mentioned, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, who is an increasingly towering figure in the region, he has been speaking to other leaders, including to the president of the United Arab Emirates, where I am, and that is a kind of uniting of those two leaders that we haven't seen for some time. And Mohammed bin Salman, offers complete support for the United Arab Emirates because I am here in Dubai and we have heard explosions right away through the day. You mentioned CENTCOM. CENTCOM, just as we came to air this hour, Jose, putting out a statement saying it has, this is US Central Command, for people who don't know, it's saying that they have successfully defended against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks launched in retaliation to the strikes. Now, it doesn't surprise me from what we've been hearing. What has surprised me, though, is the images that we have seen. You showed the really frightening one at the beginning there, but the images that we have seen of civilian infrastructure being hit, that apartment block in Bahrain. There's also pictures of a substantial fire outside of a hotel here in Dubai, on a very famous part of Dubai called Palm Jumeirah. And the authorities here in the UAE, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Saudi, they are saying that they have intercepted many of these missiles and drones. They say that it's been a successful operation. Some of the damage on the ground that we're seeing will be the debris from those interceptions landing, but that drone flying into that apartment building is clearly not that. And that is going to stiffen minds, stiffen views here in this region. And when we talk about whether this is going to escalate, Jose, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. At what point do these countries who are very cautious in their approach to things, always look for stability, at what point do these countries start to act on what they're now saying, which is that they reserve the right to take their own measures in reaction to this targeting? What the Iranians are trying to do is just try and help and there can be, this can shift and change the way war does, and there can be a change of view. It can all become too much. But right now, what the Iranians are doing is effectively uniting the region against them, and that cannot be, frankly, for a regime that is weak and is isolated, it is now even more isolated. That being said, there are signs that the kinds of things that we are worried about with an operation like this are playing out. So there are reports that there is simply no marine traffic in the Strait of Hormuz at this point. That's probably not surprising given the threat, but that, as we've been saying again and again, carries 20% of the world's oil and gas. That will impact the oil price and potentially the world economy as we look towards next week. Because I think that we have to assume that this is not going to be over in days. I think, frankly, this certainly will stretch into next week, if not beyond. So there's all of that to take in and comprehend, Jose. There are many ways in which this can get out of control, escalate, not go the way that President Trump has planned and hoped for. I was particularly interested.
Okay, I'll pause it for a second. Did anyone have any comments?
To say the way that Donald John Trump, president, has proceeded without the consent and the volition of the people. I don't know there's an overwhelming number of people supporting the idea of bombing somewhere that has not bombed you back or did not intend to bomb you. So that becomes again a syndrome of the yes, sir. The bully that's on the playground, no one took his basketball game, walker takes that basketball, and then block access to him getting his ball back. So that reputation is because we have not planned the mode where who can and cannot have weapons, etc. So we have been self-declared the war commander and chief of wars, etc. And that's not a good sign right now to people who are at the know of this. Serena, you asked to come up. Would you like to speak? Serena Ava? Well, we can't hear you. You might want to leave and come back. I saw that you raised your hand. Can I leave a comment, please? Yes, I saw you had a lot to say in the chat as well as others. Go ahead, but please make it a short flight. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andrea, for playing that for us. As you could hear at the beginning of what Andrea played for us, you could hear about some militias that the disband of the militias and so-called ethnic minorities, which they say they are oppressed. This is about how to say, this is about loyalty to the regime. There is some parts of Iran that people are not loyal to the regime, and they have been fighting for a long time. And Israel and a part of EU plans to just arm them, and then they make a civil war in Iran so that they make it free somehow. But I'm one of those so-called minorities which we don't accept that we are Iranian. And these problems are made by the regime, so when they're gone, we won't have any problems like that. Another plan is by the Republicans. They have worked on it for a long time, and it's called MEK. They want to install a new republic. There is a figure there, it's called Mariam Rajavi. She's hatred. She's really hated in Iran. Nobody likes her, and she's actually a princess from a dynasty before Pahlavis. So the people abolished that kind of power. It was a really corrupt power, a really corrupt system that we abolished, and then we established the Pahlavi monarchy after that. And the third plan is the Pahlavi that we fought for it in the last 3 years. And it all started with the Women Life Freedom Movement in 2022. EU was intervening about this protest. Some parties of Israel were doing it. US, everybody was just trying to install their own puppet there, and they were doing propaganda really, really good. And we fought in the West. You saw us. We were protesting a lot, and that was the reason that we wanted to have our own no puppet. And the son of the Shah, the Crown Prince of Iran, kind of stepped in about the same time in 2022, and people actually trust him because we are sick of our politicians. They're all corrupt somehow. And he has a team of 300 to 400 opposition figures. Many of them were former political prisoners, former officials who didn't like the regime. They wanted to reform it, and they couldn't. Many of them have been to prison for a long, long time. Many of them are from these so-called ethnic minorities. And he has gathered a group, and they have a plan to change and transition to a free Iran after that. And they have, as I said, I sent the link. There is also a plan designed by these people so that we don't lose our sovereignty and just cancel these stupid projects. Everything we need is that these defected armed forces and these policemen who were arrested 2 months ago, and they refuse to kill people. They just come and join this movement. They're ready. They wanna just come and help the people. The people are the first thing here, and then the plan. And people also supported him. They chanted his name in January. They chanted his father's name, his grandpa, and everybody's ready. The reason you see Iranians are saying that leave us alone somehow, and they're saying we like the bomb and something like that, is because they're nervous. If you lose this opportunity, you will never have it. Either we will have civil war, or we will have one of these foreign projects designed for many years to destabilize us. And it went in January 8th and 9th. Thank you.
You're good to speak again. Okay. Is Serena there? Serena, you asked to speak.
Hello,
Serena?
can I speak?
Yes, you may.
Yes. I want to say that I'm from Iran, and I have a message to European leaders. You have done pacific. I'm sorry, are European leaders here in this room? Yes. What are we doing? Because I have a message for the leaders and European and are here.
Let him talk, man. He doesn't have good internet from home.
Okay, go ahead, Jesus. Okay, the internet is so weak because of the Islamic barbaric regime that occupied my country, and people in Iran not only support a peace for the world, but also want to remove this barbaric Islamic regime from Iran and bring peace for the world. And Israel and America and all people must stand with Iranian, because this barbaric Islamic regime is very dangerous, not only for Iran, but also for the safety, for the world's safety. Please understand, more than 45 years, we are occupied with this Islamic regime. Please stand with your side. Please stand with Israel. Please stand with Iranian people. Please stand. And don't listen to propaganda that this barbaric Islamic regime have in the world, and buy lots of European leaders to get their support. People, they are also attacked residential area. You know, they are attacking Bahrain. They are attacking Qatar. But if message to send email to European leaders, because some of the European leaders don't support us. Please tell European leaders you have done pacifically stuff and lost your zeal for confronting evil apparently unless it's on your front porch. The Islamic regime will be danger for you. When the regime don't be changed, they attack all of the world. I promise you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Maybe my connection is poor, maybe I can't repeat. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Okay, I have a look of the junior from Illinois. Would we like to hear that? I queued it up first, so let me just go ahead and
Let's go.
I woke up this morning and was trying to start breakfast for my son, and of course turned on TV and just started seeing this. And look, for me as an Iraq War veteran, someone that had to go into some very dangerous situations, saw way too many of my friends die in the war. It really is scary how quickly we just lurched to war without any plans. And for something I don't think is in actually our interests, especially putting the men and women of our community, of our country at risk. It's disgusting, and I think that we should do everything we can to stop this war and pull out before it gets worse.
Having spoke with the Democratic leadership, the House is set to take up a war powers resolution. Will there be a similar move in the Senate?
There won't be a similar move in the Senate. We've been, myself and a couple other senators led by Tim Kaine have been actually working to make sure that we put a war powers resolution together to make sure that we try to stop this illegal slide to war, which is again very dangerous, not just for our U.S. troops, our allies, but also for the Iranian people themselves.
Now, Senator, so far only a small amount of Republicans have come out publicly against the move. Representative Tom Massey has been vocal since the beginning. Are you hearing anything behind the scenes from your colleagues?
Not yet. Look, I know there's some senators that have had misgivings before in the past, but I think there will be some, and I think there has to be some, because this is a very dangerous situation. We went to war without a plan. We went to war without permission from the U.S. government. We went to war with a country that's even significantly bigger than Iraq, and is not exactly going to give up as easy as I think people. This is why you don't do this types of things. This is why you actually work with Congress, and actually this is why you don't go to war. Again, this is not in our interest. It's not our interest to go to war. Maybe it's the interest of the Gulf Coast countries. Maybe it's the interest of Saudi Arabia, Israel, but that's not to be expending our own energy, our own blood for those countries, because at the end of the day, there are better ways to handle this, and we are going to end up, unfortunately, in a worse situation than when we started.
Senator, you're a veteran of the Iraq War. You've spoken about how you lost friends in that war. Today, the president came before cameras and said U.S. members may lose their lives. What's your reaction?
Look, it's typical of just him and all these other people that are very, they're just dismissive of what happens. They don't understand what it means to go to war. They don't understand being a young man being told to go into combat. You have to put on that armor, even after your friend died, and going into a war that is also illegal. Going on patrol every day after my friends had been blown up, and then having to do my job effectively, having to protect myself, protect my fellow Marines, was a hard job, and all the consequences that come from that for years and years. And that's a danger when you have these show horse leaders who've never actually had to sacrifice, never understand the full element of what it means to actually have to put your life on the line. And that's why it scares me when they just decide to go to war, without actually thinking about the full consequences about how to get in and out of it, and whether we should be doing it at all. Because people are going to suffer because of this, for generations, again, because you have a president, you have a lot of people around him, including Republicans, that were just there to cheer him on instead of actually put a check on this, some of these stupid things.
Senator, you mentioned consequences from this war right now. New York and Los Angeles, they're on high alert. Should Americans here at home be confident in their safety in the coming days?
Look, I think they should be confident, very professional law enforcement all over the country. But what I think we should be worried about is, again, that the administration didn't think thoroughly all this through. right now. Our regional partners are also putting their lives at risk. There are innocent civilians in Israel, in Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, and UAE that are also not being put at risk because of these leaders that were so gung-ho and were so ready to go to war. They don't actually understand the full fallout, what that means for everybody.
Now, Senator, as someone who has seen war up close as yourself, how do you weigh the administration's, argument that these strikes were necessary to deter Iran from more conflict in that region?
There's a lot of ways you can do this, and it doesn't mean that we have to just let Iran do whatever it wants. There's a lot of limited ways that you can actually, deal with Iran. Some kinetic, in terms of warlike things, surgical strikes of that nature. Some it can be outside of Iran. Some it could be cyber. Some it could be, economic sanctions. There's so many ways to stop this. The last thing that we need to be doing is during a full regional war, especially one that, again, in the long term is not in our interest, and we could have handled a lot by diplomatic routes and by agreements like we did with the first go around when it came to nuclear war with the Iran nuclear deal.
All right, Senator, we can hang out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For more on the potential threats to the U.S. homeland, let's bring in ABC's Andrew Dickert. He's here right there. Andrew, what are you seeing here at home in terms of security?
Yes, so there are.
Okay, I'll just pause it for a second. Did anybody want to say anything?
No, I'm just glad to hear somebody who's been there saying it's no point to this bullshit.
No, it's really. I'm sorry, Patty. No, go ahead. I was gonna say, and while it's playing, I'm seeing the clips. Like there are people in the streets. I saw one of the missiles hit the apartment buildings. Really, really just devastating. And I just, this is crazy. In the previous newscast, they were talking about how in Israel, they're more prepared, but in the places that are currently being hit with the drones and other, they're not used to it. So not prepared. And people are dying. This is just really sad.
It really pisses me off when people think that shit is easy. It's not easy. Wars are not easy. It's going to cost a lot of money. You're not going to be able to symbolize that with these relations at the Army War College, right? In Carlisle Barracks, it's in PA. They do it in Iran is the simulation war. There's never been anything that's came good from it. Nothing. I don't understand why. I don't get it, man.
Because they're not going to go to the party, that's why. That's why they're so gung-ho.
No, they're gonna go. They're gonna go.
It's draft.
Because even draft, they got draft memos that joke, with they've got university, the for the laws, draft memo of what looks like to leave someone behind. So you might not get your kid back, you might not even know. So it's leave them off the terrain in that country, even the estimates, right? So next the strategic leadership is anywhere from 20 to 30 personnel. Where the fuck are we gonna get people for night? Where the fuck are we gonna get Americans to fight a fucking war with over 90 million people in our country? Last night, Haitian was on the phone. Haitian and Lisa all in
a few updates. So, according to the Red Crescent in Iran, already 200 people killed, something over 700 people injured. In about 2 hours, there's going to be a UN Security Council meeting at the request of Bahrain, and Turkey's Erdogan said that the US Israeli strikes on Iran violated sovereignty. Has called them to cease, also said that retaliatory strikes on Gulf countries are also unacceptable.
I don't know.
What you mean they don't, so they don't not automatically get it? Or you can't
They're not letting us use their country.
You're in the matrix, Patty. Am I in the matrix also? No. Thank you, brother. So wait, what are the Negroes in this room saying? I don't know. I need to catch up on this because I've been living my life. But it sounds like y'all are defending our. Can someone let me know what the Negroes are thinking? Are y'all just hate Trump so much that y'all are like, really? I don't know. I'm literally not joking. So, is it y'all mad because Trump doing this? Or y'all saying we don't need this to happen?
Let me tell you, if Obama would have did it, I would have said, what the fuck is he doing?
Okay. Thank you for that.
What did you talk about?
So this is just some BS. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it's BS if they're talking about putting extra security in New York and LA. It's like our government worried too. So.
Of course they is.
Of course
they are, but the thing I was gonna say with it, I don't know if it already came up. I personally feel like there's some shit a lot of us need, because outside of us in this room and the other rooms that's actually having this conversation, niggas is standing around for Jordans and worried about other shit, where this shit is gonna be a domino effect. It's not just gonna stay in Dubai and Iran, like this shit gonna hit home at some point. Yeah, I can guarantee you the sales are getting ready to move within the country.
They're reporting extra security measures at
Of course.
religious institutions in the UK. But I think they might need to take into like transportation too.
Yeah, everything. Because you don't know where that shit could come from. And Jordan, stop catching strays. Seriously.
I know, like the attack on Jordans is.
It's not even the attack on Jordan, it's the attack on the people. We're talking about the niggas that you think about our man. Yeah, so I see a lot of hate comments towards the Iranians in the comment section. I just wanted to say.
I don't see nothing.
I don't see it. So I don't blame you.
Someone in there writing about sauce. I'm fuck your hand, fuck all that. There's someone in there writing that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted them to go. And that's hate, that everyone hated. Or is that one?
You can't put that such a disrespect to her, bro. Which one?
I think this must inform us Americans about what's going on. BT. So listen.
I just wanted to tell them that the same people who shoot missiles toward your country today, they also killed our people a couple of months ago.
Yeah, so is Libya, so has UAE.
Yeah, I'm
They
sorry,
funded
brother.
terrorism too, and we're not over there fucking blowing shit up, so please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother, that they targeted your country. We tried everything to stop them, but
That's a sensitive
I'm just kidding.
Can we get back to what is the point?
Yeah, citizen.
myself. Can someone get me up?
Okay, your ass the book.
Oh, fancy.
I did.
Oh, BT, you didn't even laugh, son. Damn, cousin.
I don't know, this might be a stupid question, but was this all a part of the plan? Like, you know how we hear they got these 10, 20, 30, or even more year plans? Like, was this all a part of the plan? Can I even see it?
Who's plan?
Whoever's plan. The powers that be. I don't know.
A plan for what? Like, I'm real down confused.
So quickly, yeah, have you heard like whether it's something going on in your inner city, anywhere where the people in power, they planning ahead, they planning 10 years down the line, 15, 20, some even 30 years down the line, and that's for infrastructure, different systems, different organizations, just different things.
I'm not in the know, so I wouldn't know. I don't know what they went.
Right, so why are you coming on my phone?
But I don't think nothing for anybody in the know. Ain't none of us has to say anyway. So I think everything that you're gonna get from that answer would be an assumption. We don't know if it's a plan or if it's not a plan.
Okay, that's why I said.
Somebody is in the know that I don't know about.
That's why I specifically said, does anyone think it's a part of the plan?
We don't know.
Very important. No one asks you if you know out there.
Well, you just asked the room. You just asked the room. Some answer said, we don't know. That's an answer.
You can't speak for everyone, so you're not we. So thank you.
Yo, fuck this like you talking about some dumb shit. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking to the group.
It's not. Maybe with the guns today,
Not easy, no, because
Answer the question. Like, this is the answer the question. You want to come in there? We can pull up the guns.
No.
The clip that I was playing, they have now moved to talking about how Pakistan declared war. So I'm trying to find a different clip. So I mean,
you talking about Pakistan with the Taliban or Pakistan not Taliban?
yeah. So it's a lot going on. So I'm trying to keep us on the current topic.
And India is supporting them as well. Taliban.
Yeah, the last thing we want is the Indians and the Pakistanis coming in here to start their own war here. So
What, you want to tell me?
that, you know, when they come into the room and start their shit, ask her what was the first lady here. She will tell you what happened last time they came in.
Man, it was in here.
That what that lady took for like.
Is it just me or she in the matrix?
That in the Matrix real big. It must be by the airport.
Brooklyn, a lady from that area.
All right.
So she knows more than any of us in the room about
Did she speak about anything that she knew?
If you listen to
She just gave us a lot of. She gave us a lot of emotion. It was a lot of
you give more emotion the first experience from it?
I mean,
Like, y'all are weird, you know? If there's some shit stuck in your community, your community, you want someone to be like, fuck it? When you get sleeping on it? When you know firsthand? Don't you ever tell them what's up on my shit?
I don't Tell us what else happened, guys.
I don't think you're going to be able to hear anybody from inside there from now because the internet has been cut off. So I mean, I wouldn't want to speak to them because I'm not. This is not a shot at anybody, but most of the Iranians outside of Iran are not like in support of the government. So you're not going to hear. You will hear more of a one-sided kind of talk like yes, we want them gone. That's what you're most likely to hear from those outside. There are a few outside that are not like that, but most of what you hear is that.
Okay, I found a clip from former ambassador Dennis Ross. Do you want me to go ahead and play it?
Please.
Great seeing you. Your reaction to what we've been seeing over the past hours.
Well, I think the number one word that captures everything is uncertainty. It's uncertain exactly how long this will go on. It's uncertain exactly what the status of the Iranian leadership is. It's uncertain what are the capabilities that they have remaining. Now we're just talking about they could be a wounded animal, but a wounded animal that has been substantially disarmed is not the same as a wounded animal that actually doesn't have a lot left. Much of what the U.S. and Israel have clearly been trying to do is not only ensure there's no remaining air defense, so there's complete mastery over Iranian airspace, but they've also been going after the ballistic missiles, the cruise missiles, the drones, the depots, the launchers. The key to the ballistic missiles are the launchers. In the June war, the Israelis have been able to destroy about 80% of those launchers. So the real question is, how much has Iranian offensive capability been depleted already? And what impact is that likely to have if we've seen the leadership that Khamenei has been killed? If he has been killed, one question you have to have in mind is that even if you want to negotiate an end to this, who are you going to do it with? Has the administration created in advance of this some contacts within the regime so that you are in a position where you can say, okay, if you want to stop or able to stop, here's what we need to be able to do it on us. So do we have those kinds of contacts? The only thing I'll say certain at this point is Iran is dramatically weaker militarily than it was before. How one takes advantage of that remains to be seen.
And so what is it that made it weaker than it was before? And I'm wondering how that plays into the possibility that if the top leadership of that regime have been eliminated, there is something that could evolve with those that remain. And President Trump in his remarks overnight said to those in the armed forces, the police, and the Revolutionary Guard, if you put down your weapons, you will have total immunity. If not, you will face certain death. What are the probabilities that something like that could carry out if the top echelon has been taken out? But there's that important segment left of those who have been enjoying the fruits of power there for many years, but that maybe see how they could survive.
You know, one of the interesting things, if you look historically at your previous segment, when you said you want to be aware of the history, quoting saying, in 1988, Iraq, and it tried to cut all of its revenue by going after oil tankers. We would flag those tankers. Suddenly we were destroying the Iranian platform. They then had a prime minister, Mosawi, and when Saddam destroyed Johnny, they went to this what is now a shooting war with the U.S. regime is going to collapse. And Khomeini said it was like drinking poison from a chalice, but he ended the war with Iraq. Now, why do I mention that now? It is conceivable, apropos of your question, that there are some in the regime who basically look at the Khomeini policy and say, you invested over the last almost 40 years $500 billion in the nuclear infrastructure, and that's gone. You invested huge amounts of money in the proxy network, and we don't see any of them coming to our defense. Basically, that's been wasted money. We can't provide water. We can't provide electricity domestically. We have a currency of no value. And it's only a matter of time before our own public in this circumstance is going to basically release overwhelm the regime. So maybe this is a moment to save what's left. Now the question, that's why I come back to what I was saying before. Is it possible that at the second or third level of this regime, somehow we have been able to create a set of contacts? I'm asking that. I don't know the answer to that. I would have hoped, and I'm going to put it that way, if we were going to engage in this kind of an operation, we would have had those connections in advance. We would have built them in advance, recognizing the only way you have a chance to sort of bring this to a conclusion early and on a track that is a track that we would like to see, meaning one that does create the potential for understandings in a transition, that does create a circumstance where we and others then could be helpful to a success or transitional regime. Under those circumstances, you actually could manage this. I talk a lot about statecraft because I write about that. Good statecraft is always characterized by marrying objectives and means. What's clear here is we have a lot of means. What's less clear to me is what exactly the objective is. If you have been thinking about an objective along the lines of which has been discussing, which is creating an environment where those within the regime who realize there has to be a fundamental change in terms of Iran's orientation, both towards the outside and the inside, and how do we create a connection within? Then the use of force would be in a certain particular objective. Right now, it feels to me like the use of force may be more geared towards imposing a high price on a regime for what they do to their citizens, to show you okay with that infinity, and weaken Iran as an ability to threaten any of its neighbors. That seems to be more of what the objective is, and there seems to be more of a hope that you'll have a public that will take advantage of what President Trump was talking about as a one-time opportunity. And that's more hope and aspiration than it is real plan.
I just, with the fortune that we have of being able to speak with you in these such critical moments, I want to, you talk about diplomacy, right? And I'm thinking there have been so many times in our history where there are good faith attempts to reach agreements with other governments, or in the case, for example, of July 2000, for the United States to play a part in reaching agreements between two essentially enemies, right? Yet sometimes those groups aren't willing to do what is the best for their own existence or their own people. And so I'm just wondering, is there a possibility that some forces inside that regime could turn the page and look for the best interests of the Persian people?
Look, it's a wonderful question. Obviously,
He's in the matrix real bad, but I'm getting a call. So did you guys want to discuss what we heard so far? And then there's information that I need to confirm.
Yeah, I had one comment and a question. Who was speaking? That's the question, and the comment would be, the problem is that Reuters earlier reported that US-owned CIA report said that their estimation is that Ali Khamenei's Khan, what would replace him possibly is hardline IRGC, which is, I don't think that's what that person who was speaking intended, right? Like he's right that may open a space for change. What type of change is also a consideration, right? And CIA's own reporting indicates that it would be RGC hardliners, right? There's also the notion that Ali Khamenei, he still does, whether we think it is real or think it's real, for example, Ali Khamenei is the one who against nuclear weapons program. He famously has a fatwa against nuclear weapons development. So who's radical between the RGC hardliners and the Ali Khamenei kind of depends on specific issue, right?
I don't think even if he's dead, right? I don't think that stops anything because I mean they have a chain of who's going to take over next. It's there now. They might not announce it immediately, but they have a chain, so it really doesn't change anything for now. But the bigger picture is this: if let's assume that everything goes right and they topple the regime successfully, the other groups that are behind that group that are trying to take over are going to fight themselves to the death to this. This is a country of 90 million people. Iraq was just like what, 40-something million. Syria, what, some like 30-something million. Look at the kind of refugee crisis, immigration crisis it caused to the rest of the world. Look at the effect. And I'm talking about like 90 million. And none of them are not, what in any rate, they're not going to be ready to give up for the other guy. They will look at him like this is their opportunity for what they take over the country. So what's going to happen next? You're talking about a crisis of crazy proportions. As of now, Trump cannot just stop and say, okay, we'll attack them and that's the end. You have to go all the way right now. But what largely happens depends on the way the rest of the countries, the UAEs, the Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and the rest of them, how they react is what is going to determine how bad they are, how this war is going to go, depending on what side you're looking at it from. So right now, we might have just stepped into something. I don't know that, but just stepped into something crazy.
There are contradicting reports. The Israeli ambassador and Israeli media are saying that Supreme Leader is dead, and then Iranians are saying he is safe and sound.
It depends on who's the supreme leader. Like, is it Jesus? Is it like Gaddafi? Is it what?
It's Ali Khamenei.
Yeah, I mean, God, right?
No, Ali
the Father
Khamenei.
is
Or what's going on?
God is the supreme leader of the world, right?
What we're talking about,
And I'm sorry, bro. It was Dennis Ross. He was a former ambassador during the Clinton administration that was talking in that interview. And I was getting a call, someone saying that Netanyahu was saying that he's seen the body. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis Ross. Yeah, there are contradicting reports. Netanyahu, Israeli ambassador, the whole Israeli media are reporting that he's dead, and Iranian government person was responding to those news saying that he's safe and sound. So.
Thunder said he was due to give a speech today, so let's just watch out for that. If he gives the speech, then we know he's not dead. Except he says he's dead in the speech. But if he doesn't give the speech, then we will start to think that yes, maybe he is actually dead.
tape. So like a lot of did.
That's it.
Did you guys want me to continue with the clip?
Yes, please.
Give me 1 second.
I had a brief phone conversation with him that began by asking him how the military campaign was going and if they expected to take leadership. And he said that it's very well, very strong, great leader to lead a lot of police and it's gone very well. And then I specifically said, well, what about the Ayatollah? Has the Ayatollah been taken out? And he answered me by saying that a appeared to me like he was the possibility of repercussions was made heavily on him. He was very much touting this as a successful operation.
All right, Jonathan Carl, thank you for your reporting. Joined now by Marcus Moore and Dilhak Qatar. Marcus, we know Qatar was targeted by retaliatory strikes. I understand we now have more details on how the country was attacked, as well as those injuries, right?
Yeah, we are getting a sense of the enormity of this and the impact on Qatar. A diplomat who was briefed on the day's events, telling ABC News that the Iranians fired 44 missiles and 8 drones at Qatar, and that there have been 8 injuries, and that one person suffered critical injuries. And so this is the first time we are learning details about the impact of this on the ground here, of the fact that there have been 8 injuries reported, and that one person is said to be in critical condition. It has been an incredibly active day, Mike, where we were hearing the air defense interceptors being launched into the air to intercept these Iranian missiles that were presumably targeting a number of locations in the region, including the largest U.S. base in the Middle East, the Al Udeid base, which is just not far from where we are here tonight. So quite an active day. So being here hoping for a bit of calm. Certainly this is not over yet.
Marcus, we can see it's late at night where you are right now, but have you noticed any changes to life in Doha since these strikes?
Well, it is Ramadan, so there weren't a lot of people out today. And certainly we've been reporting on this, the emergency alerts that went out on all of the phones, that has impacted life here. People told to prepare for incoming missiles, and we're also told to shelter in place. The orders to shelter in place not only went to everyday citizens here in Doha and across Qatar, but also at the U.S. Embassy. The embassy personnel, they were told to shelter in place as well. And so that's had a huge impact on everyday life. Schools are also closed. Children will be doing remote learning for the foreseeable. And public events and gatherings have also been canceled until further notice. So a very huge impact on everyday life for people here in the region.
Now, Marcus, have we heard anything further in other parts of the Middle East or seen any other security measures?
Well, all of the various countries in the Gulf countries here in the region, everyone is on high alert. And we know that officials throughout all of this have been calling for calm and for diplomacy, because as you were talking with John Carl there, the big question is, will this be contained? Is this over yet? And what is the risk potential for this to spread into a regional war? And that's what everyone is paying particular attention to. I can tell you that the U.S. embassies in Bahrain, obviously here in Qatar and in Kuwait and the UAE, they have all been placed on high alert in days, as this still remains a very fragile situation with no one knowing what's going to happen next.
All right, Marcus, thank you for your reporting. Let's bring in White House correspondents Karen Travers and Selena Lang. Selena, I want to start with you. President Trump is in Mar-a-Lago. He's been there since the onset of these strikes. What do you learn about some of this?
Yeah, that's right. Here in Mar-a-Lago, we're told by the White House press secretary that the president is monitoring the situation along with the Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other national security leaders. We've also learned that the president has spoken to some allies in the region, including the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, as well as NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Now, it appears that this was really a unilateral U.S. action along with Israel. It's unclear just how much of a heads up our allies received ahead of this major U.S.-Israeli operation. But look, President Trump, he is speaking to reporters from here in Mar-a-Lago. He just spoke to John Carl about the brief phone call they had. He also had a brief phone call with Axios, where he made some remarkable comments about how, despite this major military action, he still believes that there could be an off-ramp here and an opening still Iranian nuclear program. It is not just the ballistic missile program. It is also the president explicitly saying, encouraging the Iranian people to seize this moment for regime change. But again, after weeks of threats and building military in the region, it was only after the fact that the president told the American people why this is justified.
Now, Karen, the White House has said diplomacy was the first option. President Trump has even saying that this week during his State of the Union address. But yesterday, he made clear his patience was running out. So what appeared to change? Smile so fast.
The president told reporters yesterday here at the White House that he had not made a final decision about whether he would launch a military strike, but he had very strong words about the state of the negotiations, saying he wasn't happy with where the talks had been after the indirect talks on Thursday between the U.S. and Iran. That was in Geneva, mediated by Oman. The president said, I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. Now, the White House has said for weeks that diplomacy was still the first option for the president. But about 10 days ago, the president issued an ultimatum to Iran. He said that they had 15 days to make a deal. This is what he told me on Air Force One. And he said that if Iran did not make a deal with the United States, things would be really bad for them. It would be very unfortunate. Now, that window did not get closed for Iran. He launched these strikes before the 15 days came up due. But we're also hearing from senior administration officials that they felt that the negotiations were just not going anywhere. Specifically on the issue of enrichment of uranium that Selena was mentioning there, one senior official said that Iran basically said enriched uranium, no uranium enrichment, that didn't work for them, that they needed to do it, and that the administration was saying back, that makes absolutely no sense to us. So there were significant sticking points, significant gaps after those 3 rounds of indirect talks. That is like what the president was saying yesterday. He just didn't like the direction they were going.
Now, Selena, you're also learning more from your sources. Plans for the White House to speak to Congress this week, is that so?
Yeah, that's right. I just spoke to an administration official who told me that the White House is working to arrange full Senate announcement or briefings on Iran this week. That is according to an administration official, and this comes after we had learned from the U.S. official as well that the U.S. did notify the Gang of Eight on Tuesday ahead of time to brief them on the situation. It's unclear just what level of detail they received if they were given notice about the time.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it and see if they go forward because we've already heard the information like 20 times over. Did anybody have any comments?
I think, the information is moving so fast, we just all trying to take it all in. But I appreciate the video clip. Audio.
I was just talking to people I know on the ground there and, checking to make sure they're good. And they're saying, yeah, it's just odd watching missiles explode over your head. It's just crazy to me.
And it's clear the crazy thing is in the clips you can see it. Like people are outside, like in some places where the missiles have actually made contact with buildings, you see maybe the building on fire, but like you see them in the air and then they just like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, you said
Angels?
what? Missiles.
Missiles? Okay, missiles in the air, okay. But
I didn't know them.
yeah,
Like,
I've seen that.
intercepted.
Okay, so have you seen the Kanye video from yesterday of him in Mexico? And Jesus like comes back to life with the missile.
I've seen no Jesus propaganda, sorry. Thank you. What?
I've experienced missile attacks in Iraq. It's not nothing to be what do I want to say? There's nothing celebratory about that.
Yeah, I wasn't celebrating.
No, I know you weren't. No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just.
Yeah, they definitely
pivoted to online. They're hoping it's for a couple of days, but yeah, it's kind of sad to me. But like knowing people there and that being a place like I once lived, you know.
Is it true that Ayatollah is dead? Is that true, or the reports are?
Conflicting
I think we
reports.
reported that yet. I did see someone put in the chat that his family members are dead and a lot of their leadership is dead. So they definitely suffered some losses. Oh shit, Gemini, what's up, brother?
I mean, until there is a confirmation from Iranian sources, this should all be treated with caution.
Hey, because Neil, my timeline has Canadian, Iranian celebrating. You know, that's what my timeline's got right now. Celebrating death like I told you, but I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure there will be people celebrating.
Yeah, this is Ontario, Toronto.
It's MG says Fox News reporting he's dead. I don't know. I'm running around. Does anybody else see that?
They're getting the information from Israel, who's not there to see, so it's like unconfirmed. Is it likely?
Yeah, Israel has put out a strong statement saying that their intelligence services have confirmed the body of Khamenei, so they have confirmation of death. They have a video. They haven't shared the video. That's what they're saying, right? The Iranian government spokesperson saying Ali Khamenei is well and good.
Yeah, but it's 77 virgins.
You know, a question would be, if they get regime, let's play this out. If they get regime change, if they start using nuclear technology for advancement of power and different things, if you take away the Ayatollah, would they be treated any different?
They're not gonna let someone take power that's gonna do the same shit. Do you think?
You see what I'm saying? Like, let's be clear, the Ayatollah is not a friendly thing to be doing, but I'm just saying, the rest of the world uses nuclear power for a bunch of things, whether it's energy and all other things, but they're saying that somebody just can't handle it just because they're Iranian, you know what I mean? That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, okay, let's change everything. Let's say they become a democracy. So, you think they still don't allow them to have it?
Nuclear power or nuclear weapons?
Nuclear power. Yeah, they can't even have nuclear power at this point.
Iran is a signature. Anyway, I don't know. Why are we discussing this hypothetical?
I do see where they have started reporting that 60 students at the girls' school were killed, which is up from, I believe I heard the number 40 earlier.
It's gonna keep going up. 14.
Yeah, it's in a number 80, but again.
happen next.
Figure out what that's gonna be.
Some people think that they're gonna install the shy side. Like they don't know. Like we don't know. I'm just trying to see if I can find something. So
Yeah, I know we don't know. I was just curious about people's thinkings about possibilities of like where, different places.
Is nobody asking the people who live in our area under this shit who they want in charge versus what
it's
It's not gonna be anybody from that side making decisions. When the last time you seen that happen where the country at the bottom was part of decision making? No, I don't disagree with that. I'm bringing that up as a point because in some stories there ain't no fucking good guys and listen, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm sick of the U.S. trying to be fucking imperialistic and just fucking with people for no fucking reason sometimes.
Yeah, when has the U.S. ever asked for anything?
That's my point. Option A, option B, or option C. That's my point. Or is it going to be option C, option C, option C?
Like I said earlier, I think anybody who will try to force on them, not everybody's going to be on board. So it's like the opposite. Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan situation, all that they try to force on them.
Yeah, power.
Yeah. But from what I know about the video, for instance, they usually have, except for taking out the whole leadership completely, they usually have the people in mind to take over from not Mexico. So,
Of course, they have somebody that's going to take over to succeed. Now, who the unlucky son of a bitch is going to be? Yes, we.
So I thought I might be mistaken. I'm not the best with this stuff. I thought one of Trump's positions was like no wars.
It's not a war. It's clear. It's not a war. This is Trump. Is Trump? That was not the question.
you're absolutely right. No new wars.
So you said technically it's one time news now.
And I thought it was no prolonged wars as well, like never-ending wars. And I thought his statement, did he actually say it could end quickly or go on forever? Was that him who actually said that?
Not that was Israeli.
You said, wait.
Someone spoke with him, and then he basically told them either they comply, it ends quickly, or it can go on forever.
Okay. So, also a federal war. Okay.
Yeah, Barack was the guy from Axios, had a 5-minute phone conversation with Trump about an hour ago. And quoting from Trump, I can go along and take over the whole thing. I'll end it in 2 or 3 days and have the Iranians see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding your nuclear and missile programs. End of quote.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay. U.S. official confirms to Fox that the United States believes the command 510 top Iranian leaders killed in the initial Israeli strike on compound, agree with Israel's intelligence assessment. This is a senior U.S. defense official. So this is the first confirmation of the Israeli confirmation by the United States.
ABC News is talking with the retired Army colonel, I believe. Did it win or? Okay, let me cue it up.
He's now the vice president of the United States and Israel against Iran. Iran retaliating with its own missile strikes against countries across the Middle East. Let's bring in retired Army Colonel Seth Krumberg. He's now the vice president of Global Guardian. Colonel Krumberg, thank you for joining me. Your firm is conducting evacuations from multiple countries in and around Iran. How's that effort going?
Hi, thank you. So it's been going very well today because we spent the last few weeks preparing our clients for this very day. As we've seen the force buildup occur, it became obvious that action was going to happen. So we let the clients know exactly what the plan was. Ahead of time, we looked at your bags ready to go, your passports set, and then so when this morning kicked off, we were able to move right away to begin to get our clients out of harm's way. And we've been doing it across the entire Middle East region and Israel. Because make no mistake, this is just the beginning. This is like the prologue. We're not even at chapter 1 of this fight. Because we're talking about regime change, which is the most extreme option for the United States. This is a massive shift for the last 47 years. So we're prepared with teams in every single country in the Middle East and in Israel and 145 countries to be able to respond. Because the threat's real, it's going to grow. There's going to see more threats, more globally. So we're protecting our clients around the world in real time, and they're prepared to evacuate if that's what should happen.
You know, Colonel Krumberg, we know the United States air defenses are robust in the region. However, we've already seen missiles hit some U.S. bases. So how vulnerable are those U.S. bases in the region right now?
If you're in the U.S. military, there's always a level of risk in the Middle East.
I'm not sure what happened.
Has retaliation for Iran concerns you the most?
This is a true unconventional adversary. No one has done more with less than Iran. We've seen it with Hamas and Hezbollah, but they can do that and replicate that around the world. And so think about what they can do with all of the networks that they've been building for decades. 47 years of friction with the United States. They've been investing all over the world to be able to put in action arms should they need to use them. Well, today's that day. your time. I'm Josh. Thanks for sharing with us. The news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. If you're on the go, on the ABC News app and abcnews.com. And you're taking a look at the live picture of Tel Aviv as night falls from missiles striking the Middle East. Be right back.
So, killing, what was it, 63 of their children is what's going to make them potentially break away. Or are we hoping that's going to make all the people just break away from the regime? I'm not saying that's what he is insinuating, but I wonder what he's trying to communicate here. That it depends on whether the Iranians are willing to walk away from the regime all of a sudden, then things are going to be just normal. This Warhawk Kool-Aid, whatever it is that some of these people drink, is pretty bizarre. And he started off his entire thing like he was making a sales pitch about his business. We've been prepared. We've been doing a lot of evacuation. We were waiting for this day. Our company has been doing. What the hell? This is weird. The one piece of good information he left, though, is if you're an American citizen that does business internationally, or you love to travel around the world, watch your back. Our government is making us literally targets of countries that, for all I know, there's going to be some kind of retaliation. In what form, fashion, I can't predict exactly. And I'm not hoping for any innocent American, because I don't think American civilians want this. But if you have a dumbass government and a head of state, whatever catastrophic consequences we're going to face, you do know our national security comprises of Christino, Cash Patel, and this for the homeland. And, Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, these are the people that are supposed to ensure we are protected, we're safe around the world. Good luck with that.
Engineer picked up.
Uncle, were you planning to say something?
Oh, no, sorry, yes, I'm an Uber. That's the Uber. Yes, I was the Uber. I put on the Uber. I put on the Uber because I want to do Uber on my way. But I was going to say something, and everything just pointed together at the same time. So I was struggling. But I wanted to say, well, at least they have diplomats and what they call the career civil servants to advise them. If they're going to listen to the advice, but that's where they are political figureheads and probably don't know shit. So the civil servants will do the rest.
I'm well aware the civil servants are going to do the rest. The fact is, though, I'm not comfortable with individuals like this, people that openly defy actual technocrats that know this stuff.
100%, and I agree with you.
Yeah, 100%. And these are the decision makers. So whether you can dismiss them all you want, but these are Senate confirmed individuals. And let's say we just ignore all of them. We still have Donald Trump, the ultimate decision maker. I don't know if I trust Donald Trump with my safety and security based on his ability to be, his tendency to be a reckless human being. That's all I'm saying. So while I was dismissive of that colonel or general, whatever he is, the one piece of advice he did give out is something worth listening to. If you're an American, be careful wherever you go around the world. It doesn't matter. You could be traveling or no American likes to go to London unless they're fish and chips. But
How about you traveling
destination
within the U.S.?
Exactly. Yeah. That's how we
Don't forget the World Cup is around the corner.
Yeah.
Lord. Donald Trump does not drink, and I still don't trust him with a couple of beers. So yeah, don't worry about it.
It seems Trump is talking right now. I'm getting a bunch of Twitter alerts, but I can't read it because I'm heading home. Neoliberal. Your boy Walter Bloomberg is tweeting from his terminal.
Thank you, my lord.
That's just blasphemy. You have one Lord. Don't ever call me my Lord. Stop talking about
My liege.
Okay, give it back. I can't change my name again. I was gonna go with El Balfour after that Mexican operation, but apparently Clubhouse has a 15-day thing. So I gotta wait for 15 days before I can remove the Lord thing. This is blasphemous. I don't know what I was thinking.
I was gonna say, when we tried to call you your previous name, you said, "Don't call me that. Call me my new name."
You gotta understand. Sometimes I have a man. What was I gonna say? What's the terminology for the individual that flip flops back and forth? If I figure it out, I'll tell you. That's what happens. I forgot to take my medication. That's all.
I was just gonna say, you picked the weirdest hills to die on.
Bipolar?
Yep. Neoliberal to the rescue. That's exactly what that was.
You gotta.
But Johnny's
What were you reading? Were you reading the Balfour Declaration?
No. I'm talking about the Balfour Declaration, the one from the Old Testament, the one Mike Huckabee was talking about a few days ago. Oh, we had a whole room here, neoliberal. You remember this, right? Oh, yeah. When Van was building Mike Huckabee, that's how World Balfour came about. Yep.
And the next day you woke up and realized that it wasn't as cool as you thought it.
No, that's what I realized. I was like,
It was a few days later.
Mexico happened, and I decided, you know what? El Mencho, El Balfour. I was like, okay, that's what I was gonna go with. But then Clubhouse was like, no, son, you're gonna have to wait a few more days before you can change this bitch. So there's that. Balfour is not going away anytime soon, so you better get used to calling me that.
You're gonna change your mind again. Like, what are you talking about?
That's Clubhouse. It's every 6 months. You gotta come up with something new, character, new personality. You change with the times.
Okay, we have a poll from YouGov. Approval for bombing Iran on Saturday. Disapprove 44%, approve 34%.
Well, the wicked witch of the West is dead. Or just the East. The Middle East.
Sorry? I'm directionally confused now.
to say besides that?
Well, no, did you guys hear the Ayatollah Khomeini has been killed? They shared the photos of his dead body with Trump. 14-hour operation, gone, just like that.
Do we have a statement on it from Trump?
He hasn't issued a statement yet, but the reports are coming in that he has viewed the body, and the military has confirmed that it's Ayatollah Khomeini. But again,
I'm sorry, did Trump have a carnal knowledge of Ali Khomeini's body to identify what is good?
well, I guess some assets in Iran has provided the verification that it's him, and they provided the video or the footage to Trump to confirm, for him to see it for himself. So I guess a statement will be soon coming, but there's really no way of guaranteeing that this represents regime change. This simply shows that the Ayatollah is dead and that somebody else is going to come and take his place. And we know that the Khomeini has said to the IRGC that if I'm assassinated, you guys take over. So it's not as if there's a vacuum in Iran right now. It's not as if the United States has any type of operational insight into a opposition strategy to the Ayatollah. So I think this is chapter one in a very long saga of what's going to happen in Iran and how does it affect the United States geopolitically.
Yeah, I agree. We're just following the news.
Neil, did you see Wonderland thing saying that she's going to convene something on Monday? And people are trolling her saying, oh, the Europeans can't be bothered.
They're very concerned.
Yeah.
They're expressing concern.
Can you hear me? Is somebody speaking?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
I guess this begs the question: what does it say of the United States and the Trump doctrine abroad in terms of his ability to simply strike wherever he wants to strike, and it creates a ripple effects around the world, but nobody can do anything about it. He's done it in Iran now twice. He's done it in Nigeria. He's done it in Venezuela. Of course, he's done it in other areas, and it's just like, this is the new Trump doctrine. He draws the red line, they cross it, there's military repercussions to pay. So it's pretty effective, if you ask me.
It's very a little bit different.
What's the effect? In terms of
Deterrence.
you said it was effective in terms of
Deterrence.
changing the world. So Venezuela, they got rid of Maduro, but all the Maduro people are still there. So what is it? Just
Make no mistake about it. The Maduro people that are, quote, still there are 100% puppets of the United States. The vice president is filing licenses for U.S. oil companies to reopen business in Venezuela. There's been a bilateral opening of relationship between Venezuela and the United States recently. And of course, we know that Venezuela is interested in resurging their economy through investments from the United States, particularly related to oil. That's the biggest example you have right here.
So
Go ahead.
I apologize. My signal's crazy. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
No, the answer to your question is deterrence, right? You draw the red line, you engage in negotiation, the negotiation goes nowhere, and it creates a natural deterrence for bad actors on a geopolitical scale from crossing the Trump administration. I think that's highly effective. At least demonstrably so. You can look at what's going on in Iran. Engaging in negotiation, drew the line was drawn, the line was crossed, and effectively, now you have uprising in the middle in Iran.
So I don't know what's going on in Iran because it just happened a few hours ago. So that doesn't tell me about its effect in like 6 months, a year, 3 years, 4 years. So it's hard for me to say. I remember when they captured Saddam Hussein, and people were also exuberant, and we saw the sinkhole of ISIL, etc.
Ben, are you talking about when the Brits caught Saddam Hussein and handed him over to us? Is that part?
No, I think it was some ragtag dudes in the desert. They found him hiding under a garden with his girl in the back, and it was a side piece.
Yeah, right. This time.
Nah, then I see so Maduro had a bunch of bloodthirsty, repressive lieutenants who were bigger Chavistas than he was. And because they decided to do oil contracts with the United States, during the Trump administration, by the way, I don't know if you think Trump's going to live forever, but he's not going to be president forever. Because of that, that means that it's a puppet. Remember, Diaz actually still calls Maduro the legit and is a bigger Chavista than he was. She was the head of their secret, what do you call it, the secret police or whatever. There's no torture game she didn't like. Anyway, so because they're doing oil contracts with some American companies, that means that things have changed, that one, the government is a puppet of the United States. I'm not asking a question, I'm just getting my mind around it. And two, Venezuela's ill effects in the region and the hemisphere are no more. Okay. So I understand that. And in this instance, I'm just keeping up. I'm not asking a question, I'm just keeping up. That's what I'm sure. And in this instance, I don't know what red line they crossed, but okay. They crossed the red line. The old man is dead. Looks like the old man is dead. The old man is dead. He's 80 years old. Obviously, they have a succession plan put in because they're not stupid. The people will, in between bombings, rise up to install something like a Jeffersonian-style democracy, perhaps, or constitutional monarchy of the British, with Pahlavi at the head. And all it took is the assassination of the leader. Okay. I'll wait to see. Maybe it will open up Iran to all kinds of bilateral, trilateral, multilateral agreements. Maybe this will also solve the Sunni-Shia conflict because we all know that Trump can solve them too. All right, I'm just trying to understand.
Well, you've said that you don't know what's going on in Iran, but one thing I'm sure you understand is that Iran has just gotten bombed in the last 14 hours, massively so, and there are reports that Khomeini is dead, and that those.
Yes, I know that. I'm talking about the conditions of installing a democratic or constitutional monarchy.
Well, it's saying there's going to be installation of a democratic.
Well, that's what. Did you hear Netanyahu's speech?
No, but
did you hear Trump's speech?
Yes.
Okay, so they're saying that the people, this is the time, I guess, in between the bombings, to go and overthrow the regime and to install a democratic that is the most led, people-led government. That's what they said. Something about the lion, whole thing around the lion, Israel, the lion, Persia, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, putting that to the side, like I said, nobody knows what's going to happen. This could be Afghanistan all over again, right?
That's what I'm saying.
But at the very least, we know that, again, you are asking me what was the effectiveness of Trump's strategy and his positions on these issues. And I said, clear as day, and it's proven here now, it's deterrence. Deterrence. Okay. And as long as you have a strong leader, especially a strong American leader, that's able to draw a red line and effectuate some sort of now, I'm not suggesting that he continues to engage in his conduct here without authorization of military force or some sort of congressional declaration of war.
Why not?
I'm not advocating for that. I would be advocating for more. Well, let me finish, though, and I'll entertain your questions.
It's bad.
Okay, bad. So, I lost my train of thought. The idea is that if Trump continues to conduct himself this way,
I think it portends positive ramifications for American foreign policy in the future.
Right, but you're saying that while also admitting you don't know what the future will bring. So if it becomes an Afghanistan, it was not positive. So when I say I don't know what's going on, it's because it happened today, between, what I've been doing today and following on the news and listening to the news or whatever. That's when I say I don't know what's going on. I'm following the bombing stuff very closely. I know the specifics of that. Like I listen to Netanyahu speak. I understand. I'm just saying that I don't find, and I thought we understood this, but it now turns out that MAGA is a neoconservative movement. And anybody who's suggesting they're not neocons is just being disingenuous and no neocons. This is full neocon stuff. We're back in neocon territory.
Well, it would be a constant course to the MAGA movement because MAGA certainly wasn't neocon. The whole thing.
I know it's a betrayal.
The whole reason why MAGA brought Trump in was because he campaigned on non-interventionism.
I know.
Well,
It's a betrayal.
Trojan horse for that, but I guess you could argue the same thing for the Epstein files.
No, I'm saying it's a betrayal of the MAGA movement, and there are MAGA people who are very upset about it. But I was going to say, it could be effective, but I learned a lesson that simply by removing the head of the snake, or who you think is the head of the snake, I'm going to be honest with you, now I'm going to give you my conspiracy theory. I don't think Khalid was running things anyway. He was an old guy. That was who who inspired all. He was a religious figure and people were in thrall of him. But I think he was having dinners and delicious tea. They had delicious tea in Iran. And delicious teas and stuff. I think a lot of the people who were in charge of the day-to-day operations of the repression of the Iranian people are still very much alive. And there's a chance that they may get even more power. So I thought the lesson of the neocons was one of the major lessons was that just removing ahead Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq doesn't mean the outcomes are going to be any better, especially from the America First perspective. But now that everybody generally, obviously there's some critics, now that MAGA is full neocon, I see where we stand. It's fun. I mean,
well, there are some cracks in that armor, and I don't know if I wholeheartedly disagree with you. There are some cracks in that armor. Again, I can point to Venezuela as an example. Venezuela, the vice president, I forget her name.
Jesse Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you. She has proven to be a strong ally of the United States, particularly as it relates to the economic strategy that the United States wants to engage in extraction of oil resources from Venezuela. They're starting to set up an entire 2027 plan to re-cement the licenses that the oil companies in the U.S. have with Venezuela. That's 100% consistent with Trump's strategy, and that's why they're not criticizing her leadership. And she's putting on a face to criticize America, but everything she's doing, she just had a tour not too long ago. She was doing a walkthrough with American companies. It was video. It was spread via media. DC, United States, on social media and everywhere. So if you're going to make the argument that MAGA has been taking neocons and that it's going to prove to be fruitless, I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily proven at this point.
Yeah, I got a question. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's going to be fruitless. What I'm saying is whether there's neocon other ramifications. I don't know what it looks like 6 months, 18 months, 24, 36 months from now, because again, I remember when I remember where I was. Kimberly Foster really interested in the dorm room, the Adams house. Shout out to that sister. That's a different discussion. I remember where I was. And I remember, Saddam Hussein is gone, and it leaves this vacuum there. So it'll be interesting to see. I think it will be foolish of the American citizens, because the government knows this. They're thinking just getting rid of this Ayatollah terror networks and ability to strike in the Middle East, in the Western Hemisphere, and the Eastern Hemisphere, but no, it's not strike in the Eastern Hemisphere, at least in Iran, from Hezbollah, from the Hamas, and from other unaffiliated entities was real, and it was substantial. And so for me to now listen to everything I've been told, and to think just because this one guy is gone, all of that stuff goes away, I don't know, man. But somebody else wanted a question.
Yeah, on Venezuela quickly. If the United States unilaterally first imposes sanctions, exit the country, all of that, and then unilaterally lifts the sanctions and starts doing business, that is not something that has changed in Venezuela, right? It is all the United States. Trump is selling it as if companies were driven out of Venezuela when he sanctioned American companies doing business in Venezuela. Later, more or less giving some exceptions to Chevron, etc., etc. You can look for videos of Maduro saying he's open for business with the United States, right? So the United States had to, because some sanctions are still in place, had to concoct a Qatari business account to circumvent its own sanctions to do business in Venezuela, which Venezuela was open to doing business even under Maduro. And now Trump is selling it as a type of a outcome of Maduro kidnapping. Come on.
That's one of the consequences of Americans not wanting to be or being interested in the details of actually what happens around the world. And the other thing is, let's just say everything neoliberal just stated wasn't a thing, and whatever Trump said was actually true. Don't you think Delcy Rodriguez, in her calculations, understands that this is going to be Trump's final term and that there will be a future U.S. presidency that might not give two shits about Venezuela, and that she and her people can continue doing whatever the hell they wanted to do? That's one thing. And the second thing, you brought up Nigeria earlier and said that this proves Trump's doctrine of, he's a strong leader. Whenever he, basically, when he draws a red line, he will act on it. Again, if you were really interested in the details, you'd find out that the Nigerian government not only orchestrated the whole thing, they actually have used that as a pretext to get more money that they've been dying to try to get from the U.S. government for so-called counterterrorism efforts. That the whole thing, from the intelligence end up, was something that the Nigerians provided to the U.S. military. Trump didn't just wake up and start bombing Nigeria. But that's what he led his supporters to believe, because that's the kind of crap he would tweet on Truth Social. Anyway, I'm done.
The Nigerian one is an interesting one to me because I'll never understand it, and it feels like somebody got played, and I'm not sure who. Bello was here, he may be able to correct me, even though he's an Edo boy, he might know this, he's been Americanized enough to maybe know this. But Boko Haram, if I recall, is in the northeastern part of Nigeria. The bombings, I believe, were in Sokoto and other northwestern, and other northwestern areas. So much so that they didn't really hit anything of consequence. I don't know if people remember it. It was kind of y'all to use the word performing incorrectly, so I'll use performing incorrectly as well. It was, to the degree a bombing can be performed, they didn't even hit the strongholds. And what has come as a result is the release in kinds of monies in the commitment to fight terror from the able government. So I just think that if you just kind of
after. That's never happened in at least my lifetime. But maybe Iraq at this time, maybe people in Iran will be able to install a secular Muslim who's westernized, who is a trust fund baby, and who hasn't been in the country in nearly a half century. Like, in what world would he have the majority of the people support? What are you going to do with the people who were chanting death to America? They weren't just doing that simply because they were because they had to. Those people exist. There are actual enemies of Israel in Iran, but none of that matters, I guess, because the Khomeini's did. So I don't know, man. I hope y'all are right now. I don't know why we have to do this thing where we jump to massive conclusions that are not even proven or even demonstrably could be suggested. Nobody's expecting for this westernized Muslim savior to fly into Iran and everyone rally around this puppet and says, yes, this is the new supreme leader of Iran. He's gonna usher us into the modern age with his Western ideology on Islam. That's the weird thing. Maybe if we do some sort of constructive analysis, we could come to the conclusion that maybe, possibly, the strategy is not to completely supplant the regime and supplant the IRGC or Ayatollahs or what have you. Maybe the strategy is just to fracture it enough to where it devolves into chaos and they beg for outside intervention from a political lens to help stabilize the country. Possibly, it's not all-out complete regime change and changing them into Zara-wearing Muslims. Maybe the idea is that we fracture the regime enough that it devolves into chaos, and then the inevitability of their need for Western support creates the perfect conditions for the Trump administration to sweep in with economic, revitalization of Iran. Maybe that's a strategy, but I'm just a dreamer.
The problem with all of this.
One second, as you follow up. So, in fact, and this may not be your, this probably not be your fault. In fact, there are lots and lots of people who are expecting that very thing to happen. That's exactly what that's exactly what this big millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars campaign that these people have been pushing online, that people talk about, they come in here with their scripts. That's exactly what people expect. So that's the first thing.
Well, you'd be silly to believe them, though. I mean, come on, be honest. Where does it happen? We're going to go back to the de-Baathification of Iraq, right? That shit worked.
That's exactly what, that's so funny you put that. If you go and listen to Netanyahu's speech, which to me is insane to think that. If you were in the middle, but you got a speech, that's exactly what Netanyahu was suggesting. That's exactly what they're saying. That's exactly what they think happen. But I want to go back to the larger points of this more important one, because a lot of this stuff is kind of silly. I agree with you. This is fascinating me. So, you said maybe you, do something to the regime so that they, are fractured enough that Trump can. Well, here's the issue. About 100 million.
Is it just me or is he in the Matrix? Is it me?
No.
He's showing me.
You're in the matrix right now. Try again.
It sounded like he had something really important he wanted to say, he just couldn't get it out. Anyways, look, this isn't the first time that Netanyahu has come out and tried a subterfuge and convince everybody that, hey, there's a political expert that we're going to see, and then we know again political subterfuge, and nobody believes him. The fact that you're using him for evidence exhibit number A as to what these people believe kind of demonstrates why you guys believe that Trump was going to lose the election. It's not believable, and you should be to see, you should have pattern recognition by this point. This is not new. This is not, there's nothing new under the sun here. This is the same play over and over and over again. We come in, we blow shit up, we take their oil, we introduce new economic realities and American benefits. And that's why I'm saying this is such a great position for Trump to be in.
All right, I heard the second part. Being able to create an election has nothing to do with recognizing patterns from studying. So
much, a little sore.
Not so much, brother.
It does.
Well, I am sure that. No, I'm not sure that. I'm sure that the country is where it is. For president and for our.
Man, you're like heavily in the matrix. I'm getting every other word. I'm not reading anything you're saying.
I'm almost done. What's wrong with this?
Wait, you're in the matrix, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I got full bars. Yeah, I'm glad I'm in the matrix.
Can y'all hear him or is it just me?
No, I'm in the matrix. I'm in the matrix.
No, you're good. Go finish your submission. You're back.
Hey, you back out of the matrix, man, if you can hear us.
I can hear you guys. I apologize, y'all. I was in and out of the matrix, but I have full bars. I don't know what's going on. So you can hear me all right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was just saying, I don't see, so you said this is what America does. So I guess it's what they do with Trump. How is the United States benefiting from Venezuela? I don't see it. The oil money that they seized, the $500 million worth of oil, we didn't get that. In fact, what Donald Trump did, Mr. America First, was to put the money in the Qatari bank account and sign an executive order that shielded the money because Venezuela still owes American companies monies. Shielded American companies from suing Venezuela. How's that America First? What has been the benefit? Stocks haven't, skyrocketed for Schlumberger and Halliburton. The Chevron is sick, I forget which one's traded. I think Chevron, etc. So I don't really see the benefit. Now you just made a claim, so you're the first to make this claim. I'm kind of interested in this. This is about seizing Iranian oil? Good luck. There's no world in which the United States is seizing Iranian oil.
You don't even have Iraqi oil.
I know. I always go back to their rock.
What's going on here? Why is he metrics constantly? And it's funny, like when he starts talking, and I can understand him, and I get a call.
We heard a majority of what he said. You might have missed out, but
We can't summarize it for me, please.
well, Devon brought up a good point.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Oh, he popped out. He's driving. But Devon brought up.
Just summarize what he said so I can understand because I got a call.
You see, he was in the matrix for the last 3 seconds. He didn't hear the rest of it.
Literally, he got a call. Yes, when he was out of it. What was his point? He arguing. I missed it.
No, don't worry about it. You guys can hear it. It's okay. We'll see how it plays out. It's good to talk to you. It's good to talk to everybody.
I think we agree on more than we disagree on this. I mean, I don't think there's going to be a savior coming in from the West. So I think we don't disagree there. But I think what we do disagree is the argument that I made earlier, which is that this shows that Donald Trump is effective at creating deterrence through military intervention. Being as limited as it has been, it's been effective. And, maybe when you come back, you might want to...
What is he deterring?
Well, I said it a minute ago, right? He creates a red line in conflict negotiations. That red line gets crossed, as is the case in Venezuela, and in Iran, and in Palestine. There's repercussions and consequences that ultimately led to better geopolitical outcomes for the United States of America.
So what is he deterring again?
But guys, I'm not going to keep answering the same God bless America question. I've said it like three times already. You engage in negotiation on some threat to, an America or its allies. You cross a red line. There's acquiesces to American alignment with Ukraine and don't engage in more, potential nuclear rhetoric, right? Deterrence being that the corrupt governments in South America, like that of the Maduro regime, as evidenced by Colombia, reducing its efforts to interfere with United States national security and our and the waters that surround our trade routes. So those are the deterrences that I'm referring to.
Okay, do we have any evidence of any of those things? And by the way, I'm open to the argument. I think the deterrence, like it's fair to bring up like madman theory and credibility of the United States threats of use of force. I think that's a fair point. But again, when we talk about deterrence, like let's go one by one. Let's choose China, Taiwan, Ukraine. Yeah, let's do China. How is any of this deterring China?
Well, let's see. The pundit said that China would invade Taiwan if Donald Trump was elected president. And we know that's not the case. That's not been the case. Stop it. That was the governing wisdom on the left. Right? That we were going to lose democracy.
No, we're not talking about punditry. We're talking about.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm talking about, right? The wisdom was that if in fact Donald Trump was to get elected president, that Russia would take Ukraine, which hasn't happened, that China would take Taiwan, which hasn't happened, and that Iran would take Israel, which hasn't happened. And so all three of those things demonstrate effective deterrence.
Iran would take Israel? Who said that?
Iran, through its proxies, would take Israel. Yes.
Who said that?
Okay, well maybe you're
I'm just asking. That's really silly. Who said that?
Because remember the JCPOA? Remember that? Remember when Trump completely demolished the JCPOA? You remember that? Remember they said that would create a pathway for Iran to get a nuclear weapon? Remember that? Remember the Doomsday Clock that they were 11 days away from acquiring uranium, from the ability to enrich uranium to nuclear grade levels? Remember that? None of that shit happened.
Well, let me comment. All of the
You said remember that. Can I respond to it or no?
Okay, go ahead, man. You're doing your rhetoric now because you're not actually making the point.
I'm trying to find the idea. Give me a second.
China from Taiwan. Did you hear about the weapons cancellation with Taiwan recently? Did you hear about the weapons with Taiwan this week?
How is generally U.S.-Asia policy doing? Have you read about the...
No, he hasn't read about any of it.
Have you read about North Korean new nuclear policy? Like, the United States has been going through the worst strategic, self-inflicted environment in what supposedly... Sorry. Yeah, the United States is going through the worst strategic, self-imposed environment in Asia, thanks to Donald Trump and North Korea policy, right? The strategic posture of the United States, just because of North Korea, has worsened so bad.
I don't think it has worsened, actually. We have a denuclearization pact between the United States and North Korea. So I actually think nuclear relationship has gotten better between North Korea and the United States after Trump.
Okay, great point. Can you talk more about that? How is it gotten better?
Yeah, so here's the thing, right, guys? This liberal thing that you guys do where you ask questions of conservatives. Hold on. You ask questions of those people.
Yeah, it was cool to determine to left and right. We're not doing this liberal thing that you do. You're only here because Patty's not in here. If I'm gonna turn that you're going against the pundits. Man, we was having a good conversation. You said he was deterrent. Was looking on the brink of engaging? You just saying stuff. I'm not here to thank you, sir. Oh, yeah, that dumb shit. It's that liberal thing you guys do. You should be a liberal. We've seen your writings online of when you were a liberal. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
so the anti-Trump people were saying, they were like pro-Israel. They were nervous that Hamas, the Hezbollah, were going to take over. That doesn't even make any sense. Man, with that guy, he can only go for about 10 minutes. And what happens is he exhausts his prepared statements and his rhetoric, and he begins to crash because he doesn't know the issues that we just heard. When you use a liberal thing, nobody talking like that. That's insane.
By the way, for people
We have a denuclearization pact. When did North Korea denuclearize? Where does he get this stuff from? That's what happens, y'all. He runs out of rhetoric. When people run out of rhetoric, you can tell. He was like, nobody believes that they're going to install this guy. There are millions of people who believe that this guy is going to go back and take over as the head of state.
So for people that don't know, North Korea has shifted to a 5-year plan of nuclear weapons development and moving to preemptive strike capabilities. Nuclear strike.
I was going to say, right now, Poly Market has Kim Jong a 6% chance he'll be out as a leader by 2027. So very low. So yeah, that's not a good bet, but
that's free money.
yeah, that's free money like a monster.
I'm still trying to get my head around the idea that the United States makes sanctions. They remove their own sanctions, and somehow that's a result of getting rid of Maduro. They could have removed the sanctions with Maduro if they wanted to, so there was no deterrence. That is still possible. Spitball. That makes no sense. The United States put sanctions. Whatever.
This was,
Go ahead.
no, I was going to just tell Neil that it's Putin had a higher chance. He had 11%. So there you go. Go ahead.
Then it makes sense because Marco Rubio became Secretary of State and he couldn't leave his Florida politics aside and just decided to go with this. You know, he might come off as this smart him basically, you're cutting off. Ben, I can't hear you.
Breaking news.
What makes sense?
The United States not even removing the sanctions and just doing what Trump wanted to do in the first place. Because any other Secretary of State outside of Marco Rubio maybe would have taken a different approach. So I'm arguing that because Marco couldn't set aside his Florida politics, he decided to kind of take it a step further.
Yeah, I think oil narrative ran away from Marco Rubio. It became kind of a Trump thing and became how to sell it as a narrative, and that's where you get all of this weirdness.
What was the breaking news, Neil?
Dubai airport has reportedly been hit in the latest Iranian attack against UAE.
Oh yeah, so that shit was blown up.
To the tourism sector.
UN Security Council, I'm not sure we want to listen to it because it's going to be a lot of posturing. It's ongoing now.
Who's speaking? Is it Russia? What country speaking?
Well, I I don't remember all the non-permanent members of the Security Council. Let's see. Currently it's
to show that its responsibility is
okay.
these violations. And adopting a firm position to end these
Bahrain. It's opening statement.
events.
Okay. Yeah, that country was hit today, right? They're like,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
that's crazy. Yeah, I felt bad for us.
That's the Abraham Accords. You and the Abraham Accords, it's all like popcorn for you.
Yeah, I want to see what Saudi Arabia is going to do. Are they going? I mean, maybe they did strike back yet. If I haven't seen anything, again, I've been doing some work outside, so I've been away from the TV. So
Do we want to go back to the news?
well, what do you got the latest? I'm seeing on Fox 40 top leaders killed. What is the latest you got?
They're talking about people in Iran celebrating.
Breaking news. Some European czars condemning Israel and United States strikes on Iran, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and Spain.
Okay, yeah. And they're pretty. That's pretty. I want to see what France is. I think Germany will probably jump in and be like, we can, they'll probably do the same. But France and UK might be with America, right? For the most part. This might be a question for y'all. So if they do Article 5, let's say something happens. That means that these countries got to jump in, right? That means they got to.
If United States does Article 5 in context of Iran, no, it's not a self-defense war. So there's no self-defense argument for Article 5 being voted.
So I was mischaracterized earlier when I used the word liberal, neoliberal's name. I was being characterized as saying something other than what I was saying. I was referring to liberal as in neo.
And just so the people in chat are super irrelevant in the scheme of things. But I was talking about like if they did attack America or something happened, that's what I was referring to. So.
Well, if Iran retaliates,
right? Yeah, if they hit New York City or something, or they do something like suicide bomber or some shit like that, right?
I don't think there's a valid Article 5 in that case. Like that may not matter politically, they may come to aid, right? But they don't have to under Article 5. This is like blatantly illegal what the United States and Israel are doing.
That's fair. I don't know why people care if you're a scholar or not. I mean, if you're successful in life, it doesn't matter if you're a scholar or not. I mean, I don't even pretend to be a scholar. I'm not one of these people that
Don't respond. Don't respond because it was a fine question. Now everybody hears it. It was a fine question. Some people know about Article 5. Some people didn't know the self-defense thing. You have people who can contribute, like Brother Messi, and so he and Roger, and so they just hate from the goo. And so all they can do is troll and hate from the goo. Just ignore that. Just ignore them. Brother Messi was getting butt broke last night by a bunch of people talking about religion, not knowing what it was. Just ignore them. It was a good question, brother. Hey, brother, man, how you doing?
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Wow. I had a question. So Trump in his speech spoke about giving the Iranians immunity
speculate what it means, but I don't think Trump knows what illustration means. But generally, if you're doing a regime change and you want to bring like an internal division and foment division, and so people side with you, right? Like illustration is one of the ways to do that, which is like a procedure in a new government of dividing between people who would have immunity and people who would not, right? Like, and going through that process so that some people can get immunity, but that's kind of a discussion for a new government. So again, this is same Washington Trump, but illustration is one of those ways to do that.
That's fair. I have no idea what he could possibly be thinking about. Did he mean that, if you ended up, pressing the buttons and sending a drone to go strike the Romanian hotel, does he give you immunity for prosecution for the new, government they form? Is he going to give you immunity as it relates to Americans going in and trying to enforce some traditional law? Is he going to give you immunity when it comes to, some human rights council going in and trying to prosecute Iranian officials? I have no idea.
One of the odd things about, well, yes, it's like now all of a sudden they believe in some kind of international law. So they're going to go to, I don't know, the courts that Trump is trying to break up and sanction and give them immunity in those courts. It's kind of all over the place. He just kind of talks, he doesn't know what's going on. Maybe it's a Nuremberg style thing they're going to have in Iran and try to give the people immunity. They just, it makes no sense. One of the things I find so fascinating about today is regime change as a trope is something we only get in our common tongue because of the neocons. Anybody talking about that? Now,
I have to disagree with you.
Go ahead, Toad. When do we use? Okay. Go ahead. Okay. We only use that term, that phrase only entered our common parlance because of the neocons, regime change. That's the only reason why we as regular people would use the term. And it's odd because regime change, being against regime change, was one of the rallying cries. And so what's fascinating to me is I'm interested in hearing from the MAGA people and other people on the right who were against foreign wars, why this regime change was necessary from an America First standpoint, from an Israel First standpoint, I understand. If I were America First, I'd be searching because I don't see it. You see, so it's fascinating days because, didn't Trump say neoliberal that Iran was close to developing some sort of intercontinental missile system that would hit the American homeland? Yes, Cap.
That's the most insane.
I don't know if they're in a Hohlblitzer or a Horwitzer or a whore who drinks white wine spritzers. But I know that shit's not true. I don't know if it's a warhead, an airhead, or a Laffy Taffy. Shout out to Candies from the 90s. But I know that's not true. That's what I know. And at a certain point, push is going to have to come to shove. And what's so frustrating about this, and this is going to be slightly strange, but I'm going to say this. The people who gave us Iraq and Afghanistan, they were alive and had to deal with whatever psychic, psychological, and emotional demons for decades. A lot of these people are going to be dead in 5 years. We have to live with these boomers. Must go. No one should be voting for anybody at this point over the age, for president in particular, over the age of 60 years old. I'm sorry, this is bad. It's bad. It's really, really bad. In 2028, because of this, the neocon wing is going to find itself palatable again. There's a new right-wing front around regime change. Drop bombs and then bounce. We haven't gotten anything from it. Whose life is just... There's no Venezuelans in America. They already flood back after Maduro left. Oh, we're going to get Maduro. Oh, Venezuelans flee because it was so terrible there. They're going to flee back. They're not leaving the United States unless you force them back. Remember, that was one of the arguments for regime change. I heard from an America First perspective, Israel first for sure. From an America First perspective, the justification of this action. I'm actually really open to it. I'd like to hear it. Can anybody give it? Neoliberal, you're our sand washer, you draw for a living. You have to sand wash Soviet and post-Soviet policies, discourses. Can you say it?
I mean, it's hard. It's getting harder, right? To say what's any of it, but they would say they're not going to, like, the regime change is blustered, right? Like using that argument that whatever is convenient of what Trump is saying and people around are saying, it is blustered, and the actual strategy is Libya, like basically create chaos, and then we don't care what regime comes in as long as they are responding to the pressures, constraints, and the experience that the previous regime went through, and whatever the characters of the regime, if they comply with those parameters, we're fine with them. We don't care about human rights, we don't care about state building, capacity building, developing the country, like any of that stuff. That can be like side narratives, but if it's Libya scenario, we're happy with that too. And the mistake of the Iraq wasn't the regime change. Regime change actually succeeded in Iraq, right? The problem was the nation building after that. Something like that.
You know what's funny about this is the fact that you and I know that can make this argument. I see no other person responding and articulating this the way he did. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, the problem with that argument is why is that in strategic interest of the United States?
That's what I'm getting. I don't get it.
Yeah, you can't answer that.
I actually thought, and people say I always hate on the MAGA, which I do, but I actually give them credit from my perspective, and I give them credit. I thought one of the best things about the MAGA movement was the ways in which it moved people to be more honest and open, frank and explicit and candid and direct and conspicuous in the ways in which they hated on America being the police in the world. I thought that was one of the things that they did a good job, because you'd have Democrats, center left, center right, Democrats and Republicans kind of, tiptoe, looking like they're doing a little soft shoe from T for two and two for T, just me for you and me for me, just me for you and you for me alone. And doing a little soft shoe. Yeah, it was bad, the phenomenon is bad. And what they did was, which is great, people are the #1 funders of terror in the world. Cool. So you can take a bunch of them and their family members out and take the people that they've activated, that they've gotten active. You think they're just gonna what? Go to the Baskin Robbins and get prayed with the cream about doing ice skate park Chester all the time or in the Hollywood video. And what's going on? Don't get it, man. It's a weird form of policy. And I don't mean so respect to Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump likes the bluster. I think he likes being out front. I think he likes now in the history books if the guy's dead, he's gonna get it when he's dead. So, but I'll be honest with you, Donald Trump is listening to people like Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham. These are neocons. This is a government that is captured by neocons, not MAGA people. They're mad at MTG because the Epstein files. That was the core of MAGA. Now I don't like everything, I don't like her and MAGA anymore. So instead, he's golfing with Lindsey Graham. I thought MAGA hated Lindsey Graham. I thought they hated the ideas that Lindsey Graham embodied alongside, what's the man's name? John McCain. Did y'all see Meghan McCain's tweet this morning? It was dead on. It was a dead on tweet, reminding people about how her dad used to be this neocon bomb, bomb rain is the joke. She's like, now it's all of us. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the party, pal. Y'all know about that. It's from Die Hard Life. It's a mess, y'all. I don't want to go on and on. Y'all do your thing.
Explain your, now I'm going to take you to task. Explain your fascination with Leo Strauss. Wow.
This is not the room to do that. But I will say, Leo Strauss's mind was a legendary mind.
I mean, I can agree with that, but the consequences of that mind
are horrific. They're horrific. To a degree, academics can do that, but there's not a space for this. I don't know why you subject these people to this.
Just a teaser.
I mean, I also think that Burke is the best political writer in the history of the English language if you don't include Whitwell with it. So, I don't agree with their ideas, but I can still respect them.
Yeah, I think like the collapse of MAGA back into neoconservatism is like very easily explained by their shared Straussian disposition, combined with a healthy dose of Nazi Judaism. Why am I blanking on his name? What's his name?
I think the reason they're circulating this news about the Supreme Leader being dead, I just read multiple very conflicting statements. Trump said he's dead. Now is the time for Iranian people to come out and overthrow their government. And then an Israeli official has said, we will decide the time and when to share the images of his dead body. Now, this is not me disputing the fact that he might be dead, but the fact is it possible they're trying to use this as a ploy to see if the aliens will take a bait and record a video to actually get to the man himself? I don't know.
Who knows? I don't know. We don't know. I mean, he could have been in there. We were told by Trent, who now is in here, that he was in Russia. Remember that? Remember gone to Russia with the family a couple months ago? He probably could have been right about that. I don't know if that's a body double. I don't know if that body was down there to blow up. This is guess, Trent, you said they were on a plane to Russia. This was maybe back in December or November. He may have said that in Johnny Walker Hayes, but he did say it. Yeah, the family. Okay, maybe not. Okay, the family. That's fair. They were killed today. I mean, they killed. But like, I have no idea. But again, it's not an individual who holds up the stuff. So I don't know. It's a mess. Go ahead, Trent.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a mess, but it is a spectacular day for the people of Iran who've been looking forward to this moment. I just talked off with one of my Iranian friends in Austin, and for the
Austin, Tehran, or Austin, Texas?
Austin, Texas.
Who have you talked to in Iran? Because it's pretty fucked up there right now.
Iran's fucked up. I mean, he's got family in Iran still.
Oh, okay.
I believe he's dead because I believe at this point when he was supposed to make a speech in minutes, 6-7 hours ago, and I think he would, to put this to bed. I think the Iranians would have brought him out. So I don't think that this is a lie at this point, but I think this is a tremendous day for not for everybody, but for a lot of Americans like myself who did it.
Hopefully for you. You're Persian?
You say such things like this is.
Hold on. Let me answer. How's it a good day for you? That confused me.
I said this is a good day for Americans like myself who found this theocracy to be a terrible thing, and all the protesters and people who want to treat this community for years. I am glad to see.
So the theocracy is over?
I think we'll see the crumble of this.
Wait, why do you think it's over? Why would the theocracy be over because of one guy? Like kings have died in battle throughout history, for example, oftentimes on the battlefield, and then I don't know if you know the very famous the king is dead, long live the king. It's the next sentence. As soon as someone dies, there's other people. How do you know the theocracy's over? Like, how do you know these things? I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm asking how do you know the theocracy's over?
I look at this as very similar to my issue. I look at this very similar to the Tsar Russia.
This is in 1917?
In 1917, yeah.
This is nothing like the Tsar. Oh my God! Are you joking? Trigger me? Are you joking? Okay, just joking. No, he's not. He's not. You can't say he's joking. He's not. He's actually very serious.
No, I'm very. I'm looking at this in the same way. We can look at the Saddam regime with Stalin. Now, whether or not he
Which one was the second one? I didn't hear. What was the second one he said?
The Saddam Hussein regime was.
All right, do Nicholas II. Do Nicholas II first for you, Saddam. Just break that down for us. How's this like Nicholas II?
In the sense that there was fealty and loyalty to one person, one person was put above everyone else, and as that person was displaced, the system, the monarchy system crumbled, and that's a little bit to me. You can do it if you want, it's okay. I'm just
trying to understand. So you're saying that there was in Russia, there was all this fealty to. What about how do you account for the Duma?
The Duma?
Do you think he knows what the Duma is?
Well, let him answer. I mean, because he brought it up, so you should know about the instruction of the Duma and the Socialist Workers' Party. And what about the Octobers and Decembers of 1905? What would the parallel be there?
I don't know. But,
okay. What about the Duma?
Okay, well, we gotta have a history lesson.
Yes, you don't know that part. So this is okay. What happened in children, bro?
Okay, so
you can't come in here and make a claim and make the historical case, and then when we ask basic questions about the case you made, pretend to be insouciantly outraged.
So listen, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, Professor, I understand. But I'm just making a statement that
condescending laugh again.
I don't agree or disagree. I'm asking, hold on, bro. I don't agree or disagree with him. I'm almost done, bro. I'm almost done. I'm asking. It's not whether I agree or disagree. I thought it was interesting. So I wanted you to make the connections. I'm not quizzing you. You couldn't afford the tuition where I work. So again, and you certainly wouldn't get in. So again, I'll ask you again. What is the connection to 1970? That was your point.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I can get in. You're right. I don't know if I can get in. I don't know if I can get into some of those East Coast colleges. I probably don't have.
It's a university. But keep going. I'm just asking how it's like that one, because that one kind of threw me off, because that was internal. There was also the World War that was going on. Like it was a whole different thing. They had extended themselves. Niggas had extended themselves. He was command stuff. Rasputin was creating all kinds of shit back on the domestic front. You had stuff from 05. It's like I don't see the parallels. I was just asking.
The parallels that I'm making is there was loyalty towards one individual, right? I think there was just loyalty towards Dr. Nicholas, and once that person fell, it created the power vacuum, which allowed Lenin and others, and I can't go through the whole bullshit with the revolution song at all. But Trotsky and Lenin's people. So if I could just go back to where I was at, so I wasn't ready to debate, all of Russia. But I do think that this is going to create a power vacuum. Now, I don't know about ground forces, whether or not you can dethrone, similar to like what's happening in Venezuela, whether or not you can dethrone the regime, but the forces that I've seen, the amount of destruction that has happened to the apparatus and the military, I don't foresee this bureaucracy continuing with this amount of destruction to their military capabilities.
What destruction? What has been? So what reports are you seeing? What destruction are you? What has been? What capabilities have been destroyed?
From what I've seen, they're within a day of losing total air supremacy. We in conjunction with Israel, basically have near air dominance. If they can't control the Strait of Hormuz, which I don't think they will be able to. It's hard to fund the regime. It's hard for them economically to stay up. And the protests against the regime will be massive. So I just don't foresee somebody else being able to step up into the echelon and maintain the type of control that Khomeini was able to create.
Okay, so in air supremacy, Iran isn't even attempting to maintain air supremacy. Everybody knows that. Right, so when somebody says the United States and Israel have reached air supremacy over Iran, they do not attempt, the Iranians do not attempt to maintain air supremacy. They didn't attempt it during the last time they did.
The fall of the Tsar, it was totally how would you? I don't know, man. It's hard to get my mind around it. That's fine. Now, people want to know, do you know there's been more than one Ayatollah?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, do you not think they have a succession plan in place? Everybody knows the HBO show.
I don't think, from what we've seen over the past violence in Iran. And it's not just the Ayatollah that's been killed. The defense minister is dead. The leader of the army is dead. I mean, they have wiped out. They wiped out some of the family. They killed the son-in-law. They killed the daughter-in-law. And it's just a decimation of their forces, not only from the strike from last year, but till today. And I don't even want to take the throne. When if you can't protect the Ayatollah, I mean, what makes you think, you protect yourself? I mean, it's kind of same thing with the cartel. I mean, if you can't lead, you can't lead. Then you got to make a deal. And I don't foresee this theocracy maintaining the force that it's had. It's been done.
Okay.
You taught at a university.
Can you explain why it's similar to Saddam Hussein? I'm so country I'm teaching on Clubhouse. Go ahead.
I thought you were a Rutgers.
No, I'm not. Go ahead. Whoever sings it. Oh, Trent, do you mind explaining why the Iranian operation is similar to the Saddam Hussein operation? There are sequence of events.
Good to see you.
Trent, are you in the Matrix? No, just asked you a question.
How are you in the Matrix? Can you say that again now? It's good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too, Trent. So you mentioned, you compared the Ayatollah's death today to Nicholas in Russia and also Saddam Hussein. Do you mind breaking down the comparison to Saddam Hussein?
Yeah, same thing. Like they one by one picked up the leadership in Iraq. You had a power vacuum, and they had to reconvene. And there were things that were favorable to the United States. Now, of course, the difference, we now needing both of the difference. There was ground forces, there was total control over Baghdad and Tikrit and Fallujah, all their cities. They couldn't access oil. So there was no income to make. But I think we're seeing the same scenario. I don't know what country can maintain without air security.
Recently, I was at a protest that some Iraqi people were doing in Nashville, Tennessee, at the Parthenon there, and they were saying that some of their family members back in Iraq, and this is just a couple years ago, their family members still didn't have electricity. The Americans had put a totally corrupt regime in. They were extorting money out of everything. It made their life there in Iraq even worse. So they were trying to get people's attention. I think it was 2019, 2020, around that time.
So I was away from my phone. Yeah. So in one breath, like you say that there's this there's like this focus on loyalty, right? And in another breath, you're speaking to the distinct differences as it relates to like that ground campaign, there being tons of military people, boots on the ground. I don't really see the Saddam Hussein comparison just yet. I don't know. I guess we'll see in a couple of days, but I'm struggling a bit to make a connection right now.
Saddam also didn't have tens of thousands of people prior to the invasion of the United States protesting his regime, trying to get his overthrow outside of the Kurds, I think, in the north. But there was pretty much total control of the nation.
this was already a nation that was in flux. And there's already a desire for a revolution. So I just, you got the police in the city. When the police force is with the protesters, I don't see how anybody can maintain it. So we'll see.
So you don't believe the reports that 20 to 30,000, whatever the number is, the people were killed over the past couple of months?
Yeah, no, I do believe that. I do believe that. I believe it's 20 to 30,000. Yes.
Okay. But the police didn't talk.
All right. Maybe you didn't understand what I said. With the police, in some places, were also seen participating or being hands off with these protesters for quite some time. I won't say participating, but they were not going in and trying to make arrests because they feel some of the same things too. I just don't think we can maintain it. When you cut off the lights and you cut off the money, people change.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't want to sound Islamophobic. I don't want to sound like a New World subject.
I was gonna say it.
What's up?
I was gonna say it. Maybe I don't know what I'm gonna say, but I was gonna say just I also don't want to sound Islamophobic, but like this is like rallying, like solidifying effect that religion has on people that allows them to like, go through the dungeon and then go through all the bullshit, right? And so, in my mind at least, like, there's something to Islam that would, in my head at least, allow the Iranians to like, dig their heels in a way that wouldn't necessarily be true for other countries.
I mean, a lot of people imagine the people of Iran to be one represent that many will believe that the Iranians abroad in the so-called diaspora are representative of a critical mass, perhaps even the majority of the people in the country. Now, I'm not an expert enough to know if that's true, but my suspicion makes me feel like that's not true. The other thing, relatedly, I think a lot of times people in moments like this, they project themselves or their subjectivity or our sort of Western subjectivity onto people in other parts of the world that don't have that subjectivity. And it is possible that there are people in Iran, I would probably argue a critical mass of them, who did not like the regime, but also don't like the United States or Israel. Those people are never accounted for in these conversations, ever. And I don't know what the future looks like with them. They might be the plurality. I have no idea. But the binaristic thinking, because you're in the sway of a president, the bully pulpit, who only thinks of binaries. Speaking of which, did y'all see those tonsil stones that were flying out of the back of his mouth during the State of the Union? Absolutely disgusting. About 7 tonsil stones during the State of the Union flew out of the back of Donald Trump's mouth while he was speaking. And people had zoomed in, you could see it land on the podium and where they kept the book with the speech. And you all know what tonsil stones are. I don't know if there's anything more disgusting than tonsil stones that come out of the human body. I mean, all things considered, blood, shit, feces, splooge, squirt, urine, etc. Tonsil stones are absolutely, at least, I saw videos, at least 7 tonsil stones fall out of his mouth if it's not AI. Absolutely disgusting. Okay. So I don't know why people forget there's another category of people who don't like the regime, but they also don't like Israel and the United States. And the way the Israelis, Netanyahu in particular, they might actually not have an issue with Israelis. They just don't like people like Netanyahu. Like like that speech he gives, this is your moment, your rallying cry, we're the Lions and all that stuff. These are people that are bombing their homeland. I don't know. I think that these analyses are too simplistic, but maybe you guys are right.
And all that like threat levels to bring them together to consolidate, like, oh, we're all in this, like we're the victims, you know. And remember back in 2020, like we were some of the most compliant people, but then a few of them started to rise up and gonna question the government in Israel. Then the whole thing with Palestine broke out, and then, you know, we've never gotten any kind of resolution or justice for anything that the police state's done here, much less anywhere else. No one seems like they're going to.
So, Dan, I just got this from Rachel Scott from ABC News. President Trump just told me he believes the Supreme Leader is dead. When I asked if the Supreme Leader is dead, the president said, we believe so. I asked if he knew definitely. He said, I don't want to say anything definitively until I see things where we believe he is, and much of their leaders are gone, not only from the one side, but the other two sides that we attacked. We have great intelligence, and so we think much of the leadership is gone.
So I just saw across my screen, Trump, Iran Supreme Leader is dead. So that's the statement that he made. It's 5:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the breaking news.
Hey, man, I've been wanting you to ask a question. Just pardon me for my ignorance. Can you explain for me, the slow people in the room, what is the UAE connection? Why they catch you strays?
Oh, it's just anybody that is allied with the United States. There are U.S. assets there. They're Sunni, right? Mm-hmm. And UAE, they're Sunni. Yes. Iran themselves too. What? Iran's not Sunni.
No, not Iran. I'm talking about Saudi and all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that doesn't hurt either. You know, you get a little too for. And so there's a bunch of assets, bases, installations, etc. And they've been tearing up Bahrain. My best friend brother's in Bahrain. Hey, he nervous. He died. This is going all around him. Boom. So, you know, that's what it is. It's that they're their partners. And they said they were going to do this. They said they were going to. They said it would be a region. If you do something like this, not hit the song. So they said they would do it. And they done. Just like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When he said these things would come to pass, they came to pass.
Yes, that's you know, I stay out of this kind of stuff because you guys know way more than me, but when you start hitting resorts and stuff like that, now it's costing people that don't care what you have to say money at this point.
Well, the problem is these are the repercussions these are the repercussions when you have a quote preemptive strike. You weren't preempting anything. Look, Donald Trump gave a speech last night. He said that he said troops, that people could die. They don't give a shit. Boomer brain. And he does the bidding of Benjamin Netanyahu, and he wants to go down in history as the guy that killed, whatever. They don't care. So yeah, they're gonna blow up the malls, the airports. They're gonna blow up a bunch of shit. They can't reach the United States, notwithstanding the propaganda that they have something to make it across the ocean. That's kind of stupid. But they don't care. I don't know why. I don't know why you guys are so enamored with vacationing in that part of the world. This shit could pop off at any moment. I would not. I gotta go to Dubai. I gotta go see somebody get shot on. You can do that shit in Atlantic City. You can do it in Columbia, South Carolina. You can do it in Nevada. You don't need to go over there and do that. If you want to see somebody get shot on and play some blackjack and drink alcohol, you can do that here. I don't know why people want to go to that desert. I don't go to that. I'll never go to the Middle East in my life. Hello?
Columbia, South Carolina is the king of getting shitted on.
Well, the reason why I asked the question, Bam, is because I don't know whether it's verified I heard that the Palm Resort Hotel, Palm Hotel and Resorts got hit. I'm like, is that a military installation? I mean, or is it just a flashing out? Hey, everybody can get it.
So,
I don't know whether that's verified.
it is verified, but here's what's happening. They can't hit like Ben said, they can't hit Israel, they can't hit the American targets.
What do you mean they can't hit Israel? Are you seeing the videos of
They hit Israel. They hit Israel as we speak.
Let me so they have to expend so much to try to hit Israel, and because of the Iron Dome and the American targets that they're going after the soft targets. And what landed in front of the Bahrain Hotel, all that you could hit, got hit in the front. It wasn't like a major strike. You got one strike on the Kuwait airport, and so it's here and there. But to me, all it's doing is unite, Saudi Arabia and the UAE and these other countries against them. And I actually think that their biggest mistake.
So it's pretty much what I said. Everybody can get it.
Yes, everybody. And they told you.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody can get it. And they told you. We knew this was going to happen last night because that it was going to happen, or 2 days ago, whatever it was, because Huckabee, Ambassador Huckabee, in between channeling Jesus and misreading Genesis, told all his people to get out of there. So we know what's going to happen then.
This is what happens. They don't have. I don't think they have their command and control. I don't think they know what to do.
Trent, stop this. You don't think they have their command and control? How are they responding?
So
you don't think they're doing it from Clubhouse? Like, it's just bombs flying from anywhere? What are you saying, bro?
What I'm saying is their top leadership, right, has been eliminated. And so I don't think they have the best people at the helm, because I didn't understand the attacks on
Here's what I think. I think it's very helpful sometimes before we open our mouths, we really think about what we're saying, especially in a room full of people, because individuals will jump at the opportunity to make you look stupid. Like, come on, bro.
Baku, Azerbaijan, I don't know if I'm saying that right, I'm probably way off. The former Trump Tower Baku project is the closest Trump-branded development to Iran. It's located approximately 180 miles north of the Iranian border. So y'all know they got missiles that could hit that. What are they doing?
No one cares about the Trump Hotel in Azerbaijan.
It's just a name on the hotel. Like,
it's branded. The Trump Hotel is just the brand. It's the only hotel. It's just branded. Who else is next? Come on, let's keep it going.
Yeah, so to what Trent was saying previously, if you count the number of missiles from different statements of U.S. government, which said something like, CENTCOM said it fielded 300 missiles, Bahrain said 100. If you combine all of those statements together, you get a number that is approaching in one day more missiles than, and this is the reported one, more missiles than in all of the 12-day war combined. Which means, and we're still getting the news, right, from the airport strike, and then drones are not counted in any of those statements. This points to that Iran was ready, and it was retaliating with quite a large capacity.
Like Trump hotels would be a good place for human trafficking, though, people.
I'm just trying to look through all of the rhetoric, trying to see behind the rhetoric and see, because I know that real estate investors invested heavy in Dubai because it's where a lot of money is. I'm trying to figure out what's the play, because I know people have got to be losing money. It's just like anything else. If you, even though that particular hotel is owned by that particular hotel is owned by whatever the royal family or whatever, it's privately owned. If it goes crap, everything around it loses value, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the play.
The play would lose value. I think that would be the play. Why are you buying?
Just bring it a smart city rebuild like they do every.
No, that's what I'm saying, because a lot of people that support Trump also have investments heavily over there. So if they're saying, yeah, Trump go do this, okay, and they're going to retaliate and bomb places where we are heavily invested and we're going to lose money, there has to be something behind that. There has to be a play behind it.
The play is stay away from the Middle East. Ben said it right.
Okay, you're not hearing my point, man. Jeez, you're not hearing my point. I'm not emotional at all. If they support Trump to actually do what he's doing, knowing Iran is going to say anybody can get it, and they have heavy investments in the Middle East already and have for a long time. The real estate is a great investment over there. They have been putting money over there. I own REITs and things over there. My point is, what is the play to say, yeah, Trump go do this? Iran is going to hit everybody around there. They may hit Dubai. We're going to lose money. There has to be a play after that.
Remember the Bin Laden family got a lot of money in construction when stuff got fucked up in the Middle East already?
I'm sorry, what is the play with tariffs? You can do it every Trump policy, which seems to be counter economic prosperity of the United States. Like, why would his foreign policy be pro-business? Are his tariff policy pro-business? Have you seen what he's doing with Anthropic, the AI company? Is that pro-business? Why are you expecting pro-business foreign policy from Donald Trump? Or economic development of Middle East from Donald Trump? If you read the statements from Qatar and like everybody else, the second line is about this harms the economic development of the region. Like they're all complaining about it.
Yeah, you need to move money off the Dubai, brother.
Because when you move now, it's blown up.
So you're going to turn around and bring in some dude who never lived in Iran, and he's just going to be accepted as the fucking president?
I mean, it's the strangest thing. Well, maybe it'd be prime minister. I don't know. No, king. You know, you want a constitutional monarchy. He would be the king. And Miss Queen, the Bin Laden family, it was his Bin Laden's dad. They were really, 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 really wealthy long before what you're talking about. In fact, if I recall correctly, they were responsible for the refurbishments and building up of the holy cities, Mecca and Medina. They were massive in construction and building company along all of that. So you're off only by about 30 years, maybe 40 years. Otherwise, I think.
What about their business going on?
Well, yeah, they still have some business. I mean, Osama was kicked out. He was involved in the businesses. I believe he had holdings and did some work when he was in Khartoum. I'm doing some memory. I apologize.
I just saw they could build it back, I guess, and get, like, if you're like, who's benefiting out?
Israel, that's your benefiting.
city built back then. There's a crossover, I mean.
Smart city? You think that the new temple for the Jews is going to be a smart city? Herodotus couldn't.
Everybody consolidated in these small spaces so they can just they flooded Nashville and then they built it back better, a smart city.
Nashville,
Lots of places. Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee. I think they're doing this all over the world. They're just fucking shit up so they can get construction going.
You said the temple, though. What's going to do with the temple?
To be fair, the temple is a little bit of a smart city because they need a genetically engineered heifer, like a red heifer. So that part is smart.
Not just any heifer, one from Texas, by the way.
Exactly.
Can they just throw some paint on it, some bear paint on it?
Then it won't work. It has to be,
I used to know a red heifer once. I called her Candy. I met her in Southeast DC. She was a docent at the Frederick Douglass Museum. Yeah, she was a red heifer.
Earlier, you got interrupted. You were talking about something interesting, and you asked the question. Yes, it was in Khartoum.
Yeah, it's in Khartoum in Sudan. Yeah, they had big holdings there. It was a very big, definitely, it's all this money, the money you got from there definitely helped finance Al-Qaeda, or the base, as it was known, early on, for sure.
Yeah, and what we know from the remaining Bin Laden family, especially the niece of Osama Bin Laden, Noor Bin Laden, they are, she is at least a rabid Donald Trump supporter and is part of the MAGA movement that is in procurement.
It's all coming full circle now.
Yes, the Bin Ladens love Trump. I don't know, people probably don't know that. Yeah, they love Trump.
To benefit all the things like getting destroyed, people that gotta be in constructing stuff back in open property like that,
Conspiracy and neoliberal, I'd love for you to explain your theory. How does Iran maintain its missile drone complex? By the way, this is for you don't mind clean up a bit. They just destroyed the ballistic missile complex in Iran. So how, without air superiority, does Iran refuel and resupply its drones and missile complex?
You put the missiles on a Toyota Hilux and they launch it from there.
So friend, I don't have a theory. All I said was, up to this point, if you combine the number of missiles that have been circulating in media, like Bahrain said so many missiles were launched from Iran on Bahrain, and then the United States says 300, they fielded 300 missiles, and you combine all of those things, it shows that at least for the majority of the day, right, Iran maintained the capability to launch those missiles, which if you count them, would be approaching the total number of missiles they launched during the 12-day war, which means the capability, at least for today, was there. And given that the majority of the strikes occurred simultaneously on Iranian time in the morning, right, it means that those strikes, the majority of them, still, whatever capability they destroyed, they maintained enough to make that type of a show of force.
I thought this was joking. To me, the problem is once you lose air superiority, very similar to trying to deliver drugs across the ocean. Once those Reaper drones are out and they can hit you at any moment, it gets really difficult. Plus, I would assume that Assad has tremendous amounts of intel, and I think the populace will begin to rat out the other folks, and start to have people traitors to the regime. Because to be honest, I don't know what they're serving at this point. I don't know that without commenting, I don't know who you're serving, what you're serving, who was serving before. That's a great question. It reminds me of the Nazis.
Wait now.
So let me finish what I'm saying. It reminds me so what I'm saying is it reminds me of the Nazis in 1945, how they continued to put up a fight, even especially like February 45, when it was clear that the war was lost and there was nothing to fight for outside of penalty for.
This is terrible. It's terrible.
China doesn't say anything though. Many groups.
I don't know what the people serving the old theocracy of Iran.
Monty could be. I appreciate the pause.
It's kind of dope. I like it though.
Yeah, let it come. Let's go.
It's getting like Miami Ice / Middle East.
Nazi comparison is absolutely insane. It doesn't really tell us anything like because throughout history, many groups, will continue to fight for a particular idea or institution, even though, the sustainability of institution can be called the question.
Well, wait, hold on. You're wrong because, there were still monarchists after the American Revolution.
Well, again, do with me on the analogy. January 1945, February 45. It's very clear that Germany going to lose. However, people still go out and sacrifice themselves, for Hitler. But I think once Hitler was gone, right? I don't know what these people are serving, but that's I think the psychological thought of winning neutral leader. I think it's the fact that
it's not just the leader, it's also the idea of strength.
I don't think they agree. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think they agree with the ideals of the regime because that's why they have the protests. You know what I'm saying?
But what proportion of the population, is agrees with the protests, and then secondly, what proportion of the population, who may agree with the protest but disagree with foreign intervention. Just because they're with the protest doesn't mean that they're going to be gung-ho about the U.S. coming in and dictating terms to them.
I don't disagree with you there at all. I would love to hear from neoliberals closest. I've heard estimations that it's 30 to 40% of the population that is vehemently against the regime, but I'd love to, these are American figures. I'd love to know what
He said you were closest because, Iranians, you're a fake agent.
How can we leave any numbers that are coming out about favorability or whatever in Iran? I just don't trust it at all. The Shah was looking pretty popular too, and then a bunch of fucking people in rural communities came in and they fucked him up. We don't know how popular the Ayatollah is in Iran.
Then we don't know how popular the protests are either. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how people, I'm a big sister book in the chat. Everybody on the internet is now expert in Iran. Wouldn't know Farsi if it came out of their ass with a Farsi.
insane.
By virtue of geographical placement, I have a higher on political access to Iranian protests.
That's what I was surmising. I would think that you.
That was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah, I know it was a joke. I would say you would know more than me because, again, I would take, like what everybody's saying, protests and videos can sometimes be misleading to, what the actual majority is. But I would love to know what, you think as far as what do most people think?
I don't, that's why I'm not making forecasts. That's why I'm surprised you're making forecasts.
When people had come into contact with that were protesting anything about it, there were Iraqis that are relocated in Nashville, Tennessee area, and they were protesting at
the Parthenon. Yeah, the Parthenon.
Parthenon, yeah. And they gave me one of the flyers, and on the flyer it talks about they still, after all these years of war, they still don't got electricity back. All this horrible stuff, like people can't make any money, they're starving still, and they corrupt people in power and left everything up to corrupt.
What's up, Trent?
Well, good to see you.
Me too.
I do have to say some of the Trump tweets about Obama attacking Iran before an election. There really is a tweet for everything. I know it's a cliche, but it's totally insane to look at some of the tweets of what he said about Obama and attacking Iran.
And that's what
even Stephen Miller from a year and a half ago.
Yeah, in fact, if you vote for Kamala, should have sent your kids to die in Iran.
Yeah, MAGA is okay. We have America first, but when Trump changes and comes up with a new initiative, whether right or wrong,
MAGA first.
We just recalibrate whatever beliefs or principles we have to align with whatever Trump says, and that changes by the minute. So he could turn around 2 days from now and say, okay, the whole bombing campaign in Iran is done. We've achieved some victory, and MAGA would be like, yeah, you don't mess with Donald Trump, We don't have a Trump doctrine. We have TC come in here and tell us about a Trump doctrine and use Nigeria as an example. Gosh, he hadn't read a damn thing about the Nigeria.
Let's steel man, as the Black Muses and other failed debate bros and failed podcasters say, let's steel man. So, let's say a regime was hated, and the regime and the leader of the regime, his top captains and lieutenants, are dead. Hey man, it should be over in a week.
No. Was the Iraq war over in a week after he captured Saddam Hussein?
The military part of it was more than a week. I think
it's not the military part that is to be considered as of right now. Military part is always easy for the USA. It's the part that comes later.
Yeah,
what are you going to do?
Yeah,
what are you going to do after you're done?
So I completely concur with you on that. The insurgency, the kind of strike.
You created ISIS because you called Saddam. ISIS, whatever you want to call them. Daesh fighters were created out of ex-Iraqi army.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is when does Iran lose its capability to fire off missiles and drones and threaten its neighbor?
Let me get that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say they would lose the capability to fire any kind of missiles and drones. The Israel or the Arab state.
Yeah, that's about what I think as well.
No, so here's the thing: the people. I'm with y'all. All right, I'm with you. All right. So there was
fear and your intelligence, everything is said. Iran has these capabilities. They have these terror networks of Hezbollah. Hamas is pretty much done that. They have Hezbollah and other terror networks in this threat. And the reason for not doing what they did today, last night and today, is so they wouldn't unleash that stuff.
That's not all.
So now look at 1 second.
Yes.
So. And so they were holding back. Now there's going to go back. So either two things are true. Either all the reports were wrong, and they were a lot weaker, and not nearly as threatening as everybody said. There's only a possibility, by the way. Let me give you the two options. Can I give you the two options?
Please.
Cool. One, and that's a possibility. Or two, it's still coming. So let's say, they blew out the they blew out the ballistic missiles, like all this stuff. Apparently, don't they have terror cells all over the country?
I'll tell you
Not
what.
all over the country, I mean all over the world, excuse me. All over the world?
After October 7th, 2023,
All over the world. Huh?
Israel started to unravel all of the Iranian.
How do I do this? I can't understand what you're saying. What language are you speaking?
You don't understand me.
What language are you speaking?
It's called English. Do you understand?
Start over. I understand that. I can understand. Start over.
After the 7th October attacks on Israel started to unravel the Iranian proxies all over the world. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, the Syrian rebels. They were all part of the great axis created by Iranians.
But the proxies were only in the Middle East. I thought they were all over the world.
No, they're all in the Middle East. They do not have proxies all over the world. Nobody has proxies all over the world.
Also, this was America doesn't have proxies all over the world. America don't have proxies all over the world. France doesn't have proxies all over the world.
What proxies do you think they have in India?
China doesn't have any proxies all over the world.
Starbucks is a proxy of the United States.
We gotta keep going.
Yeah, the two options. I think to get back to the idea of quote unquote straw manning, I think best case scenario is RGC taking, if the leadership is dead, whatever RGC leadership might be dead, they are easily replaced. RGC takes over and it becomes something like a more military dominated state like Pakistan. Right? I'm speaking.
Please.
Shah of Iran is a man. I did the Harris thing, sorry. And it becomes Pakistan type of a state where the United States does not necessarily have a good relationship, but it has good enough a relationship on intelligence level, and IRGC accommodates it in that sense, right? Because it's maybe in their best interest, and the only problem for them is the nuclear weapon thing, in fact, become more of a reality than not. Because the person blocking the nuclear weapons development was being fought by the supreme leader.
Can you imagine Trump's legacy if him killing Ayatollah leads to a lull in the IRGC invests as much as they can to develop nukes, and they get to nuking 15-20 years?
Whether it is Ayatollah or not Ayatollah, isn't that like what every every state is currently thinking.
But neoliberal, what's stopping them from becoming more like maybe Saudi Arabia as well, and maybe some of those other countries that are.
Do you mean monarchies?
Well, I mean, just like now they're starting to have more tourism, and they seem to be, I would say, normal, where it just seems like one of those chill, Middle East countries.
Just trying to say that Saudi Arabia is not normal, that shit don't go. But continue.
I mean, I see people.
I think that Trump will buy the property when it gets to.
Continue.
I'm saying, I see people going out to Saudi Arabia. I got friends who've been to Saudi Arabia multiple times. I don't really have people, at least on my word, that say, we want to go to Iran, but people want to go to Dubai, people want to go to these other, Middle East countries. I'm saying, what's stopping Iran from just
U.S. sanctions.
U.S. sanction? Okay, well, maybe they're getting the world.
If sanctions were not there, the people who would go to Saudi Arabia would have no problem going to.
They prefer black though.
Yeah, but you gotta understand that Iran is ancient Persia. This thing is not. I think a lot of people's heads are hurting at this conversation because it's like, what are you even talking about? This has already been prophesied about. Iran is actually Persia, and the Persians.
Can you explain the exonym and iron-doing differences between Iran and Persia?
Yeah, we're not gonna do all. What I'm saying, that's the difference. All of this stuff is already been prophesied, right? The people who read the stars, whatever your religion is, if you read the stars, you look at the sun, the moon, the stars, whatever. Yeah, at the end of the day, we gotta understand that war is inevitable because war is profitable.
Okay, if it's all foreseen, then we shouldn't do anything. Like, we shouldn't talk about it. It's also just gonna happen.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question on this, if you guys don't mind.
The sun and moon.
And it was some good words about hearing you. I enjoyed listening to you, bro. It seems like you got a lot of knowledge on your shoulders. I want to ask just everybody, we can have a discussion. I was just listening. Do you think this really will start World War III? I know a lot of people do saying things like North Korea may jump in, but I haven't seen anything. Or they may attack Japan, or China might make an attempt at Taiwan. Like, what do you think of the world? Are they going to react to America in this way, or?
I think they're just going to buy the property once it gets to the value to read it.
Can we stop on the property, please?
I really believe that's the core of it.
Yeah, of course.
It depends what's in their best interest economically.
I mean, there is a pathway.
Going back.
There is a pathway to like escalation into a regional war, but it's unlikely. Right? Like if mostly because the regional actors, despite somewhat like either being neutral or slightly siding in the United States or giving both sides statements, the real regional player is Turkey. Right? Turkey is very pissed about what the United States is doing. They consider it attack on Iran. It's very different from every other statement that other countries issued, right? In their statement, Turkey said that they consider this attack an attack on their sovereignty, not only Iranian sovereignty, but on their sovereignty. So this is also a challenge to Turkey's rise as the preeminent regional player, right? And they went through this stuff with Syria, right, and Syrian refugees and destabilization in Syria. They just recently basically succeeded with al-Shara government in Syria of stabilizing this situation. They don't want the repeat of that in Iran, right? So the pathway to World War III is constrained by, on one side, Azerbaijan, the other side, Turkey, that are probably not really interested in regional escalation whatsoever.
So when you say that, is it because Turkey was the leader of the last caliphate? It was the Sunni caliphate,
which was under or the leading of the Ottoman Empire. And no, brother said something about prophecy. I'm in, I'm into theology and stuff, but I don't want to bring that into the mix. Just want to talk about the politics side and the event side of it. But do you think that Turkey may have an interest in retaliating more than any other country in the region, even Iran itself, because of that?
Everybody other than Israel and the United States are interested in regional stability.
Yeah, I didn't think Turkey would, have any type of response to that. Israel and Iran are, and as far as I know, with this how this is going, I mean, it's really crazy, and to the point where Iran and Israel can actually take care, and Iraq can take care of themselves to the point they don't need America. I don't really know why. And I'm trying to figure out what America has to do with any of this, right? And what we need to be doing here. But I'm getting people telling me America's trying to take over Iran, Iraq, or Trump, whatever, and then I'm getting people telling me, because of the oil and all that, then I got people telling me, no, we're trying to help Iran, Iraq, or whatever, but if they can help themselves because they're rich, they have money. Matter of fact, we're dealing with them personally with that level. I know that for a fact, but I mean, are people Americans really concerned about the deaths that are going out there, or is this really about taking over?
Well, I'm concerned about the death, but I'd like to answer Edward's question. Okay, we recognize Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei will speak within minutes. Iran all along TV reports after Trump that everything was killed in ongoing U.S.
I thought they did 2 minutes ago, like hours ago, though.
They've been saying he's going to speak for
a while now.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on. So the answer
really was 2 minutes ago. They did.
I get it, but they've been saying since literally 7
official U.S. Official Iranian news channel saying it.
Yeah, I think it came out. Is it Con News? Is that the I don't know the abbreviation? But they have been saying. I think their foreign minister was on this morning saying that the minister was going to speak. Well, again, they've been saying that for a while now. I'll believe it when I see it. But to answer Kevin's question on what could happen. Now, I will say, I don't think, I agree with neoliberal. I think the chances of a regional conflict are unlikely just because Iran didn't have the fighting power. And Russia's already tied up in Ukraine, and China really hasn't come to their great aid. But what I do think could possibly happen. I think we've opened the door for China now to attack Taiwan. They would have the justification, just based upon the way the United States has carried itself as well as Russia, and I think they could make that move just based upon those things. I'm not going to say that it's.
So now Taiwan is in it, right?
Well, no. So Taiwan has always been the interest of China.
Oh my God! So we're just creating World War III, basically, right? I mean, like this is what's going on. Y'all can hit all the politics. Don't pick your one. I've been in politics too long and dealt with shit, but everybody doesn't want to everybody wants to go around like the real shit. Everybody wants to make all this political bullshit and stuff. Just be simple about it. I mean, America's going for them, Iran, Iraq for the oil, for the riches. And pretty much we're not helping them. We're just pretty much trying to control those two countries, right? it's going to happen. I mean, people want it to happen because this is supposed to do.
It's both oil and World War III.
So basically, come on, man.
Maybe I don't think there's going to be a world war. I don't think this is going to spark.
Dude, we've been saying that for like 2 years. I don't think it's going to be, but every freaking time, each year, y'all don't even think about it. It's another president or something. Yeah, it's about to be another World War III. We might end up going to World War III. That's all I'm fucking concerned about. Because in that case, I want to get my famous friends out of here. I don't care about the politics of this bullshit that everybody's getting on and dealing with it. That's so ignorant that we can just talk this shit out. Really, we really can. Compared to what countries try to take over another country because they either feel they're more powerful or we're looking for fucking their oil. We trying to grab this shit. I care about my fucking family and shit and shit like that. If shit's gonna happen, I'm gonna know. I don't care about
Bruce, I got bad news for you, bro. This is World War V, bro. World War III was cozy. I'm just saying, bro.
That's it. You get well for that shit. Come on, dude. It wasn't a world war, nigga. It was just something. It was not a world war. It was just something.
It was a world war.
Oh my God, kill yourself. Kill yourself right now, dude.
Listen. I'm not trying to come against you, bro. I just think that you're late. Level 3's already been terrible, man. We're in World War II.
I don't want to talk to you. Dude, you're not making any sense. That's the disease. You're not even, shut up, dude. Shit don't even make sense what you're saying.
And did we miss World War IV? Wait, bro. Bro, you got a ticket in the room. Bruce, you got a ticket, bro. You got a ticket, bro. You got a ticket.
You are I'm telling you, I got a ticket. I'm talking to you, nigga.
Listen.
President is assuming our report. But I think there's still no confirmation that this is going to be agreed to.
What about the president? You know, they have the government.
That's the question. Where is the apparently also answered.
It's so funny too because I remember the Iranian president, even with sanctions and everything, used to have a pretty visible presence in the West. I don't know if y'all remember Ahmadinejad. He would always come to the U.S. all the time. So this is interesting. So maybe the Ayatollah is dead and the president is dead.
2006. I prayed at the same masjid with Ahmadinejad and got my ass whooped for calling out a soldier because he walked into the masjid with his shoes on. He was one of the representatives for that AU summit that was held in Banjul. And, I'm used to seeing them basically, not his people, I'm talking about government soldiers, and I almost got my ass whooped for that because I had the audacity to tell the guy, take off your fucking shoes, you're walking by, stuff. And immediately after that, it didn't take long, his regime went away. But one of the things he did was actually, from that region, was some of those so-called friendly governments to get training, military training to Iran. Now, I don't know what their rationale behind it was, but I don't think it's kind of produced any sort of benefit because I don't think any of those so-called militaries will come out and help them. But that was some funny, weird thing. You brought up his name and I just remembered that thing. Sorry.
Yeah, so I just want to confirm with you guys. Is it true that Israel got hit as well?
Yeah, man. We have to talk to that.
Can I put my 2 cents in, if you guys don't mind? I believe it's about China. The wars about China becoming powerful and Russia.
I mean, if you're saying,
But let me give you some China before. Hold on, a little. Because if he thinks that was 2 cents, that was no more than a cent. Here's a penny back, bro. Your 2 cents weren't even worth the 2 pennies, bro. That's all you got? It's about China, it's about Russia, that's it? Like how? Explain how it's about them. Like,
lay it out the esports. Alright, guys, okay.
Can I get my 2 cents on the issue?
Well, China and the US, they've been in a war. They've been to, technology war. They've been to a lot already. And then they're both using each other. Russia already defeated the NATO. They're defeating them on the other side,
No,
America understands Russia is doing what?
Russia's not fighting NATO.
What do you think your war in Ukraine is? They're defeating NATO.
It's not the Americans, it's not no NATO troops. Hold on, bro, calm down. There are no NATO troops involved. NATO involved. Now, there are NATO countries in
China's going to take over America.
Nothing to.
China's becoming the number 1 country in this earth,
No, bro, I think you're so disconnected from geopolitics.
It's power.
No, it has nothing to do with that. So the situation with Russia and Ukraine, it goes back historically because Russia actually started with the native land, Kiev. So it was also about the former USSR. And the former surrounding and border of countries that actually separated because Russia's not good strategically from a military standpoint. They're landlocked and pretty much like any invasion from what they would call the threat of Western Europe was very easy. Russia historically under the USSR was under the comfort of having bordering countries that actually kept them from being invaded or having to deal with the politics, but the loyalty was still to Russia. So when the Ukraine war actually got started, which really goes back to 2013, 2014, it was obtaining those 3 territories in Ukraine. But then eventually there's this historical claim back to Kiev, because Kiev, which is the capital of Ukraine, used to be the center of the Slavic empire, if you want to call it that. So it's just trying to get back to a form of USSR, a form of loyalty with bordering countries like
strike, but we have a very good idea who the next leader will be. Which I'm gonna read into that because I know some things far ahead. There may be a possibility the reason why this vice president was spared, but we'll see.
Frank, it's very beautiful to see contorting that you do with any use of information. Wow, okay, so this is some type of a 3D chess plan, and this vice president specifically is the Delcy Rodriguez. Okay.
Well,
what do you know about the what do you know about the ref?
I don't know anything about it.
So how are you making that judgment?
How am I making that judgment?
Yes.
I don't know anything about Ruff, but I know about Trump, and Trump he just makes statements that like you kind of it's his hints. He drops hints because he can't keep his mouth closed. And when he says we have a very good idea who the next leader would be, I would not put it past them to have gone in to have infiltrated the government and tried to find a friendly. Basically what they did in Venezuela.
That could also just mean that they know how power's going to flow.
Well, they could know the succession. Yeah, I'm with you. They could know the succession plan, but I think if you do this, you don't do this without having somebody that you either a general or somebody in power that you can look to gain control. So I don't. Like I said, I'm not going to go too far into it. It's just one statement from Trump. But, you always leave little tidbits.
I mean, if that's true, honestly, that wouldn't be the worst outcome. RF supported the Green Revolution, he's a reformist, but you know what's ridiculous? The rest of the government was also reformist. Like Ezeshka, who's dead, well, presumably since Vice President is taking over the presidency, both Pezeshkian and RF are reformists. Do you think the reformist movement in Iran will have higher or lower credibility after this? Or the hard-righters would have higher credibility?
Can I ask a question that might hurt people feeling? Is American empire in fall? Hold on, please, Fish. Hold on. Chuck, you answered me earlier, but I'm curious what your answer is.
I agree with this question.
Sorry?
I agree with
I'm saying if what you were saying is true, you're in that situation, that wouldn't be the worst outcome. So I hope it's true. I hope you're right? But both RF and Masoud Pezeshkian, which is presumably dead, that's why Vice President RF was the Vice President, is now assuming presidency and control, right? So let's assume Pezeshkian is dead. Both of them are reformists. RF supported the Green movement, right? So do you think the reformist movement after this war will have higher credibility or lower credibility vis-a-vis the hardliners, let's say, in IRGC?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know enough about Iranian politics to comment to you guys on that. So I can't even make it. You would know better than me.
Well, it would be strange to bomb a government that is reformist to keep the government that is reformist, wouldn't it?
I mean, there's a lot that happened. There's something that's against dollar. There's a lot that happened. Please, brother, please.
The petrodollar.
So I had a follow-up question to that, or another question regarding the region. If you guys, I don't know if some of this correct question on that last question, right? Okay, I'll go ahead and ask. Does anybody suspect, and I think this is actually real evidence for it, that this has been a long agenda of Israel's with the backing of the U.S. for the idea of greater Israel? And And is anyone familiar with the idea of Greater Israel?
I know about the Zionist movement.
Yeah, so Theodore Herzl, I believe it is, in '96, wrote about Zionism, and it's been a long agenda that's been for it. Even when you look at some of the Israeli IDF coat of arms and some of the badges they have a map of what they will call Greater Israel, which is pretty much, it will show the region between the two rivers. So the Israeli flag is rumored to portray that artistically, about the two blue lines that you see on the flag, which actually involves the Nile River and the Euphrates River. So there's this idea. So what I'll do, I'll actually post it in my PTR now, and you guys can check it out. So I have it in there now. If you refresh your PTR, you'll see that the lower badge below the flag of Israel, they have this badge that they wear is called the Greater Israel. And this badge actually shows the regions between the two rivers, what encompasses what they would call Greater Israel. My question is, do you guys think that the stabilization of major, I wouldn't say like to say Arab because there's different ethnic groups, and I think that would be unfair to say that, but let's just say Middle Eastern countries, do you think that the fall of these in succession was to achieve the goal of getting this?
No, I do not believe that.
Okay, no problem. I was just wondering, what do you think your opinion is as far as, do you think it's totally about Iran and their enrichment levels and their nuclear program and things like that?
I think that the Israelis have lost their minds and in their heart of hearts believe that, in order to guarantee their security, they need to lord over the region. And in order to do that, they need to put down all of their enemies, with the big enemy being Iraq. And to the extent that they can, the Americans can work together to, cordon off and restrict Iran, they'll do whatever they can to do that.
I think that what you said was pretty much like a summary and a circumlocution to what it is I just said. You said they do it so that they can have control over the region. And Greater Israel is that.
No, but control from security standpoint is different from having control over the actual land, right?
You can have peace, and that would be control.
Okay, no, thanks, not.
But you're right.
So like, getting whipping Iran into shape doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go and commandeer or conquer territory from Jordan and Egypt, etc.
No, yeah, I'm not saying occupy it, but whatever the case may be, what I hope though is that Israel is just stopping their nuclear program, allowing the government to reform itself, and then hopefully Iran will turn back to the way it was.
Well, there's no nuclear program to stop because Israel's nuclear program is already done and it's good to go. So
No, we're calling Iran's nuclear program.
I guess my bad.
Okay, no problem. No, that's all right. I was just wondering, that's my hope that they allow Iran to get back to the way it was, I think in the 70s. And I think, because Iran was pretty great in the 70s from what I remember. I think they had a uniform Hollywood. The women were pretty free. Education was really high.
They have a fantastic cinema, actually. We could all watch a great Iranian film. I think it's called Wild Cherries. It's beautiful films. Great art, great
Wait,
food.
wasn't the presumed nuclear program stopped by Trump already?
No, they took down the facilities and they delayed it, but they didn't eliminate it. And
it was a memory.
No, not necessarily. So a nuclear program is in several parts.
Well, I understand that America is getting controlled by the Israelis, of course.
Please.
It's not allowed to be controlled. That's a given.
So Iran, I think, is still mining uranium, right? So they make the nuclear weapon.
Enriching.
No, so the Trump lies. So the Trump lies.
Mining uranium is different. Enriching is different. Enriching is when you separate a uranium-235 and 238. The heavier 238 funnels out, and that's via the centrifuge. The center actually sends up to 235. You must get the 235 to 90 plus or 96% for it to be weapons grade. So it's all about removing the heavier elements. And the idea of making the weapon, whether it's fission or thermonuclear, that the payload delivery and all that is something they have to figure out altogether on their own. Then it's delivery of the payload. Like they can make a bomb, but can they make an efficient bomb to put in a payload small enough for a rocket to carry it? So it takes a lot to do that. But the enrichment of its camouflage, we may not. Correct. Well, it's not about it may be limited intelligence, but
It's okay, man. You can tell the truth. You exaggerate it. It's okay, man. You can say it. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, I would exaggerate.
It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, I think there's some sort of nuclear program still.
So why does IAEA say that they don't have a nuclear weapons program?
Well, nuclear weapons program is specifically found. Nuclear enrichment of uranium is done. Mining and enrichment of uranium is done.
You just got here and you're talking over everyone. You need to relax. You need to relax. You just got here. People are having a conversation and you're talking over here.
So when you say information, I know more.
It's fine. You can do that without interrupting people.
That's what I'm not interrupting.
You're interrupting me right now.
People do.
You're interrupting me right now. Okay. Okay. So when we said we found it, is it like being his own went to Iran and found it? What does that mean? United States own intelligence said they don't have nuclear weapons program before the 12-day war.
It's different. So, the nuclear weapons program is military and government intent to weaponize a nuclear weapon. However, mining and enrichment is totally different. That's what the centrifuges are.
Thank you. That was the point. So there is a difference between the nuclear weapons program and an enrichment uranium, right?
Yes, sir.
So U.S. own government said that there is no nuclear weapons program. Then Trump said that the nuclear weapons program was decimated and obliterated, right?
And now he's going to the facility, which is true.
Whatever.
Well,
The facilities of what? The facilities of what?
Facilities would be like centrifuges, so that's what you need. Okay. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So if they were limited and decimated, then what is happening right now?
They
reconstituted it in what time period?
In the period since June.
Oh, do we have any non-Israeli intelligence for that?
Yes.
Because it seems just now, right? A senior U.S. official speaking to Fox News said the reason for this attack has nothing to do with nuclear weapons threat. It's about ballistic backfire.
That's one of the yeah, it's actually
let me just work with neoliberal's point here. So that's a PR story you're saying about the nuclear program, but this was a regime change thing. I mean, like, why are we playing games? Like, it's fine, right? And maybe, hold on, let me make this point. And maybe if this exact war plan had been presented to Biden and it said we can take out senior leadership in 12 hours, I don't know, maybe Biden would have looked for that.
Obviously,
we don't need to hide and say it was a nuclear program. That's like very, very secondary. Very, very secondary.
How's the regime changed? How has the regime changed?
You take out senior leadership. You take it. So you're saying, okay, so I just want to get this right. You're saying taking out 10 of the highest ranking people in one government is not a regime change? What the hell is it?
Okay, so decapitation.
Command and control. You just say decapitation or command and control. Yeah, that's not a regime change if a deputy just step in and have the same plans and the same aims.
Correct.
Hold on. What Trump said in his speech overnight is that this is about regime change. I completely agree with you.
It is about regime change, but the question is, did regime change?
Yes.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what the purpose of it was. What the purpose of the strike was.
Yeah, so
you took out the cabinet of the Trump administration, including Trump, and the only person left was J.D. Vance. I would call that regime. You would call that a regime?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Eric Trumper documented that. No, just killing the top guys doesn't mean it's a regime change.
Why did he say it? So he said it.
Trump's statement was in regards to the goal, the telos of the entire mission. The airstrikes and everything is not the thing that actually brought regime change, but it's the start or the mechanism to bring a future regime change.
Correct. Correct. Oh my God. Oh, you just being semantic.
I don't disagree with you. You don't even have to make a point.
I don't disagree. It's not about that. I just wanted to say to Trump's point is that when you take out, let's say, the whole cabinet, for example, in 1947 we have the Presidential Succession Act, right? So it's not like things are not in place that if, let's say, a whole cabinet or leadership were to be eliminated, that all of a sudden now the government will fall apart and that'll be it. There are succession plans. And to act as if Iran does not have one would be kind of like it.
One second. So y'all are too hard to disagree. Okay, I'm in agreement. This was to put the ball in motion for regime change. Okay? Yeah, disagreement.
I disagree.
We don't. I just want us to go.
Yeah, to offer the Persian people the opportunity for that. But taking out the ballistic missiles and taking out the nuclear facilities are also key. If at any point they had agreed that they wouldn't develop a nuclear weapon, that might have prevented what happened.
Okay, I have a question. So what comes after? First it was nuclear, then it was ballistic, then are you going to take away their guns? Working through the ladder, that's interesting. What comes after the ballistic weapon? Does AK-47s qualify as a threat? Ballistic weapons weren't on the list when the conversation was about the nuclear weapons. They are on the list now. They weren't on the list before.
They were part of the negotiation. Yes, they've always been.
They weren't. No, they weren't.
Because they know there's nothing you can do. Yeah, they are.
Exactly.
They've always been.
Now they are. But before they were.
You might as well have them.
I'm just interested what comes on the list after the ballistic weapon.
Well, they would never do that. They say that's their religion. They would never do that.
Correct. There's
But we have our internal interest, let's say.
That's a good conflict over that because they're clearly developing them. That's what the centrifuge is.
I think what the U.S. Israel is trying to do.
I talked to Obama a few months ago, 8 months ago, right? Yeah, they go on some of those guys, not all.
No, it's a lie.
So let's have.
Yeah, I just want to say this real quick, right? So I just think that they decapitated the government. I think they're going to shift from a direct war to a proxy war at this point. If the public of Iran forms some type of rebellion, and they're going to arm the rebels, they're not going to go in there themselves, and they're going to allow the rebels and probably some of the people from the military, the higher echelons of the military, they pretty much say we turn our backs on the former government and we're going to force a regime change. American Israel is not going to touch that. They're just going to support a proxy war. That's all they're going to do at that point.
Okay, right. Real-time strategy. I'm not going to be neoliberal. I'm not going to be neoliberal.
Uprising, not a proxy war.
Okay, so can we get one neoliberal? Please stop with the
domestic uprising,
strategy.
Can we stop being neoliberal? Age of empires, real-time strategy.
You know you picked the Japanese a lot, didn't you?
Okay, neoliberal, you don't. Yes. Okay, cool. If we want to keep it all the way, oh my God, just stop. If we want to keep it all the way real, the real reason Trump did this was for his ego, to show that he could do something the other presidents before him said was a goal and never got done.
So if we want to keep it all the way real, that was the true motivation.
Well, you're doing a psychological without, which is personal, but he actually does want to get things done that other people said they wanted to do and couldn't. We've been struggling with this since 1979. I just want to correct you on Greater Israel or Israel Gadol or Big Israel. So the whole idea of the patches as is an AI thing and it's a myth. The real Greater Israel is including what some people call the West Bank, which we call Judea and Samaria through Gaza. That's the Greater Israel that's referred to. And it's considered an extreme position, but it's certainly not off the table. The river is the Jordan River, and the sea is the Mediterranean. That's the Greater Israel, and it includes the West Bank, Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. And the Golan Heights, by the way, which, and, of course, East Jerusalem.
So, it's the Trudeau. Norm, what are the current borders of Israel?
Well, the current borders of Israel are the green line to the Mediterranean, not including Gaza, and then there's some disputed territory between Jordan, which occupied Judea and Samaria from 48 to 67. There is land that's disputed between the Jordan and, say, Jerusalem going north to south. So that area was offered to people who emerged as calling themselves Palestinians during a series of negotiations. That area was offered to them, but they never accepted it. In 1988, Jordan withdrew from that region, which some people call the West Bank, and canceled the passports. Until 1988, they had Jordania.
Can you answer my question? What are the current borders of
You didn't hear my answer?
Well, you didn't. You went through a historical soliloquy. I want to answer.
What did you hear?
The answer on the Gaza side. So East West Bank.
You didn't get the very first sentence?
So East and West Bank part of Israel or not?
Parts of the West Bank have been settled by Israelis. They're not officially part of Israel, but because it's disputed.
What about Golan Heights?
You're interrupting. You may have heard, yes, Golan Heights have been annexed. That's officially part of Israel. But you may have heard me mentioning that disputed area we've offered to the Palestinians, they have not accepted it, except in Oslo. So under Oslo,
I don't care about the history. I'm just interested in the current borders.
That's where the borders are.
It's the geography.
Literally, that's what you want to know. Because you're cutting me off. I'm literally giving it to you. So if you're doing
a historical lesson.
No, I'm not giving you historical. I'm telling you where the borders are. And let's get into that.
So where are they?
I do.
So where are they?
You want me to start over?
We'll just point as if somebody's at a gas station asking directions. Don't give the history.
Yeah.
It's not the history. You have to understand what I'm referring to. So, for example,
I'm trying to answer the question.
It's only hard because you cut me off 4 times.
It's really hard to go another reason.
No, it's easy if you don't interrupt. Are you willing to not interrupt? I'm happy to give it to you.
I don't know. If you ask, that to you,
if you ask, the person I'm talking to, if you ask, I'll try again to indulge your slowness or willingness to hear.
I'm very slow. You get to point to go. I didn't matter.
It's very good. So each student is most capable of what we should.
Israel is the U.S. most capable ally.
Yeah,
you don't have to go to the
You're insane.
So you don't have to say what you want to say. You can disagree with that.
Israel is the most capable ally of the U.S. in the world.
Oh, yeah, that's regionally rated. Yeah, because the European allies don't have armies. And they're not willing to use it.
Okay, go on.
Anyway, Golan Heights have been annexed.
So Jerusalem. So if Golan Heights was annexed, how is that to the question about Greater Israel?
Right, so
why is Golan Heights annexed?
Right, good point. And the thing about it is, I was going to ask him, can you read Hebrew? I can a little bit. The badge there on the bottom, he says, it's not talking about the 2 rivers. It's not true. The badge there on the bottom literally says, Eretz Yisrael, Ha-Mishivkat. Or if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, somebody can correct my pronunciation. But Ha-Mishivkat actually means the promised land of Israel. That's literally what it says. That's the little translation of the badge below that. It says the promised land of Israel, right? So now, why do soldiers have this flag or this badge that shows from the Nile River
all the way encompassing Iraq, even going far as Iran, and then it's called the Promised Land of Israel. If it's not, that's why I asked the question. It's just a question. It's not anti-Semitic. It's not anything. It's just I've seen this badge. I recognize this symbol a lot, and I'm just asking about it.
Well, there's an argument that the symbol is anti-Semitic, but whatever. It's very strange when people crash from a simple answer of what are the borders of the country.
My gosh, and he literally was trying to answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't answering it, though. That was the problem.
I'll say this. I'm hard pressed to find a more formidable ally in the last 25 years.
The Canadians.
What?
The Europeans.
The Europeans? Which country?
I don't know, France, the UK. Like, why do you believe that Israeli military is of all militaries that are allied with the US, the Israeli military stands ahead and above?
Because they have the best air force. Outside of the United States, they have the best air force.
Good question. That's a great question. Outside of the
It's not a true statement. I'm not sure it's accurate, but it's not a ridiculous statement.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, look, yes, France may be the strongest military-wise out of all our allies, but formidable. If you use that term, the one that you don't want to cross over the past 26 years, Israel.
Formidable because the Israelis oh my God, formidable because the Israelis are fighting what? Hamas and some kids and some adults. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Oh, they really got those kids up and going high to Hezbollah. Like, what are we doing?
Black men
Name another U.S. ally. Name another U.S. ally.
You know, some people don't want to hold on, Jayfish.
1 second. Trent, name another ally that has a regional conflict at its border that has signed a deal that has internationalized that conflict with its own enemies, right? Egypt, Turkey are not friends of Israel, right? Name another U.S. ally that has signed a deal that has internationalized a conflict at its own borders on which the guarantors to that deal are its own enemies or adversaries.
Maybe Korea.
How is that formidable? How in any world is that formidable?
I'll tell you how. Maybe South Korea.
No, absolutely not. U.S. bases are the bulk of South Korea's force.
Okay, so he was asking about something about borders, another ally that has something similar to Israel, and I guess Korea's the only one I can think close. But anyway, formidable. The term formidable.
Yeah, how is it formidable? If France has a sixth-ranked Air Force, not the whole military, but they have a sixth-ranked Air Force.
So what? Hold on. The claim was that the Israeli military is hold on, Trent. I'm just going to reiterate it. The claim was that Israel was the most formidable ally of the United States of America. That was the claim.
So, and here's what I'm going to say.
Is that like the spy on us, by the way? Or not?
Here's what I'm going to say. Considering the side, if I look back to the Iraq War, and partly who got us into the Iraq War, it is Israel. So if you look at Iraq and the regime change that happened in Iraq, and now I look at today, the country that I would at least like to have a problem with is Israel.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, we can just do it easy. There's rankings, right? Israel's ranked 14th overall. Their Air Force is ranked 6.
Who's above this?
Let me just answer his question. So U.S., Russia, India, China, and Japan.
Okay, one second. CEO, who does the voting for the rankings? Is it the coaches?
It's
it's downline to be
No, it's U.S. will.
Israel probably have that's a good one. They're probably number 2 as far as Air Force. You gotta understand when you're doing stories as much as Israel does with air to ground, air superiority is like the thing now. If you don't have air superiority, you must just check out. Like if Israel alone, just the country alone, and go and wipe out all of Iran's anti-air, all of that, they can do it alone.
If they can do it alone, why would it become crime to be who should strike first? Like, I never get this point, but like, Israel on one hand has such a great military and they're all stars, and on the other hand, Israel is so weak and they're so bullish.
You know the answer. No answer. Question. You know the answer. Like, why are you playing with us? You know the answer.
They do control the U.S. They control the incentives might not. Please stop.
Yeah, what I'm saying in terms of formidable, if we look at what has happened in Iraq, and then look at now what has happened in Iran in the last 25 to 30 years, it would be, I don't remember us getting into a war with Iran.
That's called influence. That's called influence.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying formidable, right? I'm not saying they got the most powerful military. The Assad and their Air Force, whoever said this point, is true. But if there is an enemy that I would not like to be an enemy of in terms of country, it would be Israel. Because I don't think Canada's ever gotten us into a war.
So you think they got us in Canada?
Oh my God, what's this, you know?
What is it?
Common sense. Why are we talking about this? Israel control American politics. Common sense. Everything. Underline everything. Please.
Yes.
Influence, just say influence doesn't control, it influences. Not even be hyperbolic.
No, I'm not being hyperbolic. Well, the formidable is a great term. Now, yes, again, I think France is probably the most powerful of our military allies, but who had the influence and capability to push regime change in Iraq and partially Syria. I forgot about Syria. Basically, our entire Middle East strategy over the past 25 years has been heavily driven in conjunction with Israel and Assad, and today it's probably the culmination of them.
So if Israel wasn't there in the Middle East, then America wouldn't be involved in any of this Iraq war, Iran, Kuwait, none of that.
Probably not.
That's facts. That's true.
No, yeah.
Okay, just put it on the answer.
That's an interesting hypothetical spirit.
Yeah,
Drill down on it, wizards. Let's go, foreign policy analysts.
I'm just going to compare one thing. When you guys talk about capability as far as Air Force is concerned, and y'all say Israel is number 2, they do have F-35s like Britain and the other countries. They're pilots are very much capable. But as far as the best pilots outside of the United States, they're not. South Korea beats them. I know that because I used to go to joint exercise with a lot of them, and Singapore beats them. Singapore actually very pretty capable Air Force. So the Saudis, they're flying against stationary targets in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Doesn't make them our best ally or more capable ally. Some of our allies are nuclear, even though Israel is undeclared. England are more capable. They have submarines, they have aircraft carriers. So
Thank you, ML. Thank you. I can just so tired. Why is that? Hold on, Jay Fresh.
How are they formidable? They don't have aircraft carriers and they don't have
So
they don't have aircraft.
Yeah, you're talking about the answer.
They're not North Korea alone, right?
Yeah,
They're talking about
South Korea is pretty capable because we train them and they train with us.
Okay, so you're talking about joint exercises. You're talking about like dogfighting.
Yeah, a joint exercise.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Air Force really doesn't shine in dogfighting. The dogfighting.
Oh man, it's
come on. New topic.
Well, hold on. Okay, so Air Force is not really rated in its dogfighting capabilities. That's just competition for taking over air to air.
pilots have more hours in repetitive, regular sorties of ground attacks.
Okay, the Saudi pilots have the most hours in the world. They spend a limited amount of money on airtime. Are they some of the better pilots? No, they suck.
What kind of sorties do they do?
The Saudi pilots go.
They're bombers.
Yeah, they're bombers.
People practice. And they suck as pilots. You tell somebody who lived in Saudi Arabia, who lived in South Korea, and who went to all of those joint exercises. Yes, they suck.
No, bro, so here's what I'm trying to do, right? So it's about intelligence gathering, target. No, it's about intelligence gathering, target. Like America has the best when it comes to target.
I'm scared of
identify targets and things.
I'm so sorry, but the Israelis bombing so many adults. Hold on. I'm so sorry, but people citing the Israelis bombing Gaza and Hamas as some pin on their capabilities does not impress me.
Yeah, I agree. That's a fair point. That's a very fair point.
Yeah, and that's so they all.
I'm not saying that Israeli military is not capable, but they're kind of a one-dimensional military, well, two-dimensional. They have pretty good foot soldiers, and they have a pretty capable air force. They're two-dimensional. So how they're the most formidable if they have two avenues of failure. That's it. But when you look at the British, you look at the French, even the Japanese has a
Japanese,
military. You know that, yeah. It's South Korea. So when you talk about allies, Canada has more capable military.
I believe every country have nuclear weapons.
Ukraine.
So excuse me.
Ukraine definitely has a pretty capable military now.
Again, when I'm talking about formidable, and somebody said it, I don't know who said it. I think Kuwait in 1991 happens whether Israel exists or not. But I don't know. I don't know if the second Iraq War happens, and I think absolutely not. Does today happen if there's not?
So that means that 9/11. So 9/11 wouldn't happen if Israel didn't exist in the Middle East, and therefore we wouldn't have gone to Afghanistan. Okay, cool. It's just the bullshit. I'll yield to the experts. Go ahead.
Can we move on from this? Like, it's not super
I'm going to give you that. That's an excellent question that I really have to think about.
It was satire. Go ahead, think about it.
You have to think about whether Israel is in some way connected to 9/11.
No.
Okay, moving on.
No. What? Well, I mean, it's a difficult question because one of the reasons that Osama bin Laden used this is our support for Israel. So that's a difficult question for you to or for anybody to contemplate.
Are they still striking each other?
Yeah, Iran is being bombed right now. Iran is being bombed right now. It's about 27 minutes ago, and there are celebrations all around. Mass celebrations.
Do we have some type of feed that don't outside the information or videos of Israel?
To be honest, let's not talk about media. The West about the big U.S. act, 100%.
There are videos of bombing of all types of places, including.
The West doesn't have enough.
That's good.
Yeah. Weapons over there. They're gonna have to come back. Iran about to bomb over and over non-stop from China. Just watch. They're gonna come lie to you on social media. Thank you, Jay Fresh. You know what we asking. So.
Oh no. Does anybody have any news?
No, it's Jay Fresh on me. That's our news. Okay. You can say my show. Always nice for me. been saying y'all was worked up tonight. Finish it. Holy Spirit is, I just been listening.
Yeah. I'm just saying what other bullshit can be said, but go on.
There's plenty of breaking news. There are, obviously.
I'm sure you're bad. That was looking for you, Trent. Don't let these people don't let these people make it seem like they ain't fuck with you, because they was looking for you when you was growing.
Yeah,
because Trent is the highest ranking military expert in Clubhouse. His track record beats all y'all.
And foreign policy. And cause. And AI. And extraterrestrial.
You gotta recognize his military strength from us.
Yeah, Georgia. They was looking for you. So don't let them make it seem like you down once you around. They want you around. I said, I put everybody that you were embedded over in the Middle East in details.
No, Trump is politically correct. Corrects Christiana Amanpour, so I'll take it.
You're welcome, and thank you, brother. I was Scotty.
I didn't say none of those things about you, Trent. Because you're
Scotty, who was more right on Clubhouse over the last two Iran skirmishes in Venezuela than Trump? Name the person.
Let's take Iran. If you say something like, I think we're going to bomb Iran, and it was 8 months ago, that doesn't apply for 8 months. Like he said 48 hours, then he said next week. So you don't get like 8 months of leeway on this. So the Venezuela thing, I don't really know, but I bought a little Chevron stock. I'm up about $100. So that's it.
Yeah, so
I don't deny Trent his flowers for calling us wrong.
you can look at my Facebook, you can see it. But Scotty, so yes, I was about 3 weeks off.
Just stay on Facebook. Why are you still on Facebook?
You don't got no Facebook account, Leo? Like, you don't have.
Because this is why he makes his predictions.
No, Facebook is not allowed in this country.
That time when Trump bombed Iran 8 months ago, Israel got 12 days of work of not stopping. They will never report the truth. They're gonna lie to you regardless of what. And they got to like big piece of agreement. And now
what the fuck are you talking about?
If you can figure it out, let us know. Will you be as translator?
CEO, you're the translator. Come on, you should be able to translate this thing too. No, Mel is his translator. And I don't know what he's saying, Mel. What is he talking about?
So, yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. So we're going to say this.
Israel got the work. America can drop the bomb and dip, but Israel got the work for 12 days straight.
Yeah.
Let me translate. Jayfish is saying that the Americans can go in and spank Iran on their butt, but Israel must feel the consequences. And that's what happened. That's happened 12 years. It's called 12 days war. Israel, they run out of weapons, because America provide Israel with weapons. They run out of weapons, and they have to like sign agreement for not doing it again. And they just lie to you on social media. They lie to you.
Hey, Jay Fresh, what country are you in right now?
He's in the People's Republic of Minnesota.
I'm in my way to Arizona.
I just wanted to know the country. I didn't ask you where. I didn't say drop your fucking pen. I don't care about y'all so much. You're trying to stop me. I just know.
I pay attention to politics. I do have a degree in political science, but I pay attention to politics. I know, but when bully becomes bully, it's too much. I don't understand why they're doing this.
Yeah, so to address Scotty, you are correct. I was 3 weeks off on the strikes, and I
really want credit, Trent. That's okay.
Let me.
It's how you. Thank you, Richard Engel. I really appreciate.
Vote for Iran and stand on as well.
You didn't predict them to lose in the news.
We have the best analysis.
So what I was wrong, what I didn't take into account was the second aircraft carrier in the Gerald Ford that would have to come in. So that's what made it off. But if you had, the reason I'm saying this, and I don't bet on war, I don't agree with betting on war, it's just like a thing with me. But if you take it from the poly market today just listen, man. Why are you so If you'd have taken that poly market that had commodity going out of power, I think earlier this month, it was like at 17%.
I fucked that.
You dropped $500.
I fucked that.
Yeah, you'd be making some money. So I'll just land right there.
That's why I'm looking at Kim Jong. This is why it's not funny, because you guys report and gleefully come on stage and talk about numbers and this amount of people died and these places were hit. And it's the cavalier attitude of this that, for me, is personally really fucking disgusting. And I know you're joking about the bets and everything, but it's really fucking disgusting. People are dead and people are dying and you're joking about making bets and then running and saying, oh, breaking news, 4 more people died here, 100 people here, some are children, this was happening. It's violent.
No, that's sick.
Are they really betting on the war? If this going to be a boycott?
Yes.
Is that right?
100%. Yeah, and I do agree with Scotty. I think it's pretty foul. It is pretty foul.
And I think y'all can at least keep that part a secret. If y'all gonna do that, you could do it silently.
Well, no one's betting on kids dying. What are they betting on?
Find the market for that.
Yeah, we're talking about the leader. We're talking about the leader coming out, the leader being removed.
No. You said you wish you had some $500 on me.
Yeah. The bet is would Kamani still be in power through 2027? That was the bet. That doesn't mean that there's going to be U.S. strikes or Israel strikes. That could be people inside the country overthrowing Kamani. It's just, do you think he could maintain power throughout the rest of the year? And had you put that bet, actually, I'm the problem with that bet. Had you put that bet that he would be out, you made a substantial amount of money today.
I do think it's one of the great signs of how society has evolved that there is even a market like that and people wake up.
It seems like when you're on the time and they still been a whole blood diet, it's like hearing.
That is a good point, actually.
Let me say, hold on, sit down. Let's not act like that hasn't been happening for years. You just haven't had access. We, as regular people, haven't had access to that market. But that has been happening through the stock market for quite some
So one, even if that's true, I kind of expect it from like a small group of people, but the fact that it's on mainstream and people are comfortable with it, that is my issue.
The fact that the elites can benefit, but regular people can't? Okay.
Exactly. Most people are pigs. I expect them to be pigs. There's always going to be.
And they want to continue to make the law.
As long as a pigs is a small group of people, I'm good because there's depravity in society, right? But the fact that that is now mainstream, that is the problem.
was, a Captain Obvious bet.
Yeah, that's an excellent bet. What is the Republicans taking the House and Senate? Like 52% now, right? I thought 70%. I'm checking a lot higher than it was. I know that.
The crazy part, there's no point. It doesn't make sense.
Shit, they got Trump. It's up 14%. That Trump will be impeached by 24 and then they're take over. It's crazy.
I don't think we need to be on that person. It's always evil. Him and his family, they're already invested in these countries, in Arab countries. He's doing it for his own interest.
That's not he been impeached before. What about removed? We got bet that. Who betting on that? Nobody. That's scared. See. Why y'all scared to talk about that? Why y'all quiet now?
I'm trying to see that I haven't, but we're trying. I think you may be. I don't know if you're wrong or not, but on the issue in regards to Venezuela, I think you said by April they're going to come out and announce that it's all about the oil. So you got 2 months. You got about a month left. You said about around the first week of April.
We don't need to go back on Trump.
Yeah, we don't need you to tell us what we need to do. Please.
Well, because it sucks because we have a title in the room. Thank you.
We have a title for like 2 hours.
It's not a Trump prediction room. So he just got back here. Let him breathe.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. They can let him breathe a little bit.
Not the Trump prediction. What about the aliens?
It was a big month on the alien conversation.
They had to do it.
So let me give you just a 20-second version of it. So Obama came out and said aliens are real, and then he walked it back a few days later and said, we were just talking about probabilities. And then Trump said Obama was giving out state secrets, and he shouldn't have did that. And maybe I'll release the information so he's not in trouble. And then he later that night announced that he was going to release all the alien-related files at some point.
Why is he trying to release it? You don't really care that much about it.
Let's be honest, Trump's a racist piece of shit. He was talking about how all was born in Kenya, all the fucking weird shit,
Jesus Christ, Jay Crush.
Trump had no morals. Trump had no morals.
Do you have political Tourette's?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm just speaking that.
See, Jay Crush, can you hear me? Can you hear me speaking right now?
Yes, I hear you.
We get CEO's commentary about aliens. I want to Trent, so go ahead, Trent.
Thank you, Brooklyn. And let me just say one thing to Amari. It's not whether or not I don't know what you said. Take over oil. It was because they've already told you it's all about oil. It's whether or not a major American corporation or a major corporation will begin pumping the oil. There'll be an announcement of contracts in Venezuela by April. That was good. Just so we don't.
So you said on January 15th. I was paraphrasing, but I had to go find the notes. On January 15th, you made that statement. So I just wanted to make sure they have.
You got record keeping notes?
Yeah, real good.
What's a record keeping for PC?
I'll take. All right.
Yeah, because he may put it in, so I want to make sure if his predictions come true. If
the prediction is wrong, the prediction is wrong.
They have not told me it's all about the oil yet. I have not heard that.
The 15-year-old company sitting in the White House didn't tell you it was all about oil. Okay.
They were invited though. I don't think they said in that meeting, if I recall, they said that right now it's not. And I'm paraphrasing that. Right now, it would take them a while to get that oil out. I'm saying. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to Venezuela because let's go to the aliens because that's what Brooklyn wants.
Yeah.
So. What they're going to release the files
CEO said, NASA's already said that there's nothing in their file. I do not expect.
Yeah, he's lying. He got it from Steve. He's lying right now.
He told me.
He does have COVID.
It really does.
I can't remember my thoughts. I don't expect that you're going to see them come out with like evidence of like the U.S. government has interacted with. Oh my God, what the fuck are you doing?
Wait, what do you mean?
You're in the bathroom.
You're asking.
I'm outside there.
Get up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trey.
Said I'm outside. So Brooklyn, I don't expect that we're going to get evidence of aliens. So what I think we are going to end up with, though, is we're going to see some pictures of craft that are more pictures of craft and more things that are unexplainable. But I don't think that the world is ready for an announcement that we've interacted with alien craft. However, last thing I'll say, Laura Trump, which is Trump's CEO, the daughter-in-law? She's the daughter-in-law, right? Not the actual daughter. She says that Trump has a speech prepared to announce alien presence or interactions on July 4th or somewhere around there on the nation's birthday. I'll let right there.
So what are you doing the Independence Day this year?
Amari, did you record that one, Amari?
I did not. I'm doing a change request on the project. What did he say?
He said that the alien announced that around July 4th.
Okay, on the birthday. Gotcha. Yeah, Independence Day. And to be clear, you don't mean like illegal aliens. You mean like outer space aliens.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Got it.
All right, cool. Just wanted to thanks. That's how it is.
Yeah, I'm making my day.
Why somebody made a joke and said that they should have the illegal aliens go after like child predators and name the series Alien versus Predators. That shit was funny as hell when they said it. It's not funny when I say it though.
Another ballistic missile visit around.
Sweet, what's the crowd?
Love you guys, man. You guys making my day. I'm smiling the whole time.
What did we do?
Jay Fresh, you that bastard man that yelled down nigga in the middle of the thing.
We got Trump. We know. I can't say nothing about, but it is. He's funny.
And then what? What else happened? Come on, political niggas, let's go.
What is that to say when we know, there's going to be all the people that love him, they're going to protect him, but we know his behavior, We know everything about Trump is true,
Man, fuck it. Go USA. Congratulations, Donald Trump. I'm proud of everything.
We know he's a pedophile too, So he's a pedophile, 100%. Wait till Jay Ryan started leaking his stuff.
All right. Jesus. Here's a question. Are we hearing anything about Khomeini lawyers? Because yes, we know that Khomeini, the leader of Iran, I'm sure he had a following. Not everybody wants this, right? We know this. Shit. Okay. I'm going to
They need to blow his ass up next. Congratulations, USA. That's what I'm talking about.
No, what you know about what happened today? Tell us.
All I know is them niggas at the school, all it was first goddamn happy, and then everybody started crying, so I'm confused. I don't give a damn. I know he hit their ass, and their ass is motherfucking gone.
best interest in mind.
You better shut up and talk to me.
Thank you, Kyle and Sarah, for having us.
Y'all let your stupid ass talk to me now. You better shut the fuck up.
Why?
It's all campaign. Let's make America great again. It's not about you. It ain't talking about black people. It's talking about his race, you know. Let's colonize the world again.
I know you might be from Africa, so when they say
Jay Fresh.
yeah, yo,
I talk to you like that, son.
I'm American talk shit, but last month in EU and Germany, what did he say? He said, let's colonize the world again. We're not going to lose our civilization.
colonize.
You see a lot of them talk trash to you, Fresh.
Our Western civilization.
But they have a question. It's just giving me like love while locked up vibes. I don't know something about it.
Warehouse worker, just what
I work with a DJ. I'm literally a white collar worker.
Trent, you said you had some news about Khomeini loyalists. Can you wake that up, or was that Omari?
I'm trying to stop the crash. I've been waiting for this.
No, I can't take it. Come on.
So two things. I don't know if we've reported the first death. I don't know if anybody's who said that. If you have, but the first death in Tel Aviv has not been reported. It is a woman in her 40s. And the second thing to the loyalists, they seem to be allowing celebrations in both North and South around. I can't read these names of these provinces. One's called Fars. If you can see the celebrations, they're pretty massive, and the police are not anymore trying to stop it.
Yeah, so we just came here and said that. I told y'all that they was happy. Like y'all are more upset than them, realistically.
Yes, you were as specific as Trent was. You're right. You gave us all those details.
Okay, but who's upset? We get information.
America's more upset at what happened to our land than our land.
So let me ask you a question, Trent. Maybe you don't worry about it in the warehouse. Are you concerned that Iran will try to get some intelligence?
No. Listen, see, look, the last thing shit is, when blood gets shed, the niggas get upset.
So why are you not concerned and the government is concerned?
I'm concerned with the cities. If that happens, guess what's going to happen? That red, white, and blue that I'm over here telling y'all I love so much, it's going to put belt to ass.
So you're 21, right? So you know you're still in the age where you can get drafted. Wait, at 21, you're in the age range to be drafted at 22. So probably you're in the age range to be, would you stop seeing
Yeah, they drafted Brooklyn. They got
you ready to fight? You ready to go to war?
They draft me. If I decide not to go, guess what? I'm
So you can't, it ain't up the side not to go.
If you can't, you sit in
What you gonna do? How you gonna do that?
You'll sit in a jail cell for a while.
You gonna go to jail? You rather go to jail than do a fight?
Go red, white, and blue sitting in the jail cell watching their ass.
Interesting.
Hey, Brooklyn.
What's my name?
This is Orlando. Somebody that fought for this country.
I was a sellout. I was a sellout.
This is somebody that did fight for this country. That's an interesting question. Because I do hear him.
Yeah, tell us, Orlando. Tell us your take. Good.
But he's too old to go back.
You might have to wait a minute, because he done did it already. So he must tell you what to do. You have to get drafted.
They're not. No arthritis. Young man.
Yeah.
When the bullets, yes, sir. Young man. Oh, man.
Don't pay for that.
Young man, when the bullets were flying, for you to be able to call me old man, when the bullets were flying, for you to be able to say that with freedom, it wasn't very nice.
But for you to be such bravado to say, we'll go over there with boots to ass, belt to ass, and not be willing to say, I will not go, that's asinine.
Wake it up.
Testimony, baby. That's a testimony.
Well, clearly, if you heard what I said, I first initially said, I don't have a problem. But even if I decided not to, the most that they could do to me is give me jail time. And I would still sit there and say, go red, white, and blue. Nobody that even when I did go, I didn't want to go.
Your president choice. Trump didn't want to go to war.
It's okay.
No, it's a lot of niggas that do want to go. Like, it's a lot of Americans that do want to go.
Trump, the president. Everybody want to go till the bullets start flying.
But we are from America. This didn't happen in your local neighborhood, bro. What you talking about? See, look, here's the difference between you old niggas and a lot of us young. The president wants to go. Because he wants to go.
Excuse me, I grew up in the hood.
Orlando.
I grew up in the hood. So what are you talking about?
I
grew up in the hood.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
How desensitized the people are right now compared to then is going to change. You can see the change. We don't give a fuck about a little blood right now. You think we tripping off the little nigga over there dead? No, we been.
This is 50 Cent versus T.I. song battle. But this
we been seeing this shit since little kids. You wanted us to cry about little girls and shit. We over here to understand that we got little girls getting snatched every fucking day. We're desensitized as fuck. So you are expecting a certain reaction from it. You're expecting a certain nigga. No,
it's called decency.
No,
it's called decency.
What I'm telling you,
it's called decency. It's called humanity.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Humanity died a while ago. Did you not realize it? Like, this was like, what the fuck?
They did?
Yes. Yes. I don't understand it. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
What are we?
We are still humanity, but the humanity that we're walking through right now, y'all don't like it. Because it's desensitized. Like I said, we desensitized as fuck. Y'all don't like the desensitized version of humanity.
I hear the bravado. But when it comes to putting out the bravado, for the skin in the game, I don't hear that. I hear a lot of bravado.
Oh my God, this man saying bravado because he don't hear me saying, hey, I got a medal for shooting 40 niggas. I didn't hear me say that I'm a purple heart or something. You know what? Talk, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Give whichever you hear.
Bro, I ain't even been in jail, let alone done everything else.
Oh my God, bro. Nigga, how do you know what I mean? Even if I have now stop what I'm saying from being true. It's niggas.
You ain't in jail, you ain't in the war. You still got some of that around your mouth, but you got all this bravado.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now, again, like I said, before we continue to keep talking about
What you talking about?
You ain't too much older than me, Brooklyn.
Oh, wait, older than you. You're my son. You're not to be my son. Literally, you could be my son.
You're literally not too much older than me.
I'm so young. I'm really not. But then.
So, again, the state that America is in, we're watching these crimes happen, even if it's not on this extreme scale. We're watching these crimes happen all the time. Like niggas in New York. A nigga in New York right now is going to hear about this shit that happened and just like,
don't let the top black person you're talking about New York. You don't get the Gemini treatment.
Yeah, nigga in Chicago gonna hear this shit and say, Florida niggas gonna hear this shit. Some of my smile and smirk a little bit, but like, nigga, what
part of Florida? Because I'm from Miami and I was raised in Miami. So what are you talking about?
So either way it goes, I don't give a damn. Miami has been Miami for a while and it's only increasing.
So when Miami had the cocaine situation and all that, I was in the midst of that. So what are you talking about, young man?
You've been in the midst of a couple things. You're a veteran and that's okay. You're an OG at the game, but the game has changed. And I'm telling you, when you walked outside,
what are you trying to change the game?
When you walked outside scared, that a lot of these new rookies walking outside smiling and caring don't give a fuck. Pushing on a motherfucking gun, smiling. That's what I'm telling you. You walked outside.
Just because you're strapped don't mean you know how to use it.
You walked outside scared. Orlando, being from
shit. And not only do they got caught, a lot of these niggas got guns. And not only do they got guns, a lot of these niggas got heart. When you put all three of them bitches together, that sounds like a motherfucking problem to me. That sounds like a motherfucking problem to me.
Bro, you sound kind of weird, bro. Like, I respect all these. You don't sound good, you know?
Bro, you African, so that's the reason why you hate the fact that America flexing their muscle right now. Sit back.
You know you're wrong. I am African, but you know you're wrong. You know? Just listen to people that know better than you. This ain't your bogey.
Africa and y'all motherfucking people flex y'all muscle like this. No, we're American. Brooklyn, I don't think you're old.
Do you want to put your some facts before I let me get
Go ahead.
about the wonderful American military we're talking about. So Devon, I just put it in the chat, but it is very telling. There have been 137 ballistic missiles. This is from the UAE defense industry. 137 ballistic missiles launched by Iran on the Emirates, and 132 of them were destroyed by their air defenses. 5 went into the Gulf, so it's basically saying none of them hit. 209 attack drones were launched by Iran. 195 of them were intercepted, and 14 fell into the Gulf and a few into the UAE territory. So yeah, that's about like 98%, of their munitions not making it into these territories. So the reason why I'm bringing this up before I go, the reason why that's significant is, first of all, the air defenses are working. And Iran is depleting its munitions. Instead of firing, they have tried to hit, U.S. bases, but instead of trying to overwhelm American defenses like the aircraft carrier, they're wasting their resources trying to fire at targets like the UAE and soft targets. And I think that's been a huge mistake by them in doing this. And this is why I think this regime is going to fall apart, because they're going to run out of missiles at some point quite soon. And I'm going to write this down. I'm going to give this less than a week. And I think there's full regime change.
You know what's going to get right back in that bit?
Somebody in the chat asked, did you have my yoga pants in your PTR?
Do I got yoga pants on my PTR?
Like church pants.
Are y'all looking at these pants?
That's what they asked. They wanted to know because they look tight. That's what they said. I didn't say it.
So you can look at those pants and get yoga pants. Come on, bro. So that's what this YSP. I thought this YSP be Brooklyn. The skinny jeans.
That's why I was afraid of America being there. Because you're gonna run out of missiles, you have to come back and get the new missiles.
Jake Fresh. Americans talking. I should have made that. Fucking Jake Fresh. Also got some fun, nigga. Like, nigga, what these niggas? I gotta stop letting these Africans come in and just talk about American shit. They don't know what the fuck they talking about.
We have our problems. I'm not gonna speak about our problems.
Yeah, don't worry about y'all got no problem. You need to go over there. Like, nigga, y'all got.
I'll come back. I'll come back and go back, but we have our own problems. And when you go back, African American, we need the good one, the smart brain to come and help us. We don't need your dumbass, we need the good one.
So these niggas still dressed like 2016 because they just got the goals.
You just ready to vote, but you said 2017, nigga, that's crazy. You just ready to vote, and your second, ready to go for the second time in your life.
The second time.
I'm not trying to style you, but I know I got better style than you. Way better style than you. Way better style.
You see his name is Jay Fresh, nigga. What you talking about?
Dumbass tweet about the real object about the world.
And that's kind of funny because the rollers on the LA River is crazy work.
The niggas is crazy because these niggas is like, what the fuck? Y'all mixing African goddamn clothes with American clothes. Like, that's mixing designers to a whole new extent. And everybody drinking Modelo.
We can't even name what
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
you don't need to know.
Okay? My suit game is crazy. My suit game, not even a regular clothes, suit game. I wear so
Oh my god. Niggas go to motherfucking TJ Maxx and get artists and they busting. Oh my god.
that shit game is crazy too.
Niggas got like fucking shoe for
You
TJ
gotta
Maxx.
stand with me. What you talking about? You still shop at Ross.
Oh my god. Well, at least I can shop at Ross. I'm American, right?
It's like he's in America, Jacob.
No.
Just
No.
when the last time you left North Carolina, Jay?
I stay in Atlanta. Why you keep talking about the
Or
Carolina?
now you live in Atlanta.
Man, I walk in Carolina. This is okay.
Okay. Oh my God, I know y'all hear me. All right. I bet you can't hear me now.
Alright. Tell them, Devon.
Lord have mercy. Y'all talking about going on a tangent. Come on, can we bring it back?
Yeah.
No crashing. We at war. Let's bring it back to the events of the day. Somebody bring it back.
Thank you, Devon.
And the words are being, hey, I do that.
Trying this thing. Let me find it. Where is it? Hold on.
Okay, John, were you out protesting with Mandani?
I was out taking care of my mother today. So, oh, there you go. Hold on. I'm going to read something real quick. I don't talk about my damn. We're going to be all right. And I don't want to focus on you.
And plus, I got the Obama walk, you know?
All right, bro. We heard about enough of you. All right. You want to get the Obama walk. Oh, my God. Yeah, Shake Fresh. Shout out to you. So I'm gonna read some of this. We know most of this, but I'm just trying to put the train back on the tracks. All right. U.S. and Israeli forces have launched large-scale coordinated strikes across Iran, targeting leadership, missile infrastructure, and naval assets in what President Donald Trump termed a major combat operation aimed at regime change and elimination of Iran's missile and maritime capabilities. Explosions and reported tomahawk impacts have hit multiple sites in Tehran, with satellite imagery and initial U.S. claims indicating severe damage to compounds associated with Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, whom Trump has publicly asserted was killed in the strikes through independent verification and remains incomplete and contested. Well, yeah, it seems a lot of American news are saying he's dead. It says this is incomplete, so I don't know what to believe. Iran has responded with ballistic missile and drone attacks on U.S. and allied targets across the Gulf, including the U.S. Fifth Fleet facility in Bahrain, Dubai, and Kuwait City, prompting wide-scale airspace closures and the evacuation of key civilian infrastructure such as Burj Khalifa. Damn. France has called for an emergency UN Security Council session, while regional and European actors warn of systemic risk to global energy markets, maritime security, and non-proliferation governance arising from explicit U.S.-Israeli pursuit of overt regime change objectives in Tehran. So, seeing that U.S. and Israel, the rest of the world seems to be chiming in. The UN is meeting. Like I said, let's try to discuss today's events. I want to pass the mic. Let's go.
That shit sound amazing to me, man. That shit sound music to my ears. Keep going, folks. Go U.S. fucking goddamn military. What's up? Goddamn easy. Oh, that's probably, look at that, that's probably my brothers in them trying to tell me about the war. That's it.
His brothers is trying to tell him about the.
But you know my brother actually worked for the military.
I don't care. You ain't saying nothing about your brother though.
Hey, Nick, no, my brother actively inside the military right now. Nick, what's going on inside DC right now? Nick, like you actively down right now, right?
We don't care.
Who's Nick?
brother?
By the way, does anyone?
Nick, what's going on? Nick, stop. Y'all don't know. Calm y'all asses down. It's right now. Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. None of you niggas are. Brooklyn is not. Then that means
Why is your little brother helping Nick? That's the question.
You mean he's like patrolling the streets? He's deployed to everything else?
Why is your little brother helping Nick? That's the question. Yeah.
So I don't think I heard from you, ML. If you did speak, I want to hear from you again. We know you're a man with certain experiences.
No,
Your work travel.
It involves my resume, because apparently that offense though.
No, it's going to be used against you, sir.
No, I'm not gonna. Don't say your resume, but I want to know your thoughts on the days.
Okay. Well, I am in Brooklyn. I'm in the Bronx right now, just like Brooklyn.
Okay. Can you go via the Toronto Center?
The front leg bridge.
The frog night today. That's only when I have to go to Long Island.
Right. Take the front.
Right, that was a test anyway. I don't know if you saw it.
I'm learning the city day by day.
Yeah, if you're coming into the boroughs, you take the Tri-Borough or the RFK Bridge, I think call it that.
No, we call it the Tri-Borough Road. Come on.
Yeah, we do call it the Tri-Borough. But ML, what are your thoughts on today's events, bro? I mean, military recruitment.
I mean, we always knew Trump was bustering to attack Iran, and it happened. I mean, when y'all think when Bibi flew down to Mar-a-Lago and was talking to Trump, you think they hash out a plan? Because Bibi's been trying to get us to take out Iran for a while now. And Trump is just the right patsy to do that. Yeah, he's just the right patsy to do that.
Hold on, Jake Fresh. ML, what do you say to people that say, they don't need the U.S., Israel has a strong enough army, they can take out Iran, both agree, no problem.
Israel to bomb the shit out of Iran. That is a fact. Because they have advanced, they have fucking awesome intel about Iran. The thing about Iran and Israel is that there are a lot of Jews that lived in Iran. So therefore, the intel that the Jews have on Iran has always been so fucking exact. So they could bomb Iran to oblivion. They could take out all the leaders of the different factions of the military leadership because they know exactly where those people live. They know all their family members. Israel is good at that. Government, the intelligence service in Israel is actually one of the best in the world. But they could bomb the shit out of it, but they could never take Iran. The only country that could take Iran is us. And that's what they did this for. But I don't think Trump is going to put boots on the ground because he needs Congress's authorization for that. So I don't think that's going to happen. And that's my 2 cents.
One more question. What do you say?
That's not 2 cents. Your 2 shekels. Get it right. Israel controls Iran.
One more question, ML. What do you say to the fact that the rest of the world is kind of like looking at a side-eye for doing this?
What's your consideration of the rest of the world?
Well, I just read it that said, France is like, hey, are you the only? Why is it just you and Israel? Like when we did Iraq, remember the quote unquote coalition of the willing?
Yeah.
Exactly. There's no coalition in this case, so
yeah, because there's not a broad consensus that Israel is like, fuck it, this is a perfect opportunity. We're trying to take these motherfuckers out to be king in the region. But think about the other Arab countries and the other Middle Eastern countries, fucking hypocrites. Because they all want Iran to bow down too. So don't just blame Israel like Israel wanted this. Israel wants this as much as fucking Saudi Arabia wants it. And I think Saudi Arabia even wants it a little fucking more than Israel for the regime to fall in Iran. So there are a bunch of fucking hypocrites in the region. They're all kneeling down with Israel against Iran, and that's the coalition right there. The fucking countries that have military bases in American and they're bombing, those are all the co-conspirators in all of this. They all colluded to actually to make this happen, and they all pushed Trump to make this happen. Come on, MBS was calling Trump's endurance and Trump's every other fucking week to make this happen. But Israel is the one that's going to take majority of the backlash for this.
Thank you, brother. I'm going to invite this chat. That's what y'all want to do. Oh, wait, Spirit, I do want to know about the Monjami protest today. Briefly, what happened?
I wasn't following. I know he only tweeted out about, the war and anti-war stuff, and we shouldn't be attacking, and then other people went back and forth. I don't really care about that stuff. That's to be expected anyway.
Right.
All I know is that it was 54 degrees in the city today, and people were acting like it was 80, and everybody was wearing shorts. Well, all the way.
Yeah. I saw some white guys in t-shirts.
Spirit from yesterday, I saw white guys in shorts on.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's how you know it's spring. It's not the groundhog. It's the white guys in shorts.
95 and now it's fucking out.
Hey, Devon, since Trump did this, do you still believe that Greenland is off the plate? Or do you think since he did this, he might just do it?
I don't know.
Other country bombed Greenland that Trump needs to get involved in.
Jeez. Greenland have a lot of resources. Trump would have.
But Denmark already bended the knee. It's not like we got anything extra that we didn't have. We literally have control of the Greenland array. The fact is that, the way Trump was acting, Trump had full control so he could extract the resources natural resources from the country. But but that doesn't mean we can't now. So it's like, I don't understand why Trump was doing all this. I think it was more of a distraction for you guys to make sure, TDS, and for Trump to throw up the Epstein files. That's what Trump is doing. Trump is continuing to find distractions so you guys don't talk about the Epstein files. And invading Iran is another distraction. 100%. Trump's brilliant. I give him that. He follows the Steve Bannon playbook like a good student he is.
And them not releasing the files all at once is some type of psychological warfare, it feels like. Like there's a strategy behind this.
I think the next couple of months going to be crazy. It's going to be really crazy, but just prepare for it. Well, maybe it's time to leave America, because that's what everybody's doing now. There's been a huge, so many people, like there's an article last week about it, so many people actually leaving America, actually going to other countries. They're like, fuck it, I'm done.
I mean, did you hear about, you probably know this because of what you do, Europe has something with a visa, like they no longer accept like Visa card readers or something. There's something going on that I came across. That would make me want to move to Europe personally.
Wait, why? What?
He said it's more than Europe.
They're gonna make it where you can't use Visa and MasterCard in Europe. Like they can't use that.
I thought you meant traveling visas.
Visa and MasterCard.
Wait, what?
They got their own.
What's the beef with Visa and MasterCard?
Diners Club.
Let me get hold on, let me try to clarify. So they realized that the U.S. kind of had a corner on the market when it came to Visa and MasterCard. And also that we had the ability to kind of sanction individuals, just like we sanction Russia, right? We could do this to anyone in any European nation. So they went, and you have to Google it now, I don't know what it's called, but they started their own version of Visa/MasterCard for Europeans only. And millions and millions and millions of Europeans have run over to sign up for it.
But this doesn't mean Americans can't use Visa, MasterCard in Europe, right?
You're not
Why would we shoot ourselves in the foot? That doesn't even make sense.
No, because of your travels, It's not, oh wait, we might have to get some travelers checks. That's how people want.
We're not going back to travelers checks. It would kill every European city that Americans travel to. That's stupid.
Let me know some details. Please speak on it. I don't have all the details. He's trying to have you from his.
I've never heard of it.
Raise your hand, Connie. Come to the stage.
We're not going back to travelers checks, guys. That was the worst thing in the world. I don't know if anybody had to go through it.
I hated travelers checks. And we're like aging ourselves.
Yeah, travelers checks are a hassle.
It's not fucking 1980. It's cool.
I think we can still use ours over there, but they're going to have their own version of it. I didn't hear that they won't take it.
We gonna make them, instead of paying you guys all the money, we gonna come about our own version. Is that what they're doing?
That makes more sense.
Yes, that was my understanding, yeah.
Because I mean, that's how networks. I mean, all those networks in the world. I mean, you look about the Swift network, you talk about Visa, MasterCard. All those are a bunch of networks in America. Well, the Swift is international, but Luxembourg, I think that's where it's headquarters are. And, but MasterCard and Visa is one of the two richest corporations in the world. And for good reason, they have a monopoly on travel. Well, you have American Express, and I guess you still have Discovery. Is Discovery still up there?
It is.
I thought it went backwards.
It's called Discover. It's called
Discover, yeah. Who owns that? Did CS own that at one time? I'm not aging myself.
You're really aging yourself, bro.
I know.
No, I think you're talking about the Marshall Fields card, but nobody knows about it.
But crazy time. Anything extra exciting happened again apart from the strike, the war? Anything else? Any tidbit news? I've been involved in other stuff. I've been trying to keep up on the news lately.
I feel like that's about it. Since we got up today, that's what it's been all about all day.
It is the last day of Black History Month today. That's not really news.
Sorry, what were we talking about yesterday? Man, my short term is gone. This water took over everything.
Look, trap is going crazy in the group.
What's going crazy in the group? Trent? What is Trent doing? Trent, what are you doing?
I'm trying to talk about.
He said Trent, not Trent. Trap, where's Nick? Did you get a hold of Nick so he can tell us about his deployment in DC?
Yeah, bro, I was trying to figure out Instagram. But my brother said that they hit Dubai yesterday. I told y'all he's actively inside the military still. So yeah, he's inside DC, but one of his homies is in Dubai, so he got first-hand video of them hitting Dubai. Like he was sitting on one of the little resorts, walking around, and he's seeing shit hit. My brother is actually one of these dudes that these niggas on stage be acting like they are. not worried.
No, he's not.
He's not worried.
That's funny. Your brother's a big dog and he's not worried?
Yeah, my brother's a big dog, man. He ain't worried, man. Like, that's what I'm telling y'all. So,
Yeah. I'll be pretending to be. That's what he said, Daddy. You already know.
You know, he's a big dog.
who can I see this to, though? Because I want y'all to see the same thing that I've seen. I mean, I thought it was pretty interesting.
Your brother's a big dog, and somebody from so your brother's a big dog. He's in the military, and somebody from Qatar or Qatar sent him a video of income.
What's this? I'm at the pizza.
You said Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai. Yeah, this was yesterday. Ain't nobody care about all that shit, man.
But your brother's a big dog, though, right?
Yes, he is. He's a big dog, man. That's what I keep telling you.
Is he stationed in DC or is he deployed to DC? Which one?
Bro, he's stationed in DC.
Okay, you said before.
Why is he in the army if he's a big dog? Well, what do you mean? Why is he in the army? Because my brother had all type of shit.
What's your brother's rank?
Nick, what's your rank?
Wow, ain't no big dog.
Yeah, to get on the phone.
Nick, what's your rank? He on the phone talking to my other brother.
Brothers in the kitchen to nobody. They ain't no Nick.
Nigga, I ain't slower than you.
Yes, y'all is. Yes, y'all is. Yes, y'all is. Y'all see my PTR though. Y'all see I'm not playing. I'm not playing around. Y'all are the one over here trying to get the information. I just got picked up a phone.
It's a real application. Instead of
no shit. Y'all don't know shit. Let's get some real application. Y'all only think y'all know. Y'all only think y'all know. Actually, no. All you gotta do shit but pick up the phone. See? Congratulations, me. And he actively inside DC right now.
Yeah, he's
decent.
grass or he's
My brother just was with the president not too long ago, literally.
He probably hopping up the captain's office right now.
My brother, you know, with the president less than 30 days ago.
And so Trump, when you want to visit DC?
I can go visit him anytime I got down with you. Why y'all worry about my motherfucking brother? What y'all worry about him for? Y'all don't want to go see my brother. My brother, although he's in the military,
What branch is his brother?
He's in the army.
Send the reserves, please.
Yes, I'm a very proud brother, yes.
Man's active duty, man. Give the man his flowers. Yeah.
Yeah, active duty. Not one of them niggas that's sitting on the couch right now. Not one of those dudes sitting on the couch because he got arthritis.
Who get the congratulations? You're your brother.
Shit, both of us.
Breaking news trend in the chat. Bahrain airport with a direct hit. You know he got the inside track.
I know, right? Nobody knows what
we know China is watching everything. Like,
it's Trent there.
it's gonna get ugly.
Trent there. He there. And tell me right, when we fucking in Bahrain, that's one of my favorite places to go drink. That's where I used to live. And Kai is lovely. Yeah, I used to cross that bridge. I'm like, yes, friend. That shit used to suck.
How you say it? I wish America can just get to the point. China's the one running all the fucking.
Hey, French, you an African, but I done told you a million times. Calm down.
What's that mean?
The trap show is over now. Who's that? The Jay French show is over. My brother Rambo is here. We gotta catch him on.
Man, look, I'm hearing the analysis. I know what it is. And so I'm just trying to listen to the conversation. And I promise you, just listen.
He don't know shit about politics. He's not even that level. He just.
So anyway, yeah, I'm telling y'all. I'm just listening. I ain't going to. I'm just telling. But earlier, I love that trick. I love that what was pointed out earlier about neocons. Like, because MAGA has written, first they wrote the coattails of the Republican Party, then they were doing their own thing, and then, now the neocons have splintered off from them. So this is very unique. But I know a lot of MAGA dudes, and I put it in the chat earlier, they are upset for two reasons. Number one, global strife, they're against that. And number two, the Epstein file, that's another thing. So yeah, they're not happy right now. So I'm just gonna sit back and watch this unfold. This shit is a mess.
Ron, what do you mean the Democratic votes? That's the real.
Well, I didn't say that, but I said what I said. I'm sorry, man. Yo, ML, man, I'm so chill right now, man. Like, so part of me.
You got a pop session.
Yo, man, everywhere I go in New York, people just be asleep. My room is everywhere, y'all.
What did you say? What?
Everywhere I go in New York, people just be smoking. You just smell the weed. You're driving.
Where do you go, bro? Everywhere.
Yo, no, when I'm in the Bronx, even in Manhattan, when I'm down in Manhattan, I smell it too. It smells like weed.
Bro, we gotta do lunch next week. I'll pick me up, man.
Well, I don't go to the office because my job is 100% remote. I only go to the office for end of month. So next time I'll be the next time after the month goes. Next time I'll be in the office probably around the 10th or the 11th. I have to check my schedule.
Hey, my brother had a lecture with E5 and the above. Shut the fuck up talking to him. You don't even know who the fuck is this telling him that he is not who he is. Like, we were like, tell him his grandpa. No, because y'all tried to say he was a little nigga. Y'all tried to say he was a little nigga. And I was a little nigga. He said, unless you was an E5 and above, shut the fuck up. I'm telling you.
So, Trap, can you speak for yourself, though?
He's somebody, he a worker bee.
You go in the military.
He makes shit happen. You don't want that shit moving.
So what about to another man at the necessary? They act like they're the military. Yeah, man. They act like they're the military.
You want to know what you think, Trap?
Hey, he's saying, answer him. Are y'all in the military?
He was the dummy down for you to go and get him the money.
Tell him to come to the phone.
It's serious question.
About to move that clearance.
Tell him I'm on W1 to call it.
Tell them to download the app and come in the room. Tell them come on over. Can I ask ML and Patty a serious question? Please. ML and Patty, it's good to see you, sweetheart. What in the fuck do we have that could drop 30 bombs and not be detected in broad daylight? How did that happen?
What did you say?
I told you.
Wait, hold on, Iran. What were you saying?
What do we have in our arsenal that dropped 30 bombs on the presidential or the Ayatollah's compound in broad daylight and wasn't able to be detected? How could they fly that far and those people not be able to get out?
The new kamikaze drones.
Where do you think Iran is from?
I think it's sitting ducks, you know? I don't think it's worth it.
I mean, they went to the bank
I'm not saying the military people. I'm military people.
Before they answer, I knew we came in. Remember they had a movie?
No. Let the military people answer.
I'm not answering the question. Let the military people. But what I'm saying is, they had everyone thinking everything was going to be cool. You know, the reps are here and working it out. And they fell for that shit. I did not. I said it earlier.
Seriously, I'm asking the military people a serious question.
For them to respond. In the meantime, they will respond, but I'm just going to fill the track.
Yeah, but I'm just asking real quick, like, how in the world did, in broad daylight, we have something that they couldn't detect? I mean, what the fuck is that? And what was that orb last night, that was in the air?
Okay, so see the silence that you're getting? That's why I was talking, because if anyone had begun to respond to you, I just would have let them speak. So that's why I was chilling some fellas. So it makes sense now, I'm trying. All right.
Yeah, you right now.
I'm just saying, like, sheesh.
Yeah, Trey, you hear that silence, you hear that little gap in the conversation. Yeah, that's all.
We always listen to people who are subject matter experts in this room. We shut the fuck up when somebody is doing what they do. Nobody's gotten off the mic and done it. So I'm curious too. How were they that asleep?
You want to know the answer? You can want an answer, it's okay. If they want it, it's kind of a weird question, but that's it.
Go to silence again.
Well, Patty opened her mic. Hey, Patty. Hey.
doesn't seem like you want to.
I was the whole question, so I don't even know.
I'm trying to gauge right there. Said there's no such thing, so that's the response, Trent. I don't know if you heard. She said there's no such thing.
My app stopped working, so there was no such thing that can't be detected?
No. You talking about as far as missiles? No. You can fly them low. Like sometimes, like the ones that come into the bombs and we don't detect them, that's because of the they flew low. There's no such thing. They give out heat signatures.
Yeah. Again, this is our technology. I'm not talking about what I read.
Yeah, I'm talking about our technology too. There's nothing.
What was that orb that was in? Do you know? Have any idea what that orb was in the sky last time? Was that a drone?
It's on the sky. Where?
There was an orb over Tehran last night.
Oh, you talking about the UFO? You don't see UFO. You ain't hear about the UFO.
Come on.
They don't want to get into it. Come on, Trent. We don't want to talk about the UFO.
Yeah, well, there's obviously got some technology that is.
Well, you got some scholars on the interstate train, so they're going to
I agree with it.
Hey, Victor.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks to people I'm born in Iran and I live in Washington. And I just want to say thank you. Lots of thanks. You support the Iran, but you support also Iranian people or not? This is my question. I just want to ask. Do you support Iranian people? I'm happy.
Do Iranian people support black people?
Of course, in terms of the Iran, Abadan, Bandar, Abbas, all they are black.
Are there black people in Iran? But this thing is being transcribed because I do not understand what.
We have very dark people in Iran, but it's not means to just go to another country. We have black people. The weather, how the boys in down Iran is not a very small country. We have different with blue eyes.
Do they support the black people?
Yeah, we have many black people. Even in other town, when they go over there with the blue eyes, when they see first, they don't know from which country they come, but when they talk same language, they understand, oh, you're from the same country. So yeah, many things we have. Don't think when we see some black people, I have. Because there is not anything about the color of your skin, anything. We are all the human and we're talking. I just want to talk about the.
Is that you in the picture, though? Was that you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, right on.
Yeah, I am. So, I just want to say, because of, I don't know who joined me in the group, but war with Iran, it means, do you support Iranian people, or you look at the political view to Iran? I want to hear your answer. Do you support Iran as a support Iranian people, or you support Iranian leader? This is important for me. I just want to hear what you're talking about Iran.
I'm a little nauseated by someone asking that question. So you're asking them, I need some clarity. Wait. So you said, do we support Iranian people or do we support the leaders?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, to be honest. Personally, I hope for the best for all of the people around the world that I'm black.
your name, and I'm like,
Armstrong.
that's not a Farsi name. That's
Yes, Armstrong. I'm originally from Israel. Yes,
Plot thickens, y'all. Okay. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
I'm Black American. And I don't have
My father said it's
Salam alaikum.
what am I gonna try it? Tell them, try it. What happened there?
No, Tia Run is gonna win. You know, God sometimes against him.
It's okay.
I'm not going right now.
Is that okay?
She's broken up. That lady.
Victor, hold on a second. Ty's trying to speak. You're not letting us speak.
Sorry for that. I keep all the voice microphone.
Alright, hold on a second. Okay, alright. Oh, is it Ty or Kaya?
It's Kia. No, it's Kia. It's in my phone. I don't have anything. I don't have anything smart to say. I really don't have anything smart to say. I just was a little irritated by to support Black people, but I really just came out in the midst of this Iranian war. It could be the beginning of World War III, but someone said that they saw a UFO, and I'm just like, Black people, get ready, pack up, because they're coming to get us. Let the dumb shit happen on Earth, because we got to have something to step up.
We made space for that. Let me ask you a question. So, Kia, how do you think Black people should feel during this time?
Yeah, I think this is not. I'm looking forward to World War III. I'm looking forward to World War III. Because this shit's got to end at some point. Most Black people are waiting for Jesus to come back, and this is a good time for him to come back. And sometimes you got a lot of Black people waiting, just sitting around waiting, not doing anything, not participating in the protests, not trying to revolution, doing nothing but waiting for Jesus to come back. And this is the final time Jesus to come back.
People sitting on sofa right now. They haven't moved in years. Okay.
If people are showing up, that's Jesus come back, and that might be a good sign or a bad sign at this point.
That's right. Yeah, they sit on the couch. They don't move. They just been waiting.
This shit is like,
Oh, been waiting, brother. What?
The Black people should be talking about, yeah. Even though this is a government with white folks. I can't hear my long black voice. Just like it's the Black folk who's not doing shit. Mm-hmm.
No, but I'm trying to think.
That's how we got here.
No, we got here because
we waiting on Jesus.
No. If they ask us, Black people, do we support the Iranian people or the leaders as Black people? So I want to know, do y'all Black people support the Iranians or the leaders?
Yes.
Brother, one mic on you, brother.
So let's do to the African American Iranian speak.
Born in Israel, hangs out in Bulgarian clubhouse.
Right, our next version.
I can talk Bulgarian language also. If anyone wants to talk
What's your first language, Victor?
You are from Bulgaria or you can talk Bulgarian?
I can talk some Bulgarian.
I'm actually not know Bulgar speaking. I know Turkish, Azerbaijan, Farsi, Arabic. Yeah, because of my work. I was in army. That's because of my work. We need to learn before the move on.
Where did you get the name Victor Gonzalez from? Are you trolling us? That's the question.
Things up and I put them on. Gonzalez is from
He's a troll. He does.
Gonzalez. They come from Spain and down our country from Mexico.
Wait, so you was a world in Mexico?
zero tone.
Take a picture of your wristwatch right now and PTR.
I'm just here to get President Regal's. God bless you. God bless you.
Welcome, Archie.
Yeah, I got to go, so. Can I talk for C? Just
We don't speak Farsi, we black Americans. We are black Americans in this room, sir. That's right. We don't speak that. We have no people, please. Victor. Yeah.
I agree, but I thought.
We're on mute. Everybody just go on mute. You just
I'm like African, South Sudanese.
Oh, from South Sudan.
The dark game.
All right, thank you, sir. RJ's on stage. Oh my God, RJ.
Excuse me, man. I'm from Iran.
What happened? To the VPN in Tehran because all the Iranians are able to get on here despite what's going on, and I think it's doing very important. Other than that, I'm just here because Brother Messi knows it's so I'm in triggered, and I'm here to give him what he wants. If he's looking for me to crash out here one day, I'm a step closer.
But you still ain't tell us about PNG. That was the whole point.
I mean, really, this is a great brother scholar, activist, concrete, who often talks about energy. I was just wondering who the man said he was from. He was from Israel and from Iran, but when he said his country, he goes straight down to Mexico. I figured he would know.
Yeah, really, man. It was the world.
Possibly. I thought maybe the configuration of Pangea at one point might have commingled spaces that made it possible for him to be in Iran and then move to the south to Mexico. I figured RJ could help us with scholarship.
My Pangean security chief in the group has told me not to speak on these matters, so I'm very sorry. I'm gonna have to be quiet unless I get permission.
RJ, Victor's back on stage. Let's have a conversation. Can I speak? Can I talk?
Or not.
Charlie, you've been up here this whole time, and now you want, what are you going to tell us?
Yeah, let's tell you. Go ahead, Teddy. What would you like to say?
Okay, I want to confirm that Victor said some things about the black and white. It's easy. You have ChatGPT and Google. You can go search about our history and formal documents from 2005.
Okay, you'll tell me where do you live?
Every color, every religion is respect for Iranian people. And we have the different area in Iran with the different color. We really don't think about this. Maybe in America you say the black and white and something. Really, it's all of our culture. What are you saying?
Now let's wake it up now.
It's a joke for us. For Iranian people, it's really joke.
Where do you live, Teddy? Where do you live?
Wait a minute.
I live in Europe. I live in Europe, but I'm Iranian. I can't speak Farsi with Victor. You are asking me, oh, do you you are asking many questions from the Victor.
Do you know why? Do you know why we do that? Do you know why we do that, Teddy? Because a lot of people come in here, dozens and dozens, every time there's a Iranian room open, and they do the same thing that you all do. So that's why we're asking questions. Some people are lying, some are not. So it's just trying to figure out who's real, who's not.
Sorry, no. If you want to know about who is real and something, okay, it's another issue. But right now, I saw many clubs and the clubhouse that they are speaking about the war. They don't know what is the facts because they don't
trolling. Maybe I know you fucking trolling now for one friend. You know, it's kind of crazy because we hear all these people from Iran coming here and talk, and nobody talks about what they're facing on the ground. Nobody talks about the water bankruptcy that they're going to and the shortages that they have, and the fact that people don't have food to eat. The fact that their currency is literally worthless. Like, you can't buy anything with it. It takes millions to capture anything. But we get to hear about how thankful they are for places to get bombed. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, they just killed 15,000 Iranians in January. 50,000 Iranian civilians were killed.
Oh my God. Army, they're
here comes Chino. God.
Here we go. They're getting manipulated by the United States. The United States doing all this shit on purpose. It's you doing this shit.
I'm so confused right now.
Because it's the game. It's manipulation. It's all because of
Hold on, Jay Fresh, hold on, because now my wheels are turning. So you mean to tell me all day that it's been Iranians, they here talking about they supposed to President Trump. How does that even make any sense?
They would never tell you the truth.
Y'all trolling.
Why is it hard to believe that people don't like the Iranian regime? It's been very repressive. I mean, why do you think that why is that so hard to compute?
They literally have bigger fish to fry. They don't have clean drinking water. They don't have food to eat.
And it's just like a
repressive regime.
Iran is diverse.
Why would they sell their own people?
Everything they be feeding you is lie.
You got it, Fresh. Why would they be celebrating their own people being killed? Like a 10-year-old.
Same thing with Iran. Something they just lie to you and they destruct. America is there's a distrust.
Jay Fresh, you live in America. Me got it. What?
Who's that?
I told also.
Thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu. We are dancing. Iranian people are dancing on the street. You can open the TV and see.
It's a fucking guy, so stop with that fucking nonsense. No,
Yes.
Didn't little girls get killed today? Why would you be so
Oh man, here we go with this shit again.
Yeah, the Ayatollah got killed. There's a lot of disinformation coming out of Iran. They're going to play on the
school they get involved with the little girls, Randy.
I don't have any proof of that, to be really honest. I know Iran wants you to do that. Iran doesn't want you to do that.
You don't got proof. Okay. Now that the Ayatollah has supposedly been killed, what's going to happen?
Hopefully the Iranians will form a new government. Hopefully. You know, I mean, it was impossible to form a new government.
There's something there. What am I going to do?
Hey guys. So, I can explain a lot of stuff. So I'm half Iranian, half British, okay? So, the reason why the Iranians are happy that Trump has attacked the Iranian regime is that because the Iranians have been oppressed for over 47 years. Iranians have been held hostage. 90 million Iranians have been held hostage in the country. But people that are leading the government, they are the people that are the heads of the government, the regime of Iran. These guys are not even Iranians. You can look at Wikipedia. Open Wikipedia, put in every single leader. You see that they've been born in different countries, not even born in Iran. So the reason why everyone's happy is because they want this regime to end. Yes, there's problems in the country, food, currency issues, but this will only be fixed if the Iranian regime falls, if that makes sense. How does just having change the regime or fix anything? They perhaps they drop some bombs.
Can I just say one thing real quickly? If I could just state the obvious real quickly. There are absolutely Iranians who don't want the regime to exist in Iran. I'm an outsider, I'm an American. I don't like the Ayatollahs. I definitely don't like the IRGC and their treatment of the Iranian people. However, I will say this, there are also millions of Iranians who do support the regime, who do want them to continue to exist, who do see Israel and the United States as their staunch enemy. To say that 90 million people are being held hostage, every single one of them don't want the IRGC or the Ayatollahs. I mean, their entire military.
Nigga, whose side you on, nigga?
Ordered around.
So let's say 1/3. Nigga, who's 1/3 supporting, 2/3 are against it?
Okay,
I'm about to send your ass over there.
Nobody else.
So that might right? But
No,
the
you have
difference
to
between
let him.
Iran,
You have to let him finish, and then.
let me see, the difference between Iran
That's not.
and the US.
It's not your turn. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Not you, Victor. Yada. Yada. Oh, you know what it is.
Thank you for your role. First of all, thank you. You accept me in your group. I appreciate it. I know all of you have the sweet hearts, good hearts.
You're welcome, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I would like to listen all your words, what's going on, what you think. As I say, I'm also, my parents, they are from Iran. I live in Washington. I would like to say, please, don't think we don't mind, don't hang, whatever. I dream to a black boy. I am still single. I'm almost 40 years old. Never for these things. Now, if we talk about the politics and these things, believe me, there is many people in Iran that died because our country is full of the culture, is full of the things inside, the petrol, the expensive things, but where they spend all, they go to Venezuela, they go to supporting another Arabic country to want. We want to remove the America and Israel. And if I see someone from America supporting Iran, come on, do you see the news, what's going on? Iranian leader is saying we want to remove the America. How you can remove the America? People live all over the world. This, look, we are in one town, a few jobs, they say I want to kill you all. Come on, what's going on? What's going wrong with you? And if we feel that anymore, like in politics, you understand? Because America say,
Wait, hold on, Gonzalez. Mute up for a second. Mute up. Because let me address Agent Pete and Crystal in the audience. I'm the only reason why anybody is talking right now. You two simple ass bitches. Don't get me fucking started today. Because if you want fucking content, it'll be definitely content. I don't have time for this chat banging shit. The only bitch that can talk shit to me is motherfucking Maya, you simple assholes. Y'all better stop fucking playing. I'ma drag you hoes on this motherfucking app. Thank you. Bitches. Y'all talking shit, talking about Brooklyn. You know, I wasn't even fucking talking, you simple bitches. No, I'm gonna talk shit. Brooklyn, you fine. You fine, Brooklyn. You fine, Brooklyn. This one, I wanted to say it and not type it. Because I'm being for real, bitches.
no, even Brooklyn, I don't even your dog picture. I have also golden retriever. And I born with the dogs from my childhood. I grew up with the dogs.
Okay, Victor, get back on topic.
Yeah. So, the thing is, Iranian people, they want freedom. Iranian people, they don't how you can understand somebody comes say, oh, we want to remove Israel and USA. Come on, for what? And people living in the north for what you want to remove. Some other country people living inside, they want to remove because you know why? Because they don't make their own bigger.
Enough of this. Enough of this right the fuck now, because we don't even know what you're talking about. And I'm in the chat reading these simple bitches keep talking shit. Y'all talking about me. And I ain't even saying nothing but this nigga Gonzalez is rambling and y'all got complaining. Y'all really want some shit. And y'all gonna get it tonight. Because I got the fuck the time, okay? Don't you heard the
I want to have a little respect for you. Okay. One second. Want to welcome the movie to the stage. Welcome Anthony to the stage. I see that Christopher. Well, welcome to the stage. What's going on? And the movie. What's going on, man? Was that William? Welcome to the movie. What you saw at today's events, brother? The movie, PAT. All right. Anthony, how do you feel about today's events?
Well, man, listen, bro. I'm speechless, bro. Yo, they got Khomeini? They got him? This is wild, man. I really wasn't expecting that. And, you know, initially, I was trying to give Iran the benefit of the doubt when they were denying it. But, yo, he's up out of here. You know, he piled up them body bags in the street with them protesters like it was all right, like it was business as usual. You know, like, listen, you can feel however you want to feel about whoever you want to feel that way about. Dude needed to go, and he's gone. I don't know what comes next. I hope it's not worse than him. I pray it's not worse than him.
Actually, breaking news, his family members are also gone as well, too. So they just confirmed that his daughter, his granddaughter, his son-in-law, and daughter-in-law are dead. What are your sources? It's on BBC, it's on...
One thing, let Anthony finish and we'll go right to you.
Yo, man. All right, cool. I'm gonna let it slide. I ain't even gonna go with it. Yeah, so, listen, man. Ultimately, I'm in awe. I'm shocked. I'm like, yo, we have the potential for something great coming out of it. We also have the potential for something worse coming out of this. All right? But we have possibilities that we didn't have yesterday, that we didn't have last week. There was
What's the possibilities and what's going to come great out of it?
They're never going to tell you the truth. Just be careful.
Seriously. What's going to come great out of it?
About the leading opposition. She might take on the leader. Hey, hold on. That's what Anthony.
He's not going to answer.
Trent, are you there?
So, Trent, you said that this is, I don't quote you, probably the greatest, wait, is RJ on stage?
Yeah, okay.
Perfect. This is what Trent said. It is probably the greatest military feat in history.
There's no way I believe Trey said that.
One second. Trent, so, D-Day.
Context.
Can you context? This is what you wrote. You said it is probably the greatest military feat in history. Hannibal.
context, history. And you said
It's a single day. I should have said strike. But I would call it in a 12-hour period, to essentially eliminate the number 15 army or 16 army in the world in less than a 24-hour period.
It doesn't tell me anything.
What do you mean? What doesn't it tell you?
Because one, I don't know where you guys get these rankings from. But two, I don't know if the Army's been eliminated. You keep saying the Army's been eliminated.
So the heads of the Army. So when you've eliminated the defense minister, the leader of the country, and the leader of the Army, plus all the installations that have been hit. Militarily, this is militarily beyond what happened in Venezuela, even beyond what happened in 2003 with shock and awe. This is right now. This is pretty incredible 12-hour period. I'm just putting anything on that. You can't, in the middle of the day, to have a strike in the morning that was that successful is quite incredible. The military power capability of the United States.
But what makes it a great feat? I mean, I think it was what's it called, Bunkers or something. I can't remember the name of the thing. They found the guy who was in there and they dropped bombs on. I can't understand. Are the Iranians still firing at other countries, or they stopped?
Yeah, they are still firing. Here's what I'll say. At 9 a.m. or whatever local time, I think it was 9 a.m. local time in Tehran, in the capital city of one of the most formidable, it's top 20. Iran is definitely top 20 military.
That doesn't tell me anything, because the gap. Let me tell you why it doesn't tell me anything. Because the gap between the number 1 team and the number 20 team doesn't tell me anything. Right? So you could be a number 20, but if 8 through the rest are ass, that doesn't tell me anything.
I would concur
20. So 1 second. So like, what's number 18? No, like what's 18? So what's that would be context for? You're just giving us rankings on the internet. That doesn't tell me anything.
Man, fuck all that shit. Let's go USA, man. That's what I'm telling you. Let's go.
Let's
go.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Trent.
I pray your brother as say.
Iran's ranked number 16. And just in the middle of the day,
and contextualize that for us. What does that mean?
So in the
what do you want to mean? Does it mean like the number of people? Does it mean the number of people in the military? Does it mean how much they spend per GDP? Does it mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, just put this number 16.
What is the 16?
I mean, just tell us number 16. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is the amount, their total military power ranking. How many people they have, missiles, Air Force, Navy, everything in context. I'm not sure how they put the entire ranking together, but, it's not like Iran they're not a small-time military. It's not like Venezuela, who was number 4. Okay, that's a huge difference.
And I understand that, but you watch football. There's a big difference between the number 1, number 2 teams and the number 16. I don't respect. A number 16 team, if you could what? We're trying to get context.
Yeah, I'm trying to
give you the greatest military feat in history, and now you're changing it to single day. I'll retract my question. I'll retract my question because it was my question to you. Because you just want to gish gallop and
I apologize.
I didn't understand what you meant. I'm thinking like, I can think of some battles in the Civil War. I can think of some stuff in ancient history. I can think of stuff in World War II. I maybe could think some World War I have to think about it. I can think of something, lots of things. They killed some military heads through precision strikes. I wouldn't put that up there with the defense of Stalingrad that the Soviets did against the Germans. Now, RJ has another thing about that. That's why he's here to learn from you, Trent. So we'll let RJ stay. I love having RJ on stage. And now you're saying the number 16. A number 1 football team versus number 16 football team literally could be a 28-point spread. So you're not telling me anything. So if the number 1 Marine team, no one will ever say that's the greatest win of all time. So that's why I was trying to get the context. But I retract.
Amazing.
No, I retract it. But go back to that. No, we'll walk it back.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thanks, buddy.
Okay, thank you. You too, buddy.
Strangest crap ever. I don't blame that man for retracting his statement or whatever the hell. America shouldn't find itself in needless wars. We continue to find ourselves in needless wars. And Donald Trump was supposed to be the man to get us out of wars. Instead, we continue to be in them all over, in Mexico, other places, we're bombing boats and all this other stuff. This is not what America should be doing. And I just don't think that this is appropriate. We're not doing this with Congress. What is this? And there has to be answers. There has to be heavy answers. And Iran, because of that, I hope that we're not put into another 10-year war, whatever. Whether Democrat or Republican, but for the Republicans right now, this looks really awful. It's just not put together right. Yes, people got killed and all that other kind of stuff, but it's really, really bad. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense, and we don't have to, we don't have the money. We don't have the money, and the people who eat this stuff is the taxpayers that have to continue to crank out hundreds of billions of dollars to feed wars and whatever else that just doesn't make sense. And if Republicans are with this kind of stuff, that throws our country into just heavy debt. It just doesn't make sense. The military, it has the biggest budget in this country. That, man, ladies and gentlemen, is where your money going. You want to know where your taxes going? Slice that pot down, and then you start to find out, man, my goddamn taxes is going to this crap. And we don't need to keep fighting and keep doing stuff if we don't have to. It makes no sense. I'm sorry, repeat it again, sir. Come again.
You're repeating yourself a little bit.
Sir, I just think that it's a needless situation for us to be in. We don't have to. So, yeah, I feel you, brother.
Okay. So maybe RJ, you can help me or anybody else with those. Military history is not my thing. But I don't know, what would the equivalent be in Carthage? So now we have planes and rigs. I don't even know how does one make that comparison? Like they had a bunch of swords, or the War of the Roses, some broadswords and epées, and the Yorks descended on the Lancasters and killed Henry VI. And that, what would the equivalent? I don't even understand. RJ, can you help me? What does that mean? And the other thing is, I've seen real adults that, where do military rankings come from? I've never heard adults who get military rankings. I've never even heard of this before. What does that mean?
I thought the Associated Press was back in business somewhere. I was going to go look.
I was like, is there a committee for BCS, a committee to see who gets to play? They're ranking military. It's number 16. Well, I forget how many countries are in the world, but a good 80 of them don't have militaries at all. That doesn't tell me anything. That's very strange. But what would the pre-modern equivalent be? How do you even compare our technology today to 200 AD, what the Romans were? I don't know. It's very, very strange. I don't know how people get military strength index by country. Yeah, it's rankings. It doesn't tell me anything. No one thinks the number 16 country team in the country's going to win the championship. There's still 16. Do you know how relative measure works?
So he thinks it can be defeated in a day. I think that's what...
It's not defeated.
That's...